but it's happening, Wolf.
268 electoral votes. That's what we have projected so far. You need 270. You see Mike Pence, the vice presidential running mate, and his wife. They're walking in. I'm sure Donald Trump's family will be walking in, and then, of course, Donald Trump himself will be walking in. He's going to be addressing this very enthusiastic crowd over at the New York Hilton Hotel in Manhattan. Hillary Clinton has announced through John Podesta that she will not be speaking tonight, although we have now learned that Hillary Clinton did phone Donald Trump and congratulated him on what she said would be his victory. There's Mike Pence, the vice presidential running mate, with his family. Very, very excited. Very enthusiastic crowd
Pence.
over there. There's Mike Pence. Let's talk. Let's get Sarah Murray. Sarah Murray, you're over there as well. This crowd, clearly, it's a very excited. Pence. Well, hold on a second, because looks like Mike Pence is going to speak first. Presumably, will introduce Donald Trump. Let's listen in to Mike Pence, the governor of Indiana, the vice presidential running mate.
Now come both this side. Come both sides.
This is a historic night. The American people have spoken, and the American people have elected their new champion. America has elected a new president, and it's almost hard for me to express the honor that I and my family feel that we will have the privilege to serve as your Vice President of the United States of America. I come to this moment deeply humbled, grateful to God for his amazing grace. Grateful to my family, my wonderful wife, Karen, our son, Michael, and his fiancée, Sarah, our daughter, Audrey, far away, and our daughter, Charlotte. I could not be here without them. And I'm deeply grateful to the American people for placing their confidence in this team and giving us this opportunity to serve. And I'm mostly grateful to our president-elect, whose leadership and vision will make America great again. So let me say, it is my high honor and distinct privilege to introduce to you the President-elect of the United States of America, Donald Trump.
Right now, a historic moment. We can now project the winner of the presidential race. CNN projects Donald Trump wins the presidency. The business tycoon and TV personality capping his improbable political journey with an astounding upset victory. Donald J. Trump will become the 45th president of the United States, defeating Hillary Clinton in a campaign unlike anything we've seen in our lifetime. Donald Trump wins the presidency of the United States. He is now going to be called President-elect Donald Trump. He's walking up right now. You see him right there. He's going to be speaking momentarily. He's got his wife there. History has been made. Jake, this is a moment a lot of people are going to remember.
Well, the first time in the history of this country that somebody who has never held any job in government or the military being elected to the presidency. He is going to be moving from Fifth Avenue to Pennsylvania Avenue. I think it's a moment that a lot of people in his inner circle did not even think would ever happen, but it was a decisive win. There are still outstanding states that we haven't even called yet, but because his win was so overwhelming, we're calling it right now.
He's there with his wife Melania, his son Barron. He's going up to the microphones. He's going to be having a victory speech. I assume he'll mention the phone call he received just a little while ago from Hillary Clinton, in which she conceded, she congratulated him on becoming president-elect of the United States. Dana, this is a moment few anticipated.
Except if your name is Donald J. Trump, who said Brexit plus plus, and we'll analyze the results, but that looks like that's exactly what this is right now. So many things to look at and think about in what the new Trump-led world here in Washington is going to be like. A Donald Trump governing, a Donald Trump taking over the institutions that he called rigged so many times.
And here he comes to the microphone. Donald Trump is going to speak.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Sorry to keep you waiting. Complicated business. Complicated. Thank you very much. I've just received a call from Secretary Clinton. She congratulated us, it's about us, on our victory. And I congratulated her and her family on a very, very hard-fought campaign. I mean, she fought very hard. Hillary has worked very long and very hard over a long period of time, and we owe her a major debt of gratitude for her service to our country. I mean that very sincerely. Now it's time for America to bind the wounds of division. Have to get together. To all Republicans and Democrats and independents across this nation, I say it is time for us to come together as one united people. Time. I pledge to every citizen of our land that I will be president for all Americans, and this is so important to me. For those who have chosen not to support me in the past, of which there were a few people, I'm reaching out to you for your guidance and your help so that we can work together and unify our great country. As I've said from the beginning, ours was not a campaign, but rather an incredible and great movement made up of millions of hardworking men and women who love their country and want a better, brighter future for themselves and for their family. It's a movement comprised of Americans from all races, religions, backgrounds, and beliefs who want and expect our government to serve the people, and serve the people it will. Working together, we will begin the urgent task of rebuilding our nation and renewing the American dream. I've spent my entire life in business looking at the untapped potential in projects and in people all over the world. That is now what I want to do for our country. Tremendous potential. I've gotten to know our country so well. Tremendous potential. It's going to be a beautiful thing. Every single American will have the opportunity to realize his or her fullest potential. The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer. We are going to fix our inner cities and rebuild our highways, bridges, tunnels, airports, schools, hospitals. We're going to rebuild our infrastructure, which will become, by the way, second to none. And we will put millions of our people to work as we rebuild it. We will also finally take care of our great veterans. We've been so loyal, and I've gotten to know so many over this 18-month journey. The time I've spent with them during this campaign has been among my greatest honors. Our veterans are incredible people. We will embark upon a project of national growth and renewal. I will harness the creative talents of our people, and we will call upon the best and brightest to leverage their tremendous talent for the benefit of all. It's going to happen. We have a great economic plan. We will double our growth and have the strongest economy anywhere in the world. At the same time, we will get along with all other nations willing to get along with us. We will be. We'll have great relationships. We expect to have great relationships. No dream is too big. No challenge is too great. Nothing we want for our future is beyond our reach. America will no longer settle for anything less than the best. We must reclaim our country's destiny and dream big and bold and daring. We have to do that. We're going to dream of things for our country, and beautiful things and successful things once again. I want to tell the world community that while we will always put America's interests first, we will deal fairly with everyone, all people and all other nations. We will seek common ground, not hostility, partnership, not conflict. And now, I'd like to take this moment to thank some of the people who really helped me with this, what they are calling tonight, very, very historic victory. First, I want to thank my parents, who I know are looking down on me right now. Great people. I've learned so much from them. They were wonderful in every regard. I had truly great parents. I also want to thank my sisters, Marianne and Elizabeth, who are here with us tonight. And where are they? They're here someplace. They're very shy, actually. And my brother Robert, my great friend. Where is Robert? Where is Robert? My brother Robert. And they should all be on this stage, but that's okay. They are great. And also my late brother, Fred, great guy, fantastic guy. Fantastic family. I was very lucky. Great brothers, sisters, great, unbelievable parents. To Melania and Don, and Ivanka, and Eric, and Tiffany, and Barron. I love you and I thank you, and especially for putting up with all of those hours. This was tough. This was tough. This political stuff is nasty and it's tough. So I want to thank my family very much. Really fantastic. Thank you all. Thank you all. And Lara, unbelievable job. Unbelievable. Vanessa, thank you. Thank you very much. What a great group. You've all given me such incredible support, and I will tell you that we have a large group of people. You know, they kept saying we have a small staff. Not so small. Look at all the people that we have. Look at all of these people. And Kellyanne, and Chris, and Rudy, and Steve, and David. We have got tremendously talented people up here, and I want to tell you, it's been very, very special. I want to give a very special thanks to our former mayor, Rudy Giuliani. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. He traveled with us, and he went through meetings. And see that, Rudy? Never changes. Where's Rudy? Where is he? Rudy. Governor Chris Christie, folks, was unbelievable. Thank you, Chris. The first man, first senator, first major politician, and let me tell you, he is highly respected in Washington because he's as smart as you get. Senator Jeff Sessions. Where's Jeff? Great man. Another great man, very tough competitor. He was not easy. He was not easy. Who is that? Is that the mayor that showed up? Is that Rudy? Oh, Rudy got up here. Another great man who has been really a friend to me, but I'll tell you, I got to know him as a competitor. Dr. Ben Carson. Where's Ben? Where is Ben? And by the way, Mike Huckabee is here someplace, and he is fantastic. Mike and his family, Sarah, thank you very much. General Mike Flynn. Where is Mike? And General Kellogg. We have over 200 generals and admirals that have endorsed our campaign, and they're special people, and it's really an honor. We have 22 Congressional Medal of Honor recipients. We have just tremendous people. A very special person who believed me, and, you know, I'd read reports that I wasn't getting along with him. I never had a bad second with him. He's an unbelievable star. He is, that's right, how did you possibly guess? So let me tell you about Reince. And I've said this. I said, Reince, and I know it. I know it. Look at all those people over there. I know it. Reince is a superstar. But I said, they can't call you a superstar, Reince, unless we win. Because you can't be called a superstar like Secretariat. If Secretariat came in second, Secretariat would not have that big, beautiful bronze bus at the track at Belmont. But I'll tell you, Reince is really a star. And he is the hardest working guy. And in a certain way, I did this. Reince, come up here. Where is Reince? Get over here, Reince. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's about time you did this, Reince. Huh? My guy. Yeah, say a few words. No, come on. Say something.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next president of the United States, Donald Trump. Thank you. It's been an honor. God bless. Thank God.
Amazing guy. Our partnership with the RNC was so important to the success and what we've done. So I also have to say I've gotten to know some incredible people, the Secret Service people. They're tough, and they're smart, and they're sharp, and I don't want to mess around with them, I can tell you. And when I want to go and wave to a big group of people and they rip me down and put me back down in the seat, but they are fantastic people, so I want to thank the Secret Service. And law enforcement in New York City, they're here tonight. These are spectacular people, sometimes underappreciated, unfortunately, but we appreciate them. We know what they go through. So it's been what they call a historic event, but to be really historic, we have to do a great job. And I promise you that I will not let you down. We will do a great job. We will do a great job. I look very much forward to being your president. And hopefully at the end of 2 years or 3 years or 4 years, or maybe even 8 years, you will say, so many of you work so hard for us, but you will say that that was something that you we're very proud to do. And I can thank you very much. And I can only say that while the campaign is over, our work on this movement is now really just beginning. We're going to get to work immediately for the American people. And we're going to be doing a job that hopefully you'll be so proud of your president. You'll be so proud. Again, it's my honor. It was an amazing evening. It's been an amazing 2-year period. And I love this country. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to Mike Pence. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Congratulations.
An amazing moment in American history. Donald J. Trump with his family there after thanking all of his supporters, all of his key staff, his family members, having a very gracious speech thanking Hillary Clinton for calling him a little while ago to congratulate him on becoming president-elect of the United States. He thanked her. He thanked her for her service. He was very gracious toward her. There you see him kissing his daughter and his family members over there. Donald Trump, the president-elect of the United States. What an historic moment this is. What an improbable moment. You see Chris Christie there. You saw Rudy Giuliani. You saw all of his top aides, including Reince Priebus, the chairman of the Republican National Committee, who worked very, very hard. Steve Bannon is there. All of his supporters are there. Omarosa from his days in reality TV, Jake. This is, how improbable is this, what we're seeing right now, that Donald Trump has defeated Hillary Clinton to become president-elect of the United States.
There has never been anyone elected to the presidency of this country who had not at least served in government or the military before. He is as much of an outsider as possible, using those as the parameters. It's quite remarkable, and it really says something very different about the world that we're in now and what at least a plurality of Americans want. It was on this day in 1989 that the Berlin Wall started to come down. And now, in 2016, the U.S. has just elected somebody who one of his policy proposals, perhaps his main policy proposal, is building a wall so many years after that Berlin Wall came down. It is a time when the United States seems to be saying to its leaders, we want more attention paid to what's going on here at home.
And you see him walking into that crowd. It's after 3 a.m. here on the East Coast. He's in New York City. Didn't carry his home state of New York, but he got more than enough electoral votes, Dana, to become the president-elect of the United States. And he pledged to work with Democrats. He said even those who didn't support him, he said there were a few. He said he pledged to work with them going forward.
And we should take a moment to talk about the beginning of that speech, because I was told by a Trump advisor it was going to be gracious, and it was. It was. He hit all of the notes and all of the tone, broad tone, that a winner is supposed to hit. First of all, calling out Hillary Clinton by name, saying that she ran a good race, reaching out to her supporters, and saying that he is going to try to bring this country together. That is precisely what he should do. And it was, sort of a little bit jarring for people who went to his rallies and listened to him throughout the campaign, because his speeches then were quite different. Now he actually got what he wanted, to play on the song that we're listening to, and he realizes that he does have to succeed. His whole life is about succeeding. He succeeded in winning. Now he's got to actually do the job. And that's a whole different ballgame.
Now he's got to become, after being president-elect, president of the United States, John. And you and I spent a lot of time at that magic wall. He did it impressively, cracking her so-called blue wall.
It is stunning what he has done when you look at that map. You look at whether it's temporary or permanent, a major realignment of the electoral map, the way we have elected presidents, coming after two very convincing Democratic wins. Both of the Obama victories were not just wins, they were huge wins when it comes to electoral college perspective. Guess what? As we have a couple more states to count, Donald Trump is going to pass 300, and he's going to get close to where President Obama was when he won 4 years ago. And that's stunning because he flipped a Florida, he flipped an Ohio, he flipped a Wisconsin. It looks like he's going to flip Michigan and Pennsylvania. That is stunning. You just look at that, you look at how we have elected presidents the last 20 years. That is, now, this is a man very few people gave any chance of being the Republican nominee. Then in the last several weeks, very few people gave any chance of being the President of the United States. His biggest challenge just started. This country is ripped apart by this campaign, and he is going to have to now, in 2 months, put together a government. And he's going to meet in the next 48 hours with a president of the United States that he spent several years saying was illegitimate. This is just a remarkable moment. This is history, and give the man his due, and give his team their due. The real challenge starts now, uniting this country. But the speech, remember, he was saying days ago he would appoint a special prosecutor. He was very conciliatory about Hillary Clinton at the top of that speech. We'll see if this carries on and what his supporters demand from him.
And we're talking about the challenges he faces. If you look at the exit polls, I don't want to spend too much time on this because he just won, but if you look at the exit polls, voters, a majority of voters, including voters who voted for him, still have very serious concerns about him. They don't think Hillary Clinton was honest and trustworthy. They also don't think he's honest and trustworthy. They don't think he's qualified. They don't think he has the temperament to be president. And they are concerned about what's going to happen now. So obviously the qualities he has were considered superior to the qualities that Hillary Clinton has, but he still has work to do.
David Chalian, this is a very impressive win. Not just the win, not a narrow win. This is a very impressive win.
He has acquired, we're not even done counting potentially his electoral vote total. He's acquired more electoral votes than George W. Bush did in either one of his victories in 2000 or 2004. He's also going to inherit an entirely Republican Washington, a Republican House, a Republican Senate. He's going to name Antonin Scalia's replacement to the Supreme Court. This is going to be a town that is completely molded now. Donald Trump will have the wind at his back, huge victory, and have all the components of government. And Jake, I just want to put some numbers onto what you're saying, because I think it is so important. 61% of voters today said that he's not qualified to be president. 63% said he doesn't have the temperament to be president. His work is monumental, the task ahead of him. He will do it. He channeled the anger, the frustration. He gave voice to the need to change things in Washington. And he's been the vehicle for it, and he just soared to victory with it. And now he really does have this monumental task of piecing together, even as you noted, Jake, his own supporters who have doubts about him.
And can I just say something a little bit perhaps counterintuitive? And I was just texting with a Republican strategist here who said that maybe the Freedom Caucus or the Tea Partiers, the Republicans in the House of Representatives that made it so difficult for the then Speaker John Boehner and now even Paul Ryan to do deals across the aisle, that they're kind of irrelevant now because they are part of the broader Republican Party. And so because of that, maybe if Donald Trump has it in him to do the deals, to negotiate across the aisle, as he says he's going to do, he has the kind of moral authority with those Republicans who wouldn't let their leaders before do it to actually get things done.
Going to be a Republican president and a Republican House and a Republican Senate.
Correct.
And Donald Trump says on day one, he will remove all those executive orders that President Obama signed. He will begin the process of replacing and repealing Obamacare. He's got an initiative that's going to begin right away. That meeting he's going to have with the President of the United States later this week could be awkward.
Look, President Obama has been campaigning his heart out, saying over and over again, you don't want to elect this guy because he says he's going to undo all that we did. And he's right. That is what he said he's going to do. We'll see how quickly he tries. We'll see how hard it is. Look, Obamacare is a perfect example. You know, the reason Republicans couldn't repeal Obamacare is because there was a guy named Obama in the White House, and even if they got the votes,
he would have vetoed any legislation.
He would have vetoed it, and they didn't have the votes to overcome it. Donald Trump has a Republican Congress, but not, the votes to overcome a filibuster, so he might not be able to do it either.
All right, Anderson, over to you.
Yeah, Wolf, a lot to talk about with our panel. David Axelrod, you know about transitions. There's a meeting with President Obama on Thursday with the President-elect Donald Trump, and then the transition.
Right, and there's a lot of work to be done between now and then because it's a very complicated thing taking over the government. But first, let me say, having experienced this before, I remember being in a room when I heard Wolf Blitzer announce that Barack Obama had been elected president of the United States. It was an emotional moment. It's an incredible, surreal moment. I'm sure our friends over here are feeling that as well. And this is truly a historic event. Maybe, you know, I thought I was part of a historic event. This is certainly a historic event in its own right. The most surprising result perhaps we've ever had, at least in my lifetime. So let's just note that. Secondly, let's note that he did strike the right notes. He did strike the right notes. And I think that was a good first step. Van talked about this a little bit earlier. He did, I think, what he needed to do tonight. And now he has to build on that in a country that's deeply divided. So this issue of transition, I don't know exactly how far along Chris Christie was. You know, we started this transition relatively early because, first of all, because we had to, but secondly, as time went on, it became clearer and clearer that he was going to have to assume office. The advantage that Donald Trump will have is that we assumed office in the midst of an epic economic crisis and 2 raging wars with 180,000 troops overseas. He doesn't have that, and that will be helpful. But he still has to put people in place, and he has to give some thought to who those people are, because every appointment will send a signal as to whether this is going to be an administration that reaches out or an administration that doesn't.
The transition is just a massive operation. It's really. I don't think people understand. It's almost a corporation unto itself,
right?
To be able to pull this off, right? And you have so many political appointments to get in place, and any one of them, as you can see, could sometimes cause problems.
I mean, just realistically, how much of it is about rewarding those who came along on the journey with you, which has got to be, I assume, part of it, and how much of it is reaching out to people who maybe weren't with you, but
governing?
Well, it's going to be an interesting challenge because, particularly in foreign policy, so much of the Republican foreign policy establishment have said they are not going to work for Donald Trump. They wrote a letter opposing Donald Trump. He will have to, I think, build a very, and they don't agree with kind of the central tenets of his vision of how he interact with the world. So you are going to see, I think, particularly on the foreign policy side. I mean, there are a lot of domestic areas where Donald Trump is basically a Republican. I mean, he can find the same EPA director, maybe, that another Republican would. But in the State Department, who those people are could look very, very different than it was for another Republican.
The old saying that personnel is policy will come into play here, and I'm sure he will find people who are.
Well, I mean, he's had a General Flynn has been with him. Spoke at the convention. Obviously, he has an intelligence background that he likely will have a role.
Senator Sessions is got a lot of experience in this as well. I mean, these people will come. I mean, let's begin. One thing I want to talk to what David was saying. This is what freedom and democracy is, and Hillary Clinton could well have won this election. She didn't. But had she won it, I'd say the same thing at that point, that this is what freedom is, this is what elections are. Lots of countries, many countries, do not have this privilege. We have this privilege, and so now we go on. And now this is going to get into the sort of normal aspect of what goes on in Washington with everybody saying, hey, I hear Harry's up for Secretary.
You always bring up Ronald Reagan, and let me bring up Ronald Reagan, because I remember, I was in high school when he was elected. I remember a lot of liberals believed the world was about to end.
Right.
That Ronald Reagan, and there was hue and cry overseas that this former actor had been elected.
Right.
I don't know if it's an analogous situation. Obviously, Ronald Reagan had been governor of a state. But certainly, I think there's a lot of people, a lot of Democrats out there tonight who are horrified tonight, maybe just like many were when Ronald Reagan came. Exactly. And again, I'm not comparing Ronald Reagan to Donald Trump.
No. I mean, but
you are.
But I am.
Right.
But I do so in the sense, not that they're the same person. Obviously, they're not. But what they are is they come into a situation and they assume the presidency, and then they reshape it, as every president does, as Barack Obama did, to their personal, where they want to take the country, et cetera. And this becomes then part of the Washington scenario here and a very normal presidential administration.
This is a new world order.
Yes,
Let's
it is.
say that.
Yeah. As was the Reagan era.
That's why I'm saying, as with Reagan. And I don't think we can possibly overstate that. Not only is Donald Trump different from the establishment Republicans we have seen over the years, but there is a new world order in the Congress. He will have control of the Congress in much the same way as Barack Obama came in as a different candidate with a completely different kind of coalition, and the pendulum swung one way, but he had control of the Congress when he came in, and he wanted to be a transformational president. And now you have somebody else coming in. The pendulum has swung the other way. He wants to be a transformational president. He's got control of the Congress. And everybody who wakes up in Washington later this morning will know that.
Yeah.
So it's
Everyone
going to
in
be
Washington is up.
different. Huh?
Everyone in Washington is up.
They know it.
Michael Smerconish?
As this campaign was in its 11th hour and was really nasty, there was a letter that went viral, and it was an image, a JPEG, of a letter that had been left behind by George Herbert Walker Bush for Bill Clinton, the man who took his job. And I'm just thinking now about...
It was an incredibly graceful and beautiful letter.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
You're all of our president now, was the gist of it. And I suspect President Obama will be equally gracious, as difficult as that might be, when he meets President-elect Trump on Thursday. It also occurs to me that I'll bet Secretary Clinton wakes up in the morning wishing she had given that speech tonight, given the way this whole evening has just come together, and put it behind her. But now the onus is on her, because he was gracious and he did check all the boxes and say all the right things at the outset. Yes,
I want to defend her. She called.
Yeah.
That something had to be done if she wasn't going to speak in public.
I'm glad for the country she did, was my point.
Exactly. I think that was the right thing
Can you
to do.
imagine she'll be gracious tomorrow or whenever she comes out and makes a speech? And she's got a lot of supporters who are disappointed and devastated and fearful, and I think she'll have to set a tone. She had at one point, I think, said that if she won and Donald Trump lost, she expected that he would, sort of not advise her, but be a helpful voice in terms of her transition. One of the things I want to say also about the transition team, I was texting back and forth with somebody who's on the transition team. He says they've been working, that it's a robust transition team, and they've been working for months on it.
There's two questions, though. I mean, one, what does this do to President Obama's post-president plans, what his legacy, but also, is the era of the Clintons over? I mean, where do they go from here? Do they continue with the Clinton Foundation, which lots of questions have been raised about? Chelsea Clinton is also
until a minute ago, they probably hadn't been thinking much about that. I don't think much planning had gone into that. I don't think this exigency was considered. As for President Obama, I mean, I think he too is probably right now thinking through this, and obviously this is a different end to his 8 years than he expected. As Paul Begala mentioned earlier, there is one of the things that was at play here is it is hard to win a third term of any one party, and that was probably a factor here. But I want to go back to something I said earlier, and build on something Gloria said. Donald Trump does have the Congress, and one thing I remember very clearly when we came to office was the awareness that expectations were very, very high and that it was going to be very hard to meet them. Donald Trump has set some really high expectations. He did it again tonight. We're going to double growth. We're going to, earlier he said we're going to crush ISIS very quickly. We're going to bring manufacturing, all this manufacturing back to the U.S.
Right, infrastructure better.
All of this stuff is invigorating to his supporters, but it will very quickly become lamentations if he doesn't accomplish it. And he's going to find that it is hard to accomplish things, even as willful and however skillful he might be. Government is a different entity than the Trump empire.
All presidents. I mean, they all face this. The doing of it is hard.
Okay, I think what you see tonight is if the numbers hold up, Donald Trump is going to come to Washington with a mandate, not just on his presidency from the American people, but with the Republican House and the Republican Senate. And what we know, because I was at the campaign when we were doing this, the transition team was started last June. It didn't get a lot of fanfare. It wasn't this high-profile thing. Everyone said, what are the positions going to be filled? Because Donald Trump had no interest in worrying about a transition team until tonight's election results were known. But what we do know is that those people have been building, there are about 4,152 presidential appointments. Some of those have to go and get confirmed by the Senate. Some are Schedule C, some are SCS appointments, etc. And in that category, the team has been working diligently for something like this, just in case, and they will be exceptionally prepared in 78 days, I think, from today, when Donald Trump is sworn in as the 45th President of the United States. But his agenda is going to be the agenda that the American people have supported for him, and he needs to work with Congress to get that done. He is a great person who will reach across the aisle. Privately, he's a very different person. He has that relationship. He's very good at building relationships. He's talked about it a lot. His criticism of the president was, look, if you want to go play golf a lot, go play golf with the Speaker of the House so you can get something done. That's the way he tries to do things, is be inclusive. You can still do things that you want to do, but try and do it so it's for the betterment of the country. I think that's the direction he's going to go when he comes in.
Yeah. I think the learning curve can't be underestimated. Part of the thing is when you're a CEO, you can do certain things. You can fire people. You can reorganize a corporate charter. You can't fire the House. You can't reorganize the Constitution. There's certain things that he is used to having and has to be used to having at his disposal. He will quickly find you don't have. So that means there is a learning curve there, which does then mean that who he picks to put around him, he's going to have a challenge, because he doesn't want to stack it up with the old establishment types. But if he brings in only a bunch of young rebels and young Turks, that is a very hard bus to drive.
You know,
and so he's going to have some real challenges.
The magnitude of the inflection point for the country here really can't be overstated. The Democrats were on the brink of having a Supreme Court majority for the first time in 45 years. And now Republicans will be able to name a fifth and appoint a fifth Supreme Court justice. This was the first time ever.
Maybe more.
And maybe more. And maybe more. This is the first time ever that we have seen a new entitlement program be opposed by the opposition party in 2 consecutive elections. Republicans ran against Social Security in 1936. By 1940, they were accepting it. Medicare, they accepted it. If Hillary Clinton had won, the odds were overwhelming that Obamacare would have been entrenched and would have become kind of a part of our safety net in the same way that Social Security and Medicare are. Now, they have very good odds of repealing it. I mean, through reconciliation, they will have an excellent chance to make that go away in very real ways. Maybe not all of it, but a lot of it. And then third, I mean, the kind of fundamental choice on fiscal, they will, through reconciliation, have the ability to pursue a major tax cut that will change the options going forward for the federal government. I mean, this is a big turning point at a moment when the Democrats had the opportunity to kind of consolidate a lot of what they want to do. Now, instead, we're going to go in a very different direction.
You know, Ron, there's one more thing. What about immigration?
Yeah.
What do you do about immigration policy? Building a wall, I know Donald Trump says Mexico is going to pay for it. There are a lot of Republicans who don't believe that's going to happen, and there are a lot of Republicans who don't want to build a wall. So he needs a whisperer to help him not only navigate Washington, but navigate, you know, within his own party on that. And maybe that's Reince Priebus.
He may not want to navigate within his own party.
On immigration, it's worth noting that in the exit poll tonight, 3/4 of Americans said they favored some pathway to legalization. So,
but he doesn't.
No, he does not.
But I think it's important not to misread the vote.
Yeah, that's true.
If he's the president.
You talked about a mandate, but there are 3 issues like that I think if you are a person of color and close to communities of color, that you've got to wonder what's going to happen. I mean, I can't tell you how many people are texting me, I can't sleep, I'm afraid. They're all Muslim, they're all Latino, they're all African American. First of all, this question around immigration. Not only how hard is he going to come down in terms of the policy, but in terms of the tone. Because there's been a real spike in hate crimes against people of color in this period of time, and many people feel his tone added to that. So immigration. The Muslim community tonight feels very, very vulnerable. Somebody just texted me, half the country apparently hates people who look like me. And the last is his law and order rhetoric. How does that impact African Americans?
I want to get to Corey on that, but I got to go back to Wolf just for now. Wolf?
Anderson, Donald Trump, he's elected the 45th president of the United States. The outcome of this historic election, you take a look. You see it on the Empire State Building in New York City, that landmark. We might call it the Trump Tower right now. Donald Trump, 45th president of the United States. You see it on the Empire State Building right there. More on his stunning and historic win and what comes next right after a quick break.
And welcome back. An extraordinary and historic night. Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States. He's going to be meeting with President Obama on Thursday. The transition already underway, obviously, and that is going to accelerate, obviously, very much in the days ahead. I want to continue our conversation with Jeffrey Lord and Corey Lewandowski, former campaign manager. In terms of just the days ahead, I mean, the siege, I mean, it is an extraordinary moment to have been running as hard as Donald Trump has been running, working as hard, and then suddenly, I mean, he wakes up tomorrow, if he even goes to sleep tonight, because we know he stays up much of the night often. Is he ready for this? I mean, is he... can anybody be ready for that transition?
I mean, David would know better than I would, but I would say that nobody is fully prepared to step into the biggest job in the world, regardless of what your background was, regardless of what your history was, whether you're a U.S. senator or a governor or a successful business executive. You're about to take over the most powerful nation in the world and govern that in a way that you are trying to bring the country together, to make sure they have economic security, to make sure they have a national security. And this is a massive job. But there's one important thing I need to touch on.
1 million civilian employees, 1 million military.
But you know, you just very briefly earlier, you know, on the stage, Donald Trump tonight talked about, you know, everybody said he had a small team, but he had a big team there. I remember going to Mar-a-Lago to interview Donald Trump during the primaries, and it was you, Hope Hicks, Donald Trump, and that was it. That was the campaign. And I remember you pointing to a guy who was at the pool at Mar-a-Lago and said, "That's our digital guy." He was like asleep at the pool. And I literally was like, I turned to the people I was with, I was like, where is the actual campaign? And I realized it was you guys just walking through Mar-a-Lago doing an interview, doing your thing. And so now it is a whole other thing. I mean, he's in a bubble for the rest of the next 4 or 8 years.
And probably longer than that, right? Once the president leaves, you stay in that bubble. But what I think you've seen, what I have seen from Donald Trump is, look at the choice of Mike Pence. A fantastic choice for vice president. He is a polished, well-respected, well-liked, articulate individual who's going to bring poise to the vice president.
Who also knows Washington.
Who also knows Washington, right? And I think Mike is a great choice. But I also think that, you know, what you have is Donald Trump surrounds himself traditionally with people who are executors. He wants something done, and then he allows that person to go get it done as long as the results are there. And I think as he will build out his cabinet and look at those positions, he'll be looking to people who have an expertise, whether that's a Mike Flynn of the world who's been around and a retired 3-star general, someone who understands the respective space, and he gives them the instruction from the top and says, this is how I want it to be accomplished. Please go do it.
Anderson, when you were looking for the campaign, it was right here. It was in this room. It was in studios like this all over the country. What he showed was an amazing ability to dominate the national conversation through the mass media.
Well, look, Donald Trump, which I always gave him credit for, he gave interviews which all those other Republicans running, they wouldn't talk.
It overwhelmed many, I think, of the traditional kind of tools of presidential politics, both paid advertising and organizing, and it's very applicable to being president. Now, you know, whether a president can have kind of the same level of exposure and kind of friction that Trump employed as a candidate. But nonetheless, we have seen sort of a transformation of the way you run for president using the mass media as opposed to kind of the more structured tools. And that could be something of a tip-off of how he will behave as president.
I agree that he has been masterful at using the media, and he has, like there are a lot of people in my old business making ads in presidential campaigns who are going to go through a lot of soul-searching about because he just overwhelmed all of that. But I'm just telling you, the presidency is more than how you communicate. Presidency is minute by minute making decisions that are incredibly consequential, complex, difficult. President Obama always says it doesn't come to the president's desk unless it's impossible because somebody else would have solved it. And so that's the way you fill your days for 4 or 8 years. And you have to have people around you who can help you do that. And then you have to make wise decisions. It is different than jumping on a television show or on Twitter.
I remember when Ronald Reagan was elected, Jimmy Carter was the ultimate detail man. You know, I mean, some Democratic donor went in to see him on one occasion. He was in the little office there off the Oval Office, and Carter gets up to greet him, and he's got the Air Force budget piled up here to his knee, and he says very proudly, "I've read every line of it." And then Reagan gets elected. He comes to the White House to meet with Carter, and Carter, in very detailed fashion, has this whole list of things that he goes over, and is appalled that Reagan never takes a note. My point is that all of these presidents are stylistically different. And what you're describing is Barack Obama's presidency, and what I'm describing is Ronald Reagan's presidency. There will be a Trump presidency, and it will be run in Trump style.
I agree.
Will adapt to the Constitution.
What I'm saying to you is that whatever your style is, the world is what the world is.
Yeah. Yes.
The challenges are what the challenges are. You can't simply ignore them. You have to deal with them. And so one way or another, you have to find a way to get your arms around.
But also Ronald Reagan had a very kind of, core group of experienced, statesmen and attorneys, Jim Baker and the other, Deaver.
He had been governor of California for 2 terms, and he brought some of those.
So he was sort of big pictures, and then leave the room, and maybe they worked out the details.
I mean, I think Donald, just my opinion here, I think Donald Trump will have some variation of that.
Look, part of what I noticed about Mr. Trump as a candidate was that he changed direction a lot. Sometimes you guys would come out here and say, oh, he's going to come out, he's going to be very contrite. And then he would come out with, like, people accusing Bill Clinton of rape. And it was like he was kind of wrong-footing his own advisors. The problem, if you do that as president, because you've got 1 million civilian employees, 1 million military, that what struck a lot of people as that kind of erratic way of making decisions, you will cripple the federal bureaucracy if you send a different signal.
Forget about the federal bureaucracy, Van. What about the markets? What about other nations? I say all the time that when presidents speak, they can send armies marching and markets tumbling.
Exactly.
And actually, markets are tumbling tonight because there's fear of lack of predictability.
But David, that was the same markets that we saw tumble after Brexit, and guess what happened? 2 weeks later, they were back at their highest peaks, and so there was
I'm
there
not
a
saying
reaction
that,
to that?
Corey, I'm just saying that. Well, I'm just amplifying on Van's point, which is you've got to be very careful about what you say as president, because what you say as president, just your words alone can have enormous impact.
Here's my other question. I've never seen a politician run who reacts to public opinion more minutely than Donald Trump.
And watches coverage. I mean, incredibly.
As president, and maybe you can answer this, David, as president, you obviously watch public opinion. And you know when you're doing something that's not going to be popular. And you know when you're responding to the public opinion polls, and you look at it. So my question is, how will a President Trump make decisions that are separate from public opinion? Because sometimes presidents have to do that. They have to make decisions that will be unpopular.
So on the subject of how he governs, I think there's another component of this that needs to be at least put out on the table, and that is, how is he received? I thought we were going to be here tonight anticipating a Hillary Clinton administration where there was going to be Republican obstinance. There was already discussion of more Benghazi hearings relative to the email server. You even had John McCain saying, I think that Supreme Court, that 9th seat, should sit vacant until there's a Republican. And it looked like they were going to be at loggerheads from the get-go. Okay, so it's now President-elect Trump. How will he be received by Democratic congressional leadership, even acknowledging that the Republicans would control both the House and the Senate? And I think the onus is now on them to meet him halfway.
He'll be received the same way Tip O'Neill received Ronald Reagan, which is to say, he said to then President-elect Reagan, congratulations, Mr. President, but, you're now in the majors. And they had this kind of relationship right off the bat. But when they needed to, Ronald Reagan knew either how to, A, defeat Tip O'Neill, or B, make a deal with it. And Donald Trump has that same visceral understanding.
I will say this president was received a little bit differently, though, when he came to office. And there was immediate opposition and implacable opposition.
Well, the question is, do the Democrats try to do that?
And the question is whether Democrats take that as an example and say, well, we're going to do the same thing. And if we get in
I'm saying that was done to Ronald Reagan.
And yes, I think they will. If you look at where the Democratic electorate is, it makes it almost inevitable that Democrats are going to be in opposition. I mean, the bigger question is kind of what do the Republicans do? And I think that may not be as hard as it looks, because as I said before, I mean, half of Donald Trump is essentially a generic Republican. He will cut taxes. He will cut regulation. He'll repeal Obamacare. He'll appoint a conservative Supreme Court justice. There's going to be no problem lining up Paul Ryan and Mitch McConnell for that. The question is when he gets into the aspects of the agenda that made him unique and may have allowed him to get to these extraordinary numbers in white working class America, things like building a wall, accelerated deportation. Will they go along with that? Will Tom Donahue in the Chamber of Commerce and John Engler in the Business Roundtable, will they accept the portions of Trump that deviate from traditional Republican thinking? As I said, twice as much infrastructure spending as Hillary Clinton. Will they be on board for that? And if they aren't on board for that, what does it mean to the voters that ultimately empower them?
The other thing, though, I mean, Donald Trump seems to have always been very loyal to the people who were with him. The counter to that, and I think I think I read something in the New York Times that he'd said, is there going to be an element of retribution for those who weren't with him along the way, or for changing libel laws or whatever it was, for the crooked media, stuff like that?
That's why the market's tumbling.
How much of that continues, or is it, you know what, I've won, that was the race, and now, or is there an enemies list? I mean, I guess that's sort of one of the...
We've seen this, though, after the primaries. I mean, Ted Cruz, who went to the convention and didn't endorse him at the convention, then came and endorsed him.
Remember that moment?
Remember that moment? Right. And then Chris Christie ran against him. So it's clear that Donald Trump, if you come on board, you're on board. I mean, is he going to like somebody more who was with him from day one than somebody who was a Johnny-come-lately? Sure. But he's going to need all the friends he can get.
That's not unique to Donald Trump.
No, exactly. I mean, he's a politician. He understands.
But I think Donald Trump does have a very long memory. I mean, I think he remembers, critical newspaper articles about him from
15
ages ago.
That's the media.
Yeah. Well,
it might not be with somebody who ran against him who now wants to help him out. I mean, he understands that they're serving their own self-interest.
He wants to win. So whether it's this campaign or whether it's making a successful presidency or a successful company, he is going to do what he has to do to make it work. So he can win.
I guess about which has to do with we just haven't talked about it. I just think it's weird not to talk about it. A woman ran for president.
Right.
Probably the
She won't be the last.
Well, she won't be the last, that's for sure. But probably the most qualified, by traditional metrics, person to run in generations. And she was beaten by someone who, at least from traditional metrics, is the least qualified person. And I wonder, and I don't have a view, but I think it's at least worth talking about. You are taught when you are a young woman, when you're a young person of color, when you're any kind of outsider, LGBT, that what you're supposed to do is be the best. Is to stack up all the credentials, go to the best schools, do all these great things so you can separate, so you can prove that you're worthy of these opportunities. And now you have an example of someone who did that to the nth degree and was just devastated.
Yeah, but you can make it.
That's not true. That's not true. No one told her to go set up a private server. No one told her to delete 33,000 emails. No one told her that you have to break the law in order to run for president of the United States. Nobody said that. No one said you have to go and become the Secretary of State and then cash in and make hundreds of millions of dollars from foreign countries who degrade women, who degrade blacks, who degrade homosexuals, and you keep that money and use that money to pay for your daughter's wedding. No one said you had to do any of those things to become the president of the United States.
But certainly, Van, I mean, to your point, there are a lot of voters, a preponderance of voters, who believe that whatever resume Hillary Clinton had, it still didn't help her with judgment, and Donald Trump does have a great resume.
Where Van is wrong is people say that she's the most qualified person to be the president of the United States by a metric that the media has imposed is what the qualities are that the American people want. Right. The American people.
That's my point. I think in an era when you have such jaundice about institutions generally, about government and about politics, the idea that someone would emerge here who didn't come from this and win is not, in retrospect, that stunning. Because people, that was part of the statement. We don't want someone from the inside. We want someone from the outside. We want someone who's going to take a blowtorch to the establishment.
But doesn't it feel like sometimes like the rules change? I mean, I'm just asking. It's something to like that you're supposed to do all this stuff and then it doesn't matter.
But there's one element of the results I think that kind of puts this in a different light. I mean, she is the first woman nominee. She won college-educated white women, not by as much as people thought, but she did win them. She won minority women by a big margin. She lost white women without a college education by 28 points. She lost them essentially by as much as Walter Mondale did against Ronald Reagan. Only a third of them, according to the exit poll, and maybe this will change as we go, voted for her. And that is probably why Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin toppled. I mean, she expected to do poorly among non-college white men, but this kind of deficit among working white women, what we used to call in the 90s the waitress moms who did vote for her husband, Bill Clinton. He had better performance among them than any Democrat. That, I think, if there's any single result that's going to get the most discussion after tonight, it's going to be that.
I agree, because there was a gender gap within the gender of women.
A class gap.
A class gap. And it wasn't about gender. It was about class. And, you know, you talk about a woman getting so close. What was remarkable to me about this race was that gender was never really an issue. In this race.
The reason for that, I think, is that she had made herself into a generic politician that had nothing to do with her gender.
Well, the first time she ran on experience. This time she started out talking a little bit more about gender, but that got subsumed. And I think, you know, she thought that Donald Trump, she and a lot of us, quite frankly, thought that Donald Trump was going to create her gender gap for her by his own behavior. And that they would, so it would be about, the gender gap would be about his behavior and not about women having to feel like they were voting for a woman just because she was a woman. In the end, it turned out to be about class, not gender.
The gap between the college and non-college white women was bigger than the gap between men and women. It was bigger. The class gap among white women was bigger than the gender gap.
Wow. Exactly.
So, I mean, it is just, and again, Bill Clinton won. He's the only Democrat in the last 30 years. He won most of those women. She lost them by as much as Walter Mondale.
We have a lot more ahead, a lot more to talk about. We're going to take a short break on this historic night. We'll be right back.
Let's update you on the electoral votes that are coming in Maine. We now project Hillary Clinton will get 3 of the 4 electoral votes in Maine. Maine distributes its electoral votes according to congressional districts. Donald Trump will get 1. So now we have the number. Take a look at the Electoral College map. Donald Trump has 289 electoral votes right now, still a few outstanding. Hillary Clinton has 218. He's well over the 270 you need to be elected president of the United States. Let's take a look at the national popular vote right now. There it is. You can see Donald Trump is ahead by more than 500,000 votes. He's got 47.8% to 47.4%. Donald Trump has received almost 58 million votes, 300,000 votes for Hillary Clinton. So there you see it. The Donald Trump is still ahead in the popular vote. Just noting on Maine, Hillary Clinton gets 3 of the 4 electoral votes. Donald Trump will get 1 of those electoral votes. That's why he went up from 288 to 289, and she's gone from 218 to 219 in her number of electoral votes. Right there. So that's where you see what's going on in Maine, the popular vote. We've updated you on that as well. All right, Jake, let's talk a little bit about the markets right now. They seem to be calming down a bit.
They do. They're down. Dow futures are down about 288 last time I checked. Perhaps it is because of the speech that Donald Trump gave, in which he talked about partnerships in the world and reached out, extended an olive branch to former Secretary of State Clinton. We should point out another update, just to remind our viewers that Hillary Clinton will be giving a speech in the morning. She has already conceded the race to Donald Trump. And tomorrow she will be talking to her supporters and followers, presumably to tell them to unite behind the next president. A couple other historical notes we should just note about Donald Trump. First of all, he is now the oldest person in this nation's history ever elected president, older than Ronald Reagan at 70 years old. We've said before he is the only person who has never before served in government or the military. There are 4 individuals before him, 4 presidents who had never held elective office before: Zachary Taylor, Ulysses S. Grant, Herbert Hoover, and Dwight Eisenhower. Taylor, Grant, and Ike had been generals, of course, and Herbert Hoover had been a Secretary of Commerce. And then now America, your new First Lady, Melania Trump, she is the first foreign-born First Lady since Louisa Adams, who is the wife, or was the wife, of John Quincy Adams. Melania Trump joining that august small club of First Ladies born outside the United States.
The new First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump. Dana, the Senate, the balance of power in the Senate, the Republicans stay in charge.
That is the headline, that Republicans were defending 24 seats, and they did so successfully. They remain in charge of the U.S. Senate. Right now, the balance of power is, that we can call, is Republicans have 51, so they have a majority. And there are 2 remaining seats that we just haven't been able to call yet. One is New Hampshire, and the other is Louisiana, because there's going to be a runoff. So it's possible that at the end of the day, Democrats will have only picked up 1 seat. And turns out Donald Trump had some pretty big coattails.
And the Vice President, Mike Pence, Vice President-elect, will be the President of the Senate. So
exactly. And then just, obviously we talked about the Senate, but it bears repeating that this is Republican control of Washington. Yeah. Republican in the White House, Republican control of the House, Republican control of the Senate.
It's very impressive, John King, when one party controls the executive branch and the legislative branches of the U.S. government.
It allowed President Obama, when he came to office, not without big fights, but to get Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, through. It allowed President Obama, alienated a lot of Republicans in the process, to get his version of the stimulus package through, all on Democratic votes. Now we're going to see what Donald Trump can do, which the tone tonight, very conciliatory. The market's reacting. A lot of Democrats saying that's the right pitch even. They don't trust it. We'll see, we'll see what happens going forward in this polarized environment. We were just looking during the break. It's possible, still possible, Hillary Clinton could win the popular vote as we count the votes in California. That will add a nugget to the debate in this polarized political environment. Now the big question is, with a Senate like that, Democrats will try to block it, but the Republicans can repeal the Affordable Care Act. They may have to go through budget maneuvers. You can't get 60 votes, do it in other legislative ways, but they can do that. As David noted earlier, there's a Supreme Court vacancy, Antonin Scalia's seat on an evenly divided court. That is a huge deal. Donald Trump's going to fight with his own party on trade. The Republican establishment, including the Speaker of the House and Mitch McConnell, don't want to build a wall. And they don't think Mexico will pay for it. So what Donald Trump, what he takes from the campaign into governing now is going to be fascinating. And sometimes people change their mind. Bill Clinton ran against the dictators in Damascus, and the Bushes in Beijing had, with old Hafez Assad, and the Chinese had very productive relationships. So we'll see what happens. Sometimes you modify as you go, but this is a fascinating moment for Donald Trump.
And you talked about how the Republicans control the executive branch of government and the legislative branch of government. We should point out the judicial branch of government, which is now basically a 4-4 tie with a Supreme Court vacancy. Donald Trump will now get to fill that vacancy.
Merrick Garland is not going to get that Supreme Court justice.
We should point out 3 of the so-called liberal justices, if you include Anthony Kennedy, who's a swing vote, are all either 78 or in their 80s. So Donald Trump will probably get at least 3 Supreme Court justices to be named, unless they hold out.
In fact, it was that argument that he made over and over again to really consolidate the Republican Party with him, that he would have the ability to shape the court for a generation. That gave real strength to the Republican base. They believed that was reason enough to coalesce around someone that they may have disagreed with.
That and Obamacare.
In the final weeks of the campaign, when he said, I will repeal Obamacare, I will cut regulations, when he gave a traditional Republican speech, he stayed disciplined, and you could close your eyes and forget the voice, and it could have been Jeb Bush or Marco Rubio or Ted Cruz giving basically the speech that Donald Trump was giving in the final weeks of the campaign. That is when Mike Pence was running around the country saying, Republicans, please come home. They did.
It's interesting. Hillary Clinton tomorrow is going to have to give a speech she dreaded. She gave it, remember, 8+ years ago when she conceded to Barack Obama, who won the Democratic presidential nomination at that time. She conceded, spoke about the glass ceiling. She's going to have to do the same thing this time.
Donald Trump was extremely gracious and said he wanted to heal the country. And whether or not he is successful will begin with what kind of speech Hillary Clinton gives as the person who did not win, and how when she tells her supporters that they need to get behind the new president-elect.
He thanked her. He was very gracious for her service to the country over all of these years. Our election coverage is going to continue nonstop right now. Chris Cuomo and Allison Camerado, they are going to be joining us on New Day. Remember, this has been a truly historic night. Donald Trump, elected president of the United States.
This is CNN Breaking News.
We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. This is a new day indeed. President-elect Donald J. Trump, a stunning comeback, wins in places and by margins that made this victory deep and decisive. We still have states to call, but whether it's the moment or simple exhaustion, Donald Trump already different in his first remarks to the country, humble, conciliatory, and promising to make us all proud.
I've just received a call from Secretary Clinton. She congratulated us, it's about us, on our victory. And I congratulated her and her family on a very, very hard-fought campaign. I mean, she fought very hard.
Donald Trump's rival, Hillary Clinton, conceding the race last night. She will speak later this morning, we're told. At this hour, there are still several states that are too close to call. Republicans, though, will maintain control of the U.S. Senate and House of Representatives. Markets around the world are in turmoil at this hour over Trump's astonishing victory. We have this incredible and historic moment covered the way only CNN can. So let's begin with John Berman to break down all of the numbers. John.
Good morning, Allison. This is where things stand. A little after 4 a.m. on the East Coast. Donald Trump will be the 45th president of the United States. As of right now, he has already won 289 electoral votes. We have 3 states still remaining to call: Michigan, Minnesota, and also New Hampshire. I want to show you Maine. Maine also, we just did call Maine, but one interesting detail about the state of Maine: Donald Trump will win 1 electoral vote in the state of Maine, the first Republican to win an electoral vote in New England since the year 2000. That's because Maine gives some electoral votes based on congressional districts. Some other information we want to give you right now. Donald Trump, as of now, Hillary Clinton is at 218 electoral votes, 29 states for Trump, including historic wins in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. He turned those states from blue to red. It's historic. You know, no Republican has won Pennsylvania since 1988. No Republican has won Wisconsin since Ronald Reagan. Clinton didn't even go there after the convention. Now, Hillary Clinton did win some states, including California and Virginia, bringing her total to 19, dramatically fewer than expected. One of the big surprises Allison brought up just a little while ago, Donald Trump, he had coattails. The Republicans, they will keep control of the Senate, at least 51 Senate seats. That means they don't even need Mike Pence to break a tie if that need should arise. As for the House of Representatives, as of right now, this is where the balance of power stands there. Republicans easily maintain control with at least 235 seats. So the key here to remember, guys, is that Donald Trump was able to bring Republicans into power, even Republicans who didn't necessarily support him. Some of these numbers will change throughout the morning. We will keep you posted. Guys?
All right, John, thank you very much for all of that. About 1 hour ago, Donald Trump gave a victory speech. He reached out to Hillary Clinton and her supporters. Here's a little of what he had to say.
I've just received a call from Secretary Clinton. She congratulated us, it's about us, on our victory. And I congratulated her and her family on a very, very hard-fought campaign. I mean, she fought very hard. Hillary has worked very long and very hard over a long period of time, and we owe her a major debt of gratitude for her service to our country. I mean that very sincerely. Now it's time for America to bind the wounds of division. Have to get together. To all Republicans and Democrats and independents across this nation, I say it is time for us to come together as one united people. It's time. I pledge to every citizen of our land that I will be president for all Americans, and this is so important to me. For those who have chosen not to support me in the past, of which there were a few people, I'm reaching out to you for your guidance and your help so that we can work together and unify our great country. As I've said from the beginning, ours was not a campaign, but rather an incredible and great movement made up of millions of hardworking men and women who love their country and want a better, brighter future for themselves and for their family. It's a movement comprised of Americans from all races, religions, backgrounds, and beliefs who want and expect our government to serve the people, and serve the people it will. Working together, we will begin the urgent task of rebuilding our nation and renewing the American dream. I've spent my entire life in business looking at the untapped potential in projects and in people all over the world. That is now what I want to do for our country. Tremendous potential. I've gotten to know our country so well. Tremendous potential. It's going to be a beautiful thing. Every single American will have the opportunity to realize his or her fullest potential. The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer. We have a great economic plan. We will double our growth and have the strongest economy anywhere in the world. At the same time, we will get along with all other nations willing to get along with us. We will be. We'll have great relationships. We expect to have great, great relationships. No dream is too big. No challenge is too great. Nothing we want for our future is beyond our reach. America will no longer settle for anything less than the best. I want to tell the world community that while we will always put America's interests first, we will deal fairly with everyone.
Vice President-elect Mike Pence on one side, Barron Trump on the other, his youngest son. Haven't seen much of him in this campaign, but what a moment to make an entrance. Donald Trump making history. The victory astonishing on many levels. CNN's Sunlen Serfati is live at Trump Tower in Midtown Manhattan with the latest. The word from there.
Good morning to you, Chris. Well, certainly there is jubilation from Team Trump tonight and into this morning, and feel that they did hit the goal of making Trump come off as gracious in that victory speech earlier tonight. I can tell you here outside Trump Tower, it is still like a party-like atmosphere. There are many supporters of Donald Trump and many supporters of Hillary Clinton coming out. Passion still, of course, running high here in the streets in front of Trump Tower. We believe that President-elect Trump did arrive back here a short time ago, presumably to get a little sleep, because for him, the work really does start anew in a new way today. And that's something that his vice president said immediately, that they are going to start immediately getting to work on the transition. We do not yet know much about their schedule going forward, but we do know that potentially a White House visit is on the calendar. We know that President Obama cleared his schedule for Thursday to meet with the president-elect, so potentially Donald Trump, Washington bound on Thursday. Chris Allison.
All right, Sunlen, thank you very much. And, you know, a poignant reminder of what was at stake last night. Behind Sunlen was Trump Tower. You saw these dump trucks there in front. They were filled with sand. This was a precautionary measure done in case there was a, God forbid, a horrible reaction. We have not seen that. And in fact, from President-elect Trump, we've seen a new and opposite tone. Conciliatory, reaching out, saying that he will make us all proud. Now, his opponent, Hillary Clinton, conceded on the phone. We are told she will not speak until later this morning. CNN's Phil Mattingly joining us now for the latest. Phil, that was something that people were talking about. If Trump had lost, would he come out? Would he accept? It was a little bit surprising that as the race seemed to end, Hillary Clinton nowhere in sight.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's actually one reason, according to a senior Democrat, that Hillary Clinton made that call even before CNN had actually called the race. The perception that perhaps she was going to hold out, and that decision that she wasn't going to speak on election night. Now, that call happened around shortly before 2:30, I'm told, and it was cordial, but it was very short. Guys, obviously a call Hillary Clinton never expected to make. I've talked to a few campaign advisors, those who are actually picking up their phones. They say devastation is the only way you can describe how the campaign feels right now. They simply didn't expect to be at this point. They went into Tuesday morning fully expecting to win with a number of different pathways to reach those 270 electoral votes. Now, I asked, were your models wrong? Was there some major flaw in how you guys were looking at data? They wouldn't concede that, but they made very clear the electorate simply didn't match up with the reality that they thought they were working with going into the day. Now, you did mention Hillary Clinton will speak this morning. We don't know when or exactly where yet, but I'm told from one senior aide that she is expected to strike a gracious tone. One of the things she's going to focus on is something we actually started to hear a lot of, guys, at the very end of the campaign, that the country needs to heal. It has been an extraordinarily divisive 16, 17, 18 months, and even though this was not the result she wanted, clearly not the result she or anybody on her team expected, it's the result that is reality, and now she's going to have to talk about moving on to the next step. Guys?
Okay, Phil, let's try to figure out how we got here. Now, let's break down everything that has happened overnight with our panel. We have David Gregory, Matt Lewis, John Berman, and in Washington, we have Maeve Reston. It's great to have all of you here as we retrace our steps and try to figure out what happened last night. David, what do you think happened last night?
A political earthquake happened all across this country, something that was stunning. Donald Trump knew and understood something about voters in America that we in the media didn't understand, that the political class, Republican and Democrat, didn't understand, including pollsters, experienced strategists, and that the establishment writ large didn't understand. He understood and harnessed the energy of a movement that was tired of the political establishment and really wanted a new day, wanted something completely different. And we had the juxtaposition of someone who had never held elective office, never served in the military. We've only had presidents come from those two fields, against the ultimate insider in Hillary Clinton. And the American people, on class lines primarily, rendered a resounding judgment, a desire for radical change despite a lack of confidence in his temperament or his qualifications. Change is the order of the day.
Hey, Maeve, let's hop over to you for a second. I was just reading the piece that you put up with Collinson about how Trump won. And it's interesting. Opinions change based on fact. People are looking at all the prognosticators and saying, how did they get it wrong? They got it wrong because the facts were different. Donald Trump's victory margin and who put him in office changed the map. Tell us how.
Well, that blue wall that we've been talking about for all these weeks that was supposed to be what was going to, protect Clinton and protect her victory, he changed the map. He did all of these things that he told us he was going to do. He made that argument over and over again that there was this, secret army of Trump voters out there that was not being reflected in the polls. And all of that came true last night. It's just really amazing, for many weeks before this election, he was out there talking about how this was going to be Brexit plus and Brexit times 10, and he was going to shock the nation. And he did by moving into those Rust Belt states and turning states like Wisconsin and Michigan that until this weekend were not even really on the Clinton campaign's radar as battleground states. It's really just a stunning development.
Matt, to your psychic credit, yesterday you were on our air and you had your own sort of idea of how it was going to go and polls and numbers that you had crunched, and you gave Donald Trump North Carolina and Florida, two things that other pundits were not doing.
You also had Clinton winning.
You had Clinton winning, so okay.
Yeah. Before his breast swells too much with pride.
Okay, but those were the pivotal states. Those were at that time last night, hours ago. Those were the moments when Clinton's camp started gasping.
Let's put up those numbers.
Let's look at those, because let's look at how what the polls said. The polls of polls. In other words, all of the polls crunched together. Let's start here with Florida. The poll of polls. Well, they saw it even, but he won.
Right. So I had Hillary winning a very narrow victory. I think I gave her 274 electoral votes. I thought Trump would win Florida and North Carolina. I did not think Trump could go win Wisconsin or Pennsylvania. And, you know, I'm sort of cursed. I have this encumbrance of actually having followed politics and seen Republicans time after time go into Pennsylvania, and it's fool's gold. They always end up losing it. I think somebody like Donald Trump, in a way, it's a blessing. He saw things from a perspective that he wasn't sort of burdened by following politics as closely, and so that sometimes gives you a fresh perspective. But clearly, I think we are now at the beginning stages of a reordering. I think that the Republican Party is going to be the party of working class whites in the Rust Belt in places like Pennsylvania and Ohio and Wisconsin. And in the short term, I think that's a good thing if you care about winning elections. I still am concerned about the long-term ramifications because I think you end up losing Arizona and Nevada and you know, the sort of Sunbelt states.
Well, President-elect Trump made an interesting point. He said, for this to be truly historic as a win, we have to do a great job. There is a burden of the mandate of change, which is you actually have to do something. And when we look at why he won, you have two angles you look at, right, as a surveyor, as a pollster: width and depth. Here, they saw where he'd get his support, but they did not get how deep it would be. And these are people, John, that you were tracking all over the country who want to see something real from their government.
You know, people say, what happened? The answer is it all happened, right? I mean, this was a political realignment. You talk about the Rust Belt. Donald Trump won white voters that voted for Barack Obama.
Let's put those numbers up.
Okay.
Michigan and
That's a good
Wisconsin.
point. No, that's a great point because it's not just the missing white voters who weren't voting in the past. It's a lot of people who voted for Obama.
Put the numbers
and now
up.
they're voting for Trump.
Michigan and Wisconsin, so just so we can get a sense of this, because this was seen as fairy dust when we used to touch these buttons on the wall. And then you see Michigan, you know, very tight right now.
We haven't called Michigan. We haven't called Michigan right now. It is very tight. We have called Wisconsin. It's a 26,000 vote margin. Wisconsin, Michigan, very, very close. Pennsylvania. I will say one thing about Florida and also North Carolina. Even had Hillary Clinton won Florida and North Carolina, she still would have lost the race now. Because he ran the table
but
there.
Listen to what Trump said, what President-elect Trump said in his acceptance speech. The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer. Who else could say that? Elizabeth Warren could say that and has said
Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders has said that. This is not pure ideology, to the point made about these voters. But it is class, it is Rust Belt voters. You had a gender gap here, but what was bigger is that working class white women voted for Trump over Clinton.
And
that
the
was bigger than
college whites and the college white women did not vote for Hillary Clinton in the numbers they needed to for her to win.
Guys, stick around. We have a lot more to talk about. So how exactly did Donald Trump do it? The exit polls tell some of these stories, but they certainly tell which issues mattered most to voters. Find out next.
President-elect Donald Trump, the next president of the United States. This will be where you will find Donald J. Trump for at least the next 4 years. How did he get there? Let's talk about it. Let's bring in Christine Romans breaking down the exit polls, the new dirty word in politics, exit poll.
Oh, yeah. What are the issues that drove him to the White House? Voters think Donald Trump can fix three things, you guys: terrorism, immigration, and trade. Let's start with terrorism. Trump won overwhelmingly here with 57% of the nationwide electorate, just 39% for Hillary Clinton. An even bigger margin of victory with those who say immigration is the most important issue. 64% breaking for Trump, 32% for Clinton. He won Florida, right? But look at this. We asked voters there, what should happen to illegal immigrants working in the U.S.? 70% of Floridians say they should be offered legal status. 22% want deportations. Of those who want deportations, 93% breaking for Trump, just 6% picking Clinton. That was a trend on all the issues, you guys. Trump's support was huge among voters who believed in his message. And even if some voters agreed with Clinton's positions, the votes just were not there for her. Large shares of voters in key Rust Belt states important to Clinton's electoral path, they agreed with Trump that trade agreements hurt American workers. Half of all voters in Michigan say international trade kills American jobs. 59% break for Trump, just 36% for Clinton. It was those promises to bring factory jobs back that really resonated. The Rust Belt states really interesting about how trade propelled him to the White House, you guys.
Okay, really interesting. Thank you for all of that, Christine. So let's break down this historic morning and election with our panel. We have David Gregory, John Berman, and in Washington, Mark Preston and Maeve Reston. Great to have all of you. David, so obviously those are the issues that this all hinged on. Those are the defining issues. The immigration, the promise of manufacturing, again, though, I mean, has manufacturing completely dried up in the U.S.? In other words, is this one of these Brexit moments where the people feel as though we need lots more manufacturing jobs, but it might not be possible for that to actually happen?
Well, but again, I think this entire election cycle, going back to the primaries, was a lot more about idealism, the idea of restoration. It was not about pragmatism. So when Donald Trump says, let's win again, let's make America great again, there are a lot of people, we now know for sure, who said, yeah, right on. I want to win again. I want to find my way back into a job or find my way back into the economy. All this talk about a Republican can't win the White House if they don't, champion immigration reform, apparently that's not true. And for some of the excess in his talk, if people thought he was crazy, we have to remember, just like politicians promise things, say nice things, and people say, oh, I don't believe those politicians, I think there's a lot of people who heard Trump and said, I don't believe the stuff that's extreme, that scares me. I think he's going to shake things up, and that's a good thing.
Well, look, something that we should be saying all morning long. There's a lot of shock. There's a lot of fear. You can put any word you want on it, but it's negative energy surrounding what happened here because you have a very divided country. To that point, what you just heard out of Donald Trump in his victory speech, you should get used to that. Those who know him and understand his ways would not be surprised that he sounded like that in his victory speech, and he's going to sound like that going forward, John Berman. You're not going to hear about the wall, about how Muslims are bad, about how immigrants have to go. He is in a different position now, and he was delivered a mandate. The trick will be he's now got a huge group of this country who wants to see things change, and in a big way, and tomorrow.
The other thing is, no matter what he says between now and January 20th, what he does after taking office will be an anathema to a large part of the population. You can figure there will be a vote on repealing Obamacare. You can figure that the Iran deal is in jeopardy. You can figure there will be some kind of meaningful immigration action that will not be welcomed by a large part of the population. This will all happen, not to mention, military intervention overseas. There's a war going on right now in Iraq to retake Mosul. What will he do about that in January? He will be president on January 22nd. What he says between now and then matters a lot, but what he does immediately after be fascinating to see.
So, Maeve, I mean, given that we now all have learned that change was the order of the day, could any Democrat have won in this climate, or was there something that went wrong with Hillary Clinton's campaign?
Well, I think she was clearly a very flawed candidate, particularly up against Trump, who is sort of the embodiment of change, running as the ultimate outsider who had no experience in government or the military. And, she was going for this historic milestone in many ways, being the first woman president, but she was sort of the embodiment of the establishment to so many voters who just felt that she had been in politics for 3 decades, and she never was quite able to articulate that message of how she would bring change to Washington. And of course, it's a very hard thing to do to have a third consecutive term of one party. So she was facing tough odds, but you have to think about what Joe Biden was thinking about last night, or Bernie Sanders, or any of them. I mean, this could have been a very different race.
But let's remember the rebellion in the Democratic Party in the name of Bernie Sanders, a populist rebellion in the party that she put down because in the primaries, she had enough of the minority vote to be able to put down, but not the energy, not that feeling that people thought the economy and the primary system and the Democratic Party was rigged against Democrats, and then went on to face a much bigger force in Donald Trump. Again, you think about the debates. She wins the debates.
3 for 3.
Right, 3 for 3. And yet, what's that line that the president-elect said? You've been there for 30 years. What have you done? There's a lot of people who don't like the Clintons, who don't like Bill Clinton and his past, and and don't like her, and think, get them out. Let's really rebuild something new.
You either needed a candidate who was going to battle Donald Trump for the working class white vote or the white vote, or you had to have a candidate who was going to electrify minority voters, Latinos, African Americans, and the like. She was neither, it turns out, in the end, and that was the real problem.
Look, Trump, President-elect Trump said it right. He said, it's not just about me. It wasn't a campaign. This was a movement. Mark Preston, it's interesting. He has changed tone. He has to. The moment demands it. His followers are angry. They're vindictive. They're fired up. He's going to have to strike a different tone. When we look into the numbers, we see this story of how deep this passion was that he understood before anyone else. Over 60% say they decided this race before September. So what do you see inside these numbers and why Trump is where he is this morning?
Well, we talk about how he tapped into an electorate that was very angry and was very successful in getting them out to the polls. But I do think that it's worth noting that Hillary Clinton, as Maeve said, was a very flawed candidate. She underperformed on very key constituencies. We talk about this blue wall that was built, but you know what? There are bricks that build the wall. So, for instance, she underperformed African Americans by 6 percentage points from Barack Obama. Perhaps we would have all expected that, but we wouldn't have expected her to underperform amongst Hispanics by 6 points and Asians by 8 points. And let me just give you just two stats that was what I found mind-blowing. In two key states, in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump outperformed Mitt Romney among white non-college voters by 18 points. I mean, that's a huge number. And then when you get to North Carolina, which I understand is not part of the blue wall, but remember, Barack Obama barely lost North Carolina, and he won it in 2008, and it's a state that is trending blue, or at least that's what we thought so. Clinton underperformed Barack Obama by 17 points among Hispanics in the state of North Carolina. So while Donald Trump clearly tapped into something, and I've got to tell you, I'm sure we were all surprised by this, that those voters who were angry, who showed up at those big rallies, actually showed up to vote, and they waited to vote, and they cast their vote. At the same time, the Hillary Clinton operation, while we thought it was really good and what have you, it was the candidate that was unable to inspire those that she needed to go to the polls.
Yeah. I mean, that was the big question. Everybody said, well, rallies don't equate to votes. Just because people come out to a rally to see this sort of rock star performance doesn't mean they'll vote. They were wrong.
Barry Goldwater had huge crowds as well, and they didn't show up at the polls. This is about the man matching the moment.
Agreed.
And that was a very powerful combination. All right? Okay. So what's the reaction? Well, if you were for Trump, you love it. If you weren't, you hate it. The markets just don't know what it's going to mean. And you know what volatility means on Wall Street? Bad things. We're going to give you the reaction from Wall Street, talk about what it means and how long it might last. Next.
All right, let's talk about the effect on the markets of this momentous morning. World markets slid overnight as it became clear that Donald Trump was headed towards a probable win. Christine Romans joins us with more. What are you seeing, Christine?
Well, The Economist magazine said it's fright night for investors. And so you started to get this reaction and suddenly markets around the world fell. Let me show you where U.S. futures are right now. They're down a few hundred points, 317 points for the Dow Jones Industrial Average. So if that holds into the opening bell, you'll see big losses. Had been down a lot worse. And when I show you the cliff, you can see just exactly how things played out over the night. You saw the Dow. These are Dow futures. Look at this. Late in the evening, when it looked like Donald Trump was going to secure that path to victory, you saw the stock markets around the world really fall sharply. Here's where they stand now. Look at Tokyo, down more than 5%. In some of these countries, you have emergency meetings of their financial authorities right now, trying to figure out what a Trump America looks like for investors and financial markets. Asian markets closing down very, very sharply. We now have Europe open. It's been open for about an hour now, and you're seeing losses there, although they're coming off the worst losses of the night. Now what folks are trying to figure out is, will Donald Trump stick to his trade and immigration policies? Those are seen as slowing global growth, which would then slow U.S. growth. So the concern around the world is that an America First Donald Trump USA would actually end up hurting America, too, and the global economy. Markets open up in about 4 hours. So, look, very volatile out there right now as people try to come to grips with what this means. Global investors had expected and wanted a Hillary Clinton presidency. They didn't get it. Now you're going to see volatility, guys.
Okay, Christine, thanks so much for all of that.
All right, look, that's going to play out over weeks. But the question now that goes much, much longer in its analysis is what will this victory mean around the world, the different parts of this country? And now let's start talking about players like Russia. They certainly had a hand in what was going on here. So what does this mean? For the latest, let's bring in CNN's Clarissa Ward live for us in Moscow. Clarissa Ward, what is the word from Moscow?
Well, Chris, good morning. We've already heard that Russian President Vladimir Putin has reached out to Donald Trump, sending a message congratulating him, saying that he hopes that his election win will usher in a new era of U.S.-Russian relations, which he described as being in a, quote, critical stage. And I think on the surface of things, officially what you're hearing is a sort of restrained, polite tone. But privately, Chris, it is no secret there is some major schadenfreude going on here. From Russian officials who, simply put, really disliked Hillary Clinton. I spoke to one Russian senator today who said, today is my birthday, but this is the best gift ever. Really, Chris, this is less about a love of Donald Trump than it is about a very strong anathema towards Hillary Clinton, who they see as being anti-Russian, aggressive, and a warmonger. So it'll be interesting to see how the relationship develops from here. Chris?
All right, Clarissa, appreciate it. Let's bring in the panel, shall we?
Let's do that. We have our commentators, Hillary Rosen, John Phillips, Scotty Nell Hughes, and Christine Romans joins us at the desk as well. Great to have all of you here.
Good morning.
Hillary, I know this is not how you expected last night to go. How are you getting your mind around this morning?
You know, I hear the exit polls about this being sort of disaffected economic protests, and I get that. I think what I'm feeling and what I hear from, you know, friends across the country is that we're worried we're going to be collateral damage in this. That, you know, I'm gay, Donald, and I have kids of color. Donald Trump is committed to appointing justices to the Supreme Court to repeal same-sex marriage, to repeal my rights, to take away rights from women, our reproductive freedom. So, you know, it may be that this is really just about economic protest and trade, but what happens is that you put power in the hands of people who can do this kind of damage. It's scary. I'm scared.
So this is an interesting question. The obsession is, how did this happen? How did this happen? And we're going to talk about it all morning, but I do think it's worth taking a pause every now and then to look at the way forward. Donald Trump said what I would suspect is some of his most effective things in his victory speech. It was a very different Trump. We haven't seen that Trump at all during the campaign, and there are good and bad reasons for that. He came out and said, it's not about me, it's about a movement. I have to be here for everybody. It's time to heal. How do you lead in a country where you were just delivered a mandate on the basis of outrage and hate towards systems and some groups? What does he do now?
Well, Americans were really never given a choice prior to this election on issues like trade, on issues like immigration. Both parties had a consensus, and the benefactors of both parties had a consensus on those issues.
I'm talking about these types of issues, though, to the extent that now he has to unify. I hear you on that.
Yeah.
But that's the mechanics of governing. You know, what can he get done on immigration? What can he get done on trade? That's difficult enough. But I'm afraid that I'm out now. He doesn't like me because I'm gay. He doesn't like me because I'm Muslim. Look how angry his followers are. Look at social media saying, now we're coming after you. Donald Trump said something very different in his first moment as president-elect. But How does he get everybody?
He has to let the country know that he's going to be the president of all the people. And I suspect when he takes office, he's not only going to go to battle with the Democrats over some issues, he's going to go to battle with Republicans. And is what you're going to see is you're going to see coalitions built around issues. You're going to have Democrats that are on one side of the trade issue, and you're going to have Republicans on the other side. He's going to have to cobble together majorities in both houses of Congress to get these through, and you can't do that without some aspect of bipartisanship.
Scotty, what do you say to people like the woman I heard on the radio as I drove in this morning, a Muslim woman who was at Hillary Clinton's, what was supposed to be a victory party? She was crying, and she said, I feel like I have to leave the country. What do you say to people like Hillary Rosen?
To hear Hillary Rosen say that she's scared she woke up this morning, that's not good. That's not what we want in America. We don't want to have our own citizens scared because someone was elected president. But I've understood that. I've been there too. And I understand that feeling. And so I agree, Donald Trump is going to have to. But you also have to look at his actions. And here's what I tell concerning the gay rights issues. Donald Trump took a risk this summer, and he got raked over the coals from his own party when he said, no, I want my friend, who happens to also be an openly gay man, to speak at the RNC. And he took on the Republican Party on that, and any pushback said, no, he is a businessman. I want that to be I want that to be on the stage. And he got pushback on that. And guess what? The man spoke, and he was given a standing ovation when it was said.
But that's not really the issue.
But what I'm saying, you don't.
This isn't a game.
It's not a game.
And, you know, when he goes out and empowers people and talks about Supreme Court justices, when he talks about, you know, deportation forces, people take that seriously. And so now what Chris is saying is, you know, people who really know Donald Trump know that was just, you know, that's just talk. You know, he's not really going to be like that.
Now that we're no longer
now
in
what are we
competition,
supposed to think?
Now that we're not in competition, now that we're not having to fight for which candidate, I really want people to take a step back and actually tear apart and actually look at the heart and the truth of those issues. The deportation force we already have. It's called ICE. When you talk about,
but that's not what you said during the campaign. I mean, what Hillary's saying is, who can we trust? How do we believe that? Since it's so different than what he sounds like today?
They didn't want to hear it. What they wanted to hear was hate. What they wanted to hear was the negative parts of Donald Trump. That was not what was being.
The burden of his success is how he achieved the success, and this was based on anger. It was based on hostility and feeling disaffected, and it worked. Now he has to figure out how to govern. He struck a very different tone. In some ways, this is so much harder than anything he's ever done before, because you often get it both ways when you're in office, and the result is volatility. He said one thing during the campaign, we get why. He just struck a different tone. It confuses people, but who it really confuses is the markets. That's an absolute measure. It'll pass, but Christine, volatility, right, is a fancy way of saying we're not sure what this is.
Well, the world wants to figure out, what will Donald Trump be? What will Donald Trump believe? Does he really believe it will be America first, which means trade barriers and tariffs, and that will hurt the global economy, which in turn, almost every economist says, will hurt the U.S. economy in the end. What I see here, look, this is the dirty little secret of Washington. Both parties for years have believed that there would be losers to globalization and global trade deals. And they always accepted that collateral damage. They were wrong. The Democrats and Republicans were wrong. That collateral damage just came back to bite them. And the outsider who's against everything they've stood for, two parties, everything they've stood for 30 years, just won. So it's almost a reset. It's a reset for the American people.
But in many ways, this is not.
Let's keep the conversation going. We have to take a quick break. I mean, you know, look, the best answer to your question is the hardest answer, which is you got to give them a chance. We're going to talk about it, but let's take a break.
All right, let's talk about that blue wall that many think now was non-existent last night. It kept Hillary Clinton from cracking the ultimate glass ceiling. What went wrong for Hillary Clinton? Next on New Day.
This is CNN Breaking News.
History by any measure is what we saw in this presidential election. For a little bit of perspective, George Washington, since him, there have only been 4 presidents who never held elective office, and all of them had at least some kind of government service. To discuss what this all means, Douglas Brinkley, CNN presidential historian, and Julian Zelizer, a historian and professor at Princeton University. Thank you very much to both of you for being here.
Thank you for having us.
First blush, history being written as we speak. What is being written right now?
I think it's the biggest upset election since Harry Truman upset Dewey back in 1948. It was a shocker then. This is a shocker now. I think we're all having to wonder and scratch our heads, how could polls have it so deadly wrong? It's a reminder that Reagan Democrats are alive and well, particularly in the Midwest, and they came to Donald Trump. And that Ross Perot, back in 1992, won 19% of the vote, going totally against NAFTA, about the great sucking sound of jobs leaving the nation. And that 19% moved into Donald Trump's camp, meaning that NAFTA, anti-NAFTA, I think is the surprise issue of the election.
Professor, what do you see as most historic?
Well, the 1948 comparison is good in terms of the pollsters just getting this flat out wrong. The 1980 election comes to mind. The feeling that many Republicans had in 80, I think Trump supporters have today, that this is a realignment that people missed, and this is a new era in American politics. And at the same time, many opponents feel a sense of deflation, like, how did this happen? That's how a lot of Democrats felt in 1980. And the third part of this is just the anger and some of the venom that came out of the Republican campaign. I think many people are wondering, how does that fit once President-elect Trump is in the White House?
So who are we now? Dewey Truman. We all know it for the headline, and in truth, the headline was a mistake. It was a printing error. Not obviously, it was a factual mistake. They printed early. For various reasons, they got it wrong. But that wasn't a definitional premise within the country. This was definitional. Who is the United States today?
Both of us are great admirers of Arthur Schlesinger Jr. He used to always talk about the pendulum of history. Every 8 years, it goes from party to party and swings back and forth. We had 8 years of Barack Obama. Donald Trump ran a campaign that was more inspiring. He had momentum at the end. Obamacare got beat up with the rising rates at the end. The FBI and Comey letter did some damage to Hillary Clinton at the end. So I don't see it quite as 1980, because Reagan won a landslide in 80. Hillary Clinton may well end up winning the popular vote here. This is like, perhaps they're saying tonight, see what comes in with California, she may have won it by a little bit, or it's very, very tight. It's more like Bush versus Gore. It's still that divided America, but Trump's made reclaim for the Republicans, states like Wisconsin. Hillary Clinton didn't even go to Wisconsin. A week or so ago, he went to Minnesota, and it's kind of still we can't call Minnesota right now, so it's been impressive what Donald Trump's done.
And that's also what makes it historic, is this sea change, or at least this shift in the landscape of who are the Republicans now? What do Democrats stand for? Which states are which now? I mean, do you feel a sense of topsy-turviness this morning?
Absolutely. I mean, the Republican Party has been shifting subtly over the last 10 years. This doesn't all come out of nowhere. We saw some of this with the Tea Party. And in some ways, this is a culmination of that. But certainly, if working class Americans are the heart of the Trump coalition in a party whose policies have not really matched working class America's needs, it signals the Democrats have a lot of scrambling to do, but the Republicans are going to rethink what their message is about.
What does history teach us about what this country does when there's this acceptance of anger? I don't care what anybody says this morning. Donald Trump ran and won by stoking people's anger in this country. Yes. We haven't seen a lot of that rising to the role of presidency. What does our history suggest happens now?
And that's the thing. I mean, Reagan ran in 1980 as the sunny optimist.
Right.
Donald Trump is the anger of George Wallace and the segregationist. He's Barry Goldwater's kind of strange and some hawkish sort of foreign policy talk. He's this strange combination, but usually we see them not winning the presidency. They're usually a third-party person. Here, Donald Trump's won it. So I think this is one of the big elections in American history. As you guys are pointing, could be 3 new Supreme Court justices that Trump might be able to put in.
Gentlemen, I'm sorry. On that note, we have to leave it here. We have so much breaking news throughout the morning. Thank you very much for giving us the historical perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's get over to John.
So much, Allison. You guys were talking about it. Not only did Donald Trump win red states, but he flipped some big blue states as well, including at least Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. So how did he do it? Want to bring in CNN political analyst Ron Brownstein. Ron, thanks so much for being with us. Look, working class whites, non-college educated whites, Donald Trump won them by a bigger margin than any candidate since Ronald Reagan in 1980, even by more than Reagan in '84. They should be called Trump Democrats now, not Reagan Democrats.
Not only did he win non-college white men by about 50 points, and in the single result that I think is going to get the most discussion in the days ahead, he won white women without a college education by 28 points. The gap between the way white women without a college education and white women with a college education, the gap between the way those two groups voted was bigger than the gap between the way men and women voted. It was bigger than the gender gap. And I think that was a critical factor in allowing him to make these breakthroughs in the Rust Belt. Look, the danger for Clinton, as we talked about, you know, was it today, was it yesterday on your show, was that she was going to have to win Sun Belt states where the Democrats had not fully developed their coalition faster than the party was really ready to make this transition, because Trump was going to bang down the doors and break down the doors in the Rust Belt. And that's exactly what happened.
Let's take a look at Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, where the polls were leading into yesterday, and obviously where they ended up. And Wisconsin and Pennsylvania obviously ended up in the Trump column. But if we can, let's take a look at here. Michigan, the choice for president. This is Detroit Free Press. Just a couple days before the election, Hillary Clinton was up by 3. Right now, that race is essentially, you know, a few thousand votes. Donald Trump leads right now by 21,000 votes. You know, so it is within the margin of error. But the issue, Ron, is in every state, it's within the margin of error, and that error tilted now toward Donald Trump.
Right. So, you know, there's going to be disputes because the exit poll is only one source of data about what the composition of the electorate was. But at least in the exit polls, there was not a surge in the number of blue-collar white voters, but there was just an utter collapse of the Democratic support among them. It was the margins, not the proportions, right? And so what you saw was Hillary Clinton's vote decline significantly almost everywhere among white voters without a college education, 8, 10, 12 points relative to President Obama in 2012. And she could not, John, generate the counter-mobilization on the other side. She did better overall among college-educated white voters than President Obama did, but not vastly better. And in many of the key states, she only essentially matched him. Same thing with minority voters. So, you know, there was mobilization on one side and kind of the status quo on the other.
There were not more non-college whites. She just did worse among them. There were more non-white voters, but there, too, she did not perform to Barack Obama levels, not even close.
Right, absolutely. She fell a little short of him. And if you look at it geographically, the story of this election is death by 1,000 cuts. Yes, there were a few big places where she underperformed, like Milwaukee. But if you look at, for example, at Philadelphia and the 4 suburban counties outside of Philadelphia, she did fine. She did what she needed to do. But she lost ground everywhere else. She lost all of these states became a sea of red with just a couple of blueberries in them. North Carolina, the same thing. Wake County and Mecklenburg County, Raleigh and Charlotte. She did fine. She actually expanded on President Obama's margins in 2012. But really everywhere else, she lost ground. This was a complete rejection of the Democrats by non-metro America.
It was not any one thing. It was all things all at once. Ron Brownstein, great to have you with us. There is a 45th president-elect now of the United States. Our complete coverage begins again right now. Let's get to it.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome to our viewers in the United States and around the world. This is New Day. President-elect Donald J. Trump. That is the reality in America after perhaps the biggest shocker in U.S. presidential election history. President Obama has called Trump to congratulate him. The two, we're told, are going to meet on Thursday. Trump defeating Hillary Clinton soundly. The billionaire now facing the daunting task of uniting a country that he helped to divide.
I've just received a call from Secretary Clinton. She congratulated us, it's about us, on our victory. And I congratulated her and her family on a very, very hard-fought campaign. I mean, she fought very hard.
Hillary Clinton has not spoken yet, but she is expected to today at some point. Trump has 289 delegates, and there are some states yet to be called. Republicans will maintain control of the U.S. Senate and the House of Representatives. Markets around the world are in turmoil at this hour over Trump's astonishing victory. We had the best political team in the business covering all of this breaking news for you. So let's begin with John Berman to break down all of the numbers. John, lay it out for us.
This is where things stand just after 5 a.m. on the East Coast. As you said, Donald Trump will be the 45th president of the United States. He has 289 electoral votes as of right now. Hillary Clinton at 218. There are still 3 states waiting to be called: Michigan, Minnesota, and New Hampshire. In Michigan, just 21,000 votes separating the two. Donald Trump with a slight edge there. Let's look at New Hampshire. This has been close all night long. In the state of New Hampshire, Donald Trump ahead by 300 votes, just 300 votes. But the bottom line is, he doesn't need them. He's got enough already. When it's all said and done, he may end up with more than 300 electoral votes. That is a sizable victory. As of now, Hillary Clinton at 218. The key overnight, the blue wall crumbling. It's a cliche now, but it is very important to understand. Donald Trump picked up wins in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. No Republican has won Pennsylvania since 1988. No Republicans won Wisconsin since 1984. That is a long time. Hillary Clinton did not even go there after the convention. She thought she had it in the bag. Now, one of the other big surprises in this sea of surprises, Donald Trump, he had coattails. The Republicans, they will keep control of the Senate, winning at least 51 seats. No tiebreaker. Mike Pence isn't going to have to cast a tie-breaking vote for the majority. They win at 51 seats with the possibility of a couple more. As for the House of Representatives, Republicans easily maintain control of that chamber, at least 235 seats, 9 seats remaining. Democrats did pick up 6 seats, so you see a Democratic pickup, you say, oh, that's good for the Democrats. That it's nothing like what they thought they might pick up 3 weeks ago. These numbers will change. We're still waiting to hear from those 3 states that haven't been called yet. We will keep you updated throughout the morning. Allison?
All right, John, thanks so much for all of that. Donald Trump addressing the nation for the first time as president-elect. It was shortly before 3 o'clock in the morning. He congratulated Hillary Clinton for a hard-fought campaign, and he told his supporters that there is a lot of work to be done.
I've just received a call from Secretary Clinton. She congratulated us, it's about us, on our victory. And I congratulated her and her family on a very, very hard-fought campaign. I mean, she fought very hard. Hillary has worked very long and very hard over a long period of time, and we owe her a major debt of gratitude for her service to our country. I mean that very sincerely. Now it's time for America to bind the wounds of division. Have to get together. To all Republicans and Democrats and independents across this nation, I say it is time for us to come together as one united people. It's time. I pledge to every citizen of our land that I will be president for all Americans, and this is so important to me. For those who have chosen not to support me in the past, of which there were a few people, I'm reaching out to you for your guidance and your help so that we can work together and unify our great country.
All right, that was the first moment we got to hear from Trump as president-elect. Let's go to CNN's Sunlen Serfati live at Trump Tower with more on the president-elect's big night and what is next. Sunlen, his first remarks as president-elect, notable for what he did not mention more than what he did say. That conciliatory tone, very different than what we heard in the campaign.
Absolutely. Very different President-elect Trump than we saw candidate Trump. And certainly the goal coming from the Trump team going into that victory speech, Chris, was for him to come off gracious. And they believe that they largely achieved that goal tonight. President-elect Trump has spoken to President Obama. We know that President Obama called him a short time ago. And this, according to one of our star campaign reporters, Cassie Spodak, who caught up with Trump campaign manager Kellyanne Conway as she was leaving the victory party. Kellyanne Conway describing that conversation between the two men as great and saying that they will meet at the White House at some point soon. We know that President Obama has cleared his schedule for that potential meeting at the White House on Thursday, so we'll see the details of that as it comes together. Trump back here in Trump Tower, where I can tell you it is still very much a party-like atmosphere outside. A lot of Trump supporters still gathered, chanting Trump, 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 wearing their Make America Great Again hats. Of course, Trump probably getting a few hours of sleep before the work starts today. And the work really does start in a different way. Not only does he have a new title, but he has new things to think about. Most importantly, the transition. We know that the completed plan for the Trump transition was delivered here to Trump Tower last night at 5 p.m., according to GOP sources. So the work, according to everyone on Trump's team, starts today. Chris and Allison.
Sutherland, thank you very much. Hillary Clinton did not speak publicly last night, but she is expected to speak this morning. CNN's Phil Mattingly joins us with more. What have you learned, Phil?
Well, Allison, and her decision not to speak, not to concede publicly, underscores kind of a key reality here. They never expected this to happen. A senior Democrat telling me that Clinton needed time to digest this, really get her message together. Now, the speech itself, again, we don't know when it's coming or where it's coming. It is coming this morning, and it will be talking about healing. It will be kind of a reflection on what this campaign has been and a reflection on where the country needs to go. Gracious was one word a Democrat used to describe the message Hillary Clinton will try and get across. But guys, again, you can't understate, this wasn't expected to happen. Devastated is the word you hear over and over again. Democrats around the campaign repeatedly questioning how it was remotely possible that they could be at this point. This isn't a narrow loss. If you look at the electoral votes, this is a very big loss. Now, I did talk to one of the few Clinton advisors who was actually picking up their phone and asked, how did this happen? What did you guys miss? Because going into Tuesday morning, they were very clear. They felt good about where they sat, and they felt they had a number of different pathways to 270. I asked, was your data off? And they said, look, we're not going to kind of trash our own programs here, but it's very clear. We were looking at an electorate that simply didn't track with the reality of what ended up happening on Tuesday night. So where does that leave the Clinton campaign? It's kind of an open question. We'll see what Hillary Clinton has to say this morning. Again, most of her top advisors pretty much shut down their phones by late afternoon yesterday. Guys?
Okay, Phil, we'll see when they turn those back on. We want to break down this momentous morning with our panel. We have David Gregory, John Avlon, John Berman, and Jackie Kucinich. It's great to have all of you here this morning. John?
Good morning.
What happened?
That is a question we are going to be analyzing, if not for days, for years. This is one of the greatest upsets in American political history. And when Donald Trump was campaigning these last few weeks in states that Republicans hadn't won since Ronald Reagan, I said at the time, I said, either they're geniuses or they're complete fools. Well, they're not foolish today. They pulled off a win by flipping states that the Republicans hadn't really played in. And the analysis of why the polling was off, why so much predictiveness was off, how a candidate who had fundamentally divisive appeals was able to match Mitt Romney among the Latino vote, not do worse. And the role of class as well as race in this election are all things that we're going to need to really analyze and understand.
And that he could overcome such division in the electorate, the things that he said about women, and his own past with women, that Access Hollywood tape, and yet he did very well among non-college educated white women. The gender gap was not as big as the class gap that he exploited. He understood something about the electorate that so many of us, I certainly didn't think he could win. I thought his path was exceedingly narrow. He understood something about the electorate better than the political class, Republican and Democrat, better than the news media. He got it. And so when he said tonight that people who are forgotten, men and women forgotten in this country, will be forgotten no more, he knew who he was speaking to all along.
Jackie, do we see any proof that provides an answer to the question of, did he win because of all of the ugly things that he says, or despite them?
I don't know that we know the answer to that yet. I really don't. There are so many questions and so much data to go through and so many people to speak to. But I was talking to a longtime Republican pollster last night, and he said that Trump basically he exceeded all expectations and ran a perfect game. And this person's been doing this a long time and said he's never seen it.
Yeah, but no voter says, I like the Access Hollywood tape. They just say, I don't believe it. Either I don't believe it or I care about it.
No. What they were saying is they were sick of what was going on right now. They didn't like the status quo. And we said over and over again, this wasn't a change election. And because we're looking at convention, right? If the president has a good approval rating, that usually bodes well for the person in his party. It didn't this time.
But the cruder, the more crass, the more unorthodox he was. I think people said, I don't not believe it, but like, yeah, he's making you guys crazy in the media. He's making everybody in Washington crazy. I think it was a net positive.
It's part of the change, right? If you can be that crass all the time, that's a change agent. I also think there's a certain amount of data denial that happened in the last week or so. When the polls in Michigan started closing, the polls in New Hampshire started closing, it was 3 points. Yes, Hillary Clinton was ahead, but that's within the margin of error. And a lot of us chose to look at it and say, yeah, it's within the margin of error, but we believe the high end of it. And every state, it turned out to be wrong.
Well, but even Republicans in the day before the election, privately off the record, were setting expectations very low. So I think even a lot of the internal numbers didn't see this coming. And one of the factors is how much was it celebrity that ultimately drove this? How many first-time voters were there? And it's a concept Bill Clinton used to talk about, ironically. Especially in times of chaos, people will vote for strong and wrong, by which they mean a strong leader will give people comfort in a time of chaos, particularly if people feel disaffected. That clearly worked. And the question for the country now is, can we unite? How can we unite? We have to unite after such a divisive campaign. The tone President-elect Trump set is a step in that direction.
Well, look, that's conventional thinking also. You could make a different suggestion that you stay with what got you there. The reason I asked the question about whether he won because of it or despite it is Trump seems to be answering that question early this morning as president-elect. He came out, he didn't mention the wall. He didn't talk about Muslims. He didn't talk about us versus them. He talked about we. And I get that that's what you usually do. However, you don't usually get there by playing up all of those differences in the worst way that you can. And that's why I asked the question.
We've seen this before, though. He did this after, forgive me which primary we're talking about, but after he beat Ted Cruz at one point. He came out, he didn't call him Lion Ted, he called him Senator Cruz, and we all were kind of taken aback and we were like, oh, is he turning a page? Now, we haven't seen him in a position where he hasn't been in competition. And, one of the Trump surrogates that was on the last panel really struck me. He said he was going to fight Republicans, he was going to fight Democrats. I didn't hear, and then he was saying, but they have to work together. He's going to have to figure out what he's going to be and how that's going to work in terms of actually working with Congress and getting things done.
But you got to give him his due. This is not an ideological guy.
Absolutely
not. That
not.
part we know. He doesn't care. He'd go in there. He says nobody should touch Medicare or Social Security.
But he could. One of the things I think that made him win was the fact that Republicans decided that he was ideological enough for them, that he would pick the Supreme Court justices that they liked, that he was going to repeal Obamacare. So all those Republicans, when he was down at 80% among Republican support, I haven't seen the number this morning, but I'm sure it's up close to 90 or higher than that. And he had coattails. He had
he's
Republican
ideologically rigid as president. I don't think. I don't think he's going to be.
But the right is going to try to hold him accountable. Ralph Reed is having a press conference this afternoon.
But he leads a movement that's bigger than Ralph Reed and the conservative right.
But and what is the governing relationship between Pence and Ryan? And does that constrain or does that encourage? And look, part of the whole what we're trying to figure out is how much of the divisive demagogic talk was bluster designed to get attention, and how much of it reflects who he really is, and how is that going to be navigated? Because it is difficult to unite a nation.
The last part, the last part is the key. The last part is the key, though, because there are people who just put him in power because they're pissed off, they feel forgotten, and they want it to change, drain the swamp.
And yet,
now he's the biggest alligator in the swamp.
And yet, President Obama has a 54% approval rating. So these people who are voters who say they're very, very angry at the same time are saying we really like the guy who's in office.
They didn't have to go out and vote for Obama this time.
Over 60% of voters, I mean, the exit polls seem to be a bit fraught, and we'll have to get into greater detail on that. But over 60% of voters seem to have said that he wasn't temperamentally qualified or experienced enough, and yet we elected him with a clear majority. That's a kind of conundrum we haven't confronted in our democracy.
Well, clear electoral majority. We'll have to see what the popular vote is.
By the way, what about the Democrats? Because you have an opposition here that doesn't just oppose him, isn't just against him, but fears him. And so how are they going to position themselves? Are they going to give him his due? Or are they going to try to create some space for him?
Bronx Tale, is it better to be feared or to be loved? It's better to be feared, especially in government.
Au contraire. Panel, thank you very much.
Coming up on New Day, Trump's campaign manager, Kellyanne Conway, is going to join us live. She had a great tweet this morning where she said, "Stop saying all the pollsters got it wrong." Of course, she is a pollster, and she got it right.
All right, so how did Trump pull off the improbable, some would say implausible upset? We're breaking down the vote to see who put him over the top. That's next.
This is Life with Lisa Lang. New episodes, Sundays at 10 on CNN.
This is CNN Breaking News.
The next president of the United States is Donald J. Trump. Why? We'll tell you right now. Christine Roman's breaking down these historic exit polls.
Look, you guys, America First really resonated here. Voters think Donald Trump can fix three things: terrorism, immigration, and trade. Let's start with terrorism. Trump won overwhelmingly, 57% of the nationwide electorate, just 39% for Hillary Clinton. An even bigger margin of victory with those who say immigration is the most important issue, 64% breaking for Trump, 32% for Clinton. Now, he won Florida. But look at this. We asked voters there, what should happen to illegal immigrants working in the U.S.? 70% of Floridians say they should be offered legal status. 22% want deportations. Of those who want deportations, 93% breaking for Trump, just 6% pick Hillary Clinton. This was a trend on a lot of the issues. Trump's support was huge among voters that believed in his message. And even if some voters agreed with Clinton's positions, the votes just weren't there for her. There weren't enough of them there for her. Large share of voters in key Rust Belt states. This is important to Clinton's electoral path, right? But they agreed with Trump's view that trade agreements hurt American workers. Half of all voters in Michigan say international trade kills U.S. jobs. 59% break for Trump, just 36% for Clinton. His promises to bring back factory jobs resonating. Really, when you look at these issues, guys, you can clearly see his America First on trade, immigration, terrorism, really resonating in a lot of these states, guys.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much, Christine, for that. So let's talk about it with our panel and what propelled Trump to the presidency. We have John Avlon, David Gregory, Jackie Kucinich, and John Berman. You seem like you want to say something.
I do. I think I'm sorry. Yes, I was giving you my eager eyes and holding my Sally Jesse Raphael glasses. I think Trump tapped into something, even in his inexperience about foreign affairs. Where he could say, look, the leaders in the Republican Party got us into Afghanistan and Iraq, and these were apparently, all the smartest in the Republican Party. What good did that get you to have all that experience? Hillary Clinton has all this experience in foreign affairs, and look what happened in Libya, something that she pushed for. I think there's been confusion in among a lot of Americans about just what U.S. power means in the rest of the world and how effective it can be, and I think he tapped into the kind of reluctance projection of American power that we've seen throughout our history at times of conflict, and I think that's striking.
I just the complete blank slate of what he intends to actually do beyond a bumper sticker is itself.
But I'm talking about the wariness that he.
All right, well,
hold on a second.
You can tap into emotion, but then
let's put some meat to the bones,
not just oppose as president.
That's a good point. And even that, it's a little pressing because it actually skips a point.
He did say you were kind of conventional.
We need to see where we are right now. And you know what? We got some meat on the bones of this suggestion. These are the exit polls. How do you feel if Trump wins? 13 excited, scared, 36%. John Berman is shaking his head at this because
like so much of what we're seeing in the exit polls this morning doesn't make sense. If 56% are either concerned or scared, yet he won maybe more than 300 electoral votes by the time it's all said and done. What does that tell you?
Right. How do we explain that math?
I'm not sure you can.
There is something, we need to really, there are a lot of pollsters and predictive business people who ought to be probably soul searching and maybe looking for new professions. But there are contradictions that we need to really understand. And find out, is it a problem with the poll, or is this a contradiction in people's emotions?
But maybe they're scared.
I'm so scared.
Allison made this point a lot during the actual campaign. I'm scared, somebody says, okay? We assume that means I'm scared of Trump because I'm responding. But you've often said there are a lot of people who are scared, and that's why they are voting for Trump.
I don't know how they phrased the question in the exit polls, but that was, if they're scared
But there are
of
a lot
Trump,
of people who are scared, and that's why they're voting for Trump. They're afraid of ISIS. They're afraid of economic insecurity.
The reality show to go on. That this was someone they wanted in the living room because it's been highly entertaining, and that's the danger of amusing yourself to death.
Well, let's talk. I wouldn't dismiss them terribly.
No. But I mean, I just, look. Donald Trump dominated coverage of this campaign. He was the center of gravity. Hillary Clinton did not generate nearly the amount of attention, nearly the amount of articles. And to that extent, he was a pop culture political fixation and fascination that we have chosen to carry through. In democracy, you get the country you deserve. And to the extent that he brought a reality TV playbook to this election and rocked the political establishment in history, that celebrity, that wanting this show to go on, may have some impact on people's decisions.
One last point about pollsters. Did they not interview working class whites? Why do we think they missed the groundswell?
I don't know.
I think they underestimated. I was talking to pollsters last night, and one of the things that I heard is that they underestimated the number of rural voters that would come out for Trump.
Clearly, the modeling on white men was off.
No, well, look, here's the thing: is if you look at the exit polls, there weren't more working-class whites who voted. It's the same proportion as before. It's just that Trump crushed it. He did better than Ronald Reagan did. So the polls did not reflect their sentiment. Well, the modeling only predicts the percentages of people you talk to. So if the percentage of people they spoke to is no different than last time, it's not the modeling's fault. It's that people may have changed their minds at the last minute, or
it speaks to what Trump used to refer to a lot, which is there are people who are going to vote for me who won't tell you that because in the media, they're afraid you in the media will judge them. How about the favorable opinion exit poll? Do we have that one? Does that one make any sense?
Unfavorable of Donald Trump, 60%. Nope. John Berman, still doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense. I mean, except for the fact that also, if you look at these exit polls, I don't know if we have that number. I mean, people think that the country's on the wrong track and they want change. And if that's what you want more than anything, and I was looking at some numbers before, and in states like Michigan and Pennsylvania, Michigan we still haven't called yet, but Wisconsin, these Rust Belt states, change was the #1 issue that people stated. So even if you have an unfavorable view of Donald Trump, they decided that he was the right person for change.
And Hillary Clinton also was upside down when it comes to favorable. So they don't like either. Not as bad, but they didn't like either of these people.
But can Donald Trump bring back manufacturing jobs? Is that real? One of the defining issues that Christine Romans just laid out, jobs and factory workers want back in. Is that possible?
The economic pain that Donald Trump tapped into has to do with the slow recovery from the Great Recession, but it goes back far back on that. You know, it had to do with outsourcing of jobs, closing of factories. Is it in the power of a president to bring those solely back? Probably not. What are the impact of trade wars if we start them with countries? Does that benefit the American economy?
Can any president affect economic growth? I mean, what you're saying is a problem that David Axelrod, our colleague, has talked about. So many people who voted for Obama projected qualities onto him that he didn't necessarily have, and then were disappointed. He himself, President Obama, according to Axelrod, he wrote this in his book, was overwhelmed by all of the optimism and expectation that he came into office with, knowing that people would be disappointed. So now there's tremendous pressure on Donald Trump, who says, this is about our movement, this is what we have done together. He's now got to start delivering.
So, JP, how about this connect, or Jackie? How about this connect then? You get brought in on a wave of, I hate everything. And yet the man who is responsible for everything, you know, putatively, is Obama, and he's at 53% in the exits. Is that just crazy talk also?
I don't know if it's crazy talk, but there is a lot of dissonance in these.
But how is I'm saying, how does Obama get to be at 53% and the anti-vote winds up winning the election?
I don't know how to square it, Chris. But I do. But I will say, guys, one of the things that he is going to have to square when you're talking about trade, you can't start a trade war and then not have the price of goods go up, and that will end up hitting people in their pocketbook, and that hasn't been something that's been really delved into how that's going to work.
You said you guys brought up President Obama. You're saying how does he square this? How does he get out of bed tomorrow morning, right? I mean, this is a repudiation of
one leg at a time. Just like every other day.
But look, I mean, Obamacare, you would repeal and replace. I mean, that will happen now. You have to believe
and
Congress.
He put all of his legacy on the line. He put all his political capital on the line to campaign for Hillary Clinton.
And campaigned harder than any incumbent president has campaigned.
Michelle Obama, who stated this in deeply personal terms.
Yeah.
It is not easy to get somebody to vote for someone else. It's one thing going out there on the hustings for yourself. It's another doing it for somebody else. You're just not as powerful.
Panel, thank you very much.
All right, so we're discussing what this may mean. We know what it already does mean on the markets all over the world. The futures are tanking. That was not unexpected, but it is surprising to a certain degree, and we'll tell you why on New Day next.
This is CNN Breaking News.
We're going to have a lot of breaking news this morning. It's a momentous day here. Global markets are down sharply, reacting to the news of Donald Trump's victory. Christine Romans joins us now with more. What are you seeing, Christine?
We had a big sell-off right away when it looked like Donald Trump was going to win the presidency, and The Economist magazine called it Fright Night for global investors. Let's look at where things stand right now. U.S. stock futures down pretty sharply here, down still about 304 points. Off the worst levels, though. It had been much worse than this in the early going, but still, that is the sell-off many people had predicted if Donald Trump were to win. Here's what it looks like overnight. Look at what happened last night when it looked like Donald Trump was going to be able to secure those electoral votes. You saw the market fall dramatically, and now it's started to recover here a little bit as cooler heads are prevailing and folks are trying to figure out what could happen here. Donald Trump's positions on trade and immigration would be bad for the global economy, could be bad for the U.S. But could he get something done on, say, tax reform? Could he get something done like a big infrastructure bill? We just don't know. So that's what folks are talking about right now. Still, overnight in Asia, big losses there. You had emergency meetings of financial folks in the governments over there. Look at Tokyo down 5%, 900 points. This is Europe right now, off the worst levels of the night. Again, a bounce off the, but still lower here. And you can see this rush into gold. My business colleagues will tell you this is what happens when people are afraid. They rush into gold, and you can see gold here. Quick, this is the peso, record low for the Mexican peso. The worry is that Trump's view on the U.S. relationship with Mexico, on building a wall, on immigration, would be very, very detrimental to the Mexican economy. And this peso has been really a proxy for Donald Trump and his immigration proposals. 3 hours, almost 4 hours till the opening bell. I predict with great certainty unpredictable markets for the next
uncertainty.
Well done, Christine. That answer gets you a seat at the table. Come join us. Now, in full disclosure, the markets, the futures, they move a lot. They're moving now. They're not as deep as they were. They are expected to open down. We'll keep an eye on it. Let's discuss the economic implications and the sourcing of the reaction. CNN global economic analyst Rana Foroohar and host of Quest Means Business, Richard Quest. Quest, you have a British accent. I blame you for this because this is seen as an analogy to Brexit. Now, that had been rejected by the big brains in our own election. Why? Because they said, well, the polling actually showed that Brexit was much closer near the end. That gets neglected in the narrative. Do you see similarities?
In what happened last night?
Yes.
Absolutely. It's Brexit Redux on steroids is what happened last night. There's no question about it. It's an angry electorate taking it out on at the polls. The problem is how many of those people this morning will have expected their neighbour to have voted differently and to have given a different result and will now be saying, I can't say on a public
voters' remorse.
Voters' remorse, absolutely.
But what has happened since then in Britain? Are there new polls that show that people wish that they had never voted that way?
No, actually not. If you look at the latest and last polls on Brexit, most people say, all right, that's what we've got, that's how we're going to go forward. The difficulty is once you've done it, you've done it. And it becomes an issue of practicalities, as Theresa May is discovering in the UK at the moment. You've now got, so in this case, in the US, you've now got to have the revocation of NAFTA. You've got to repeal and replace Obamacare. You've got to get rid of the TPP. You've got to lower the taxes that you've promised during the electorate.
The big one.
The wall?
You've got to build the wall. And I'll tell you what, for Theresa May, daunting task, no question about it. And there are a lot of practicalities that people are going to learn about that they didn't know before that vote. This is harder because that is one thing. We have to leave the union. Okay, let's see if we can do it, how that works. He's got a list of things that now he may not want to deliver on, he may not be able to deliver on, and he has a group of people who are demanding that change. Tough balance for Ruhar.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, the trade issues in particular are going to be profound, and I think that's what everybody's watching for. I mean, we knew that if this happened, there was going to be a severe, sharp market dip, but that things would eventually balance out. I think we're going to see a lot of volatility in the short term, don't get me wrong, but everybody is going to be waiting now to see what is going to happen. Are we going to have a global tariff war? Are we going to have a trade war that would then push economies,
and let's not forget,
particularly
the insiders in that game love the volatility.
Right.
This is where they beat the mom and pop at home investor because they play the volatility up and down. They make money off it.
I worry about workers,
me
right?
too.
So if he makes a false move here and you hurt the U.S. economy with your trade policies or immigration policies, and hurt the U.S. economy, you hurt the very people
Can
who
he
just
do that? Do
elected
you think
him.
he can tear up a trade contract?
He says he can.
He can create a wave of protectionist sentiment. He's already done that. I mean, you see a lot of trade complaints coming into the WTO already. That's probably going to increase. You may see other countries starting to, put up barriers in anticipation of U.S. moves.
I just went back and read his speech to the Economic Club in New York.
Yeah.
It's quite clear. He says he's going to renegotiate NAFTA. Now, that is the backbone of North American trade at the moment. But he said he's going to do it, so he's got to do it.
But how does he do that?
Well, he's got to get the consent of the Canadians and of the Mexicans as well. You cannot just do it unilaterally.
So what if they say, we don't want to renegotiate?
Well, if you remember, the Mexican president, when he met, sort of has already indicated that he might be agreeable to something. But whether Justin Trudeau is prepared to do it...
But on the wall, what will he do on the wall? He has said that he can use remittances from people living in this country, sending their paychecks home, their cash home to Mexico. He can use those remittances to build a wall. I mean, he has said that before. I mean, can you imagine?
But unless it is seen as an emergency measure, it must be a tax and therefore levied through Congress. So he's not going to be able to unilaterally do it. Does he just blame it on them? I'm trying to do the wall. I can't because of them.
Let's also see if President Obama tries to rail through TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, through the lame duck Congress before he leaves office.
I think it's
well, he said he was going to try.
He's going to try, but honestly, I think that's only going to increase the sort of anti-establishment sentiment. Trade was Hillary's weak point, always. NAFTA was Hillary's weak point. I mean, the fact that this vote is, if anything, at a deep level, it is about anti-establishment sentiment, regardless of whether, you can understand this in the working class population in Michigan and Ohio, but even at higher levels, people feel that the existing system has not served them as well as it could. And if Obama tries to basically push down everybody's throat a trade deal that a lot of people just, don't believe in anymore, I think that's only going to be bad.
Also, for too long, we thought this was a working class anxiety, and we saw in these exit polls that this anxiety spread to people with college degrees in these Rust Belt states. If he could do a big infrastructure build, if you have a GOP-controlled Washington that can do a big infrastructure build, that would be the payback for these working class voters who want to see. I mean, that's a no-brainer. That could goose the economy.
But is that a stimulus? I mean, is
that would be like a stimulus?
And then the Republicans have to get on board with that.
And by the way, they're doing tax. If his plan goes through, tax cuts at the same time unfunded, you're going to get big debt and deficit.
Keep in mind, 4% growth was the number he said.
He promised 4% growth.
No, but there's a number out there, is what I'm saying. There's a number out there. He's nailed his colours to the mast.
Yeah, that's
4% growth is what he has promised for the U.S. economy in terms of growth.
Panel?
Still thinking.
That we shall see.
Christine, Rana, Brexit, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, we want to go to John Berman now for a look at some key Senate races. John, what have you been following?
All right, thanks so much, Allison. The headline here is the Republicans have retained control of the House and the Senate. Let's look at the map right now, or let's look at the chamber right now. Right now, the Republicans have at least 51 seats. That guarantees them a majority. Let's look at this at a race-by-race basis. A lot of interesting ones. Let's start with the one bright spot for the Democrats in Illinois. This was the one flip, at least so far. Representative Tammy Duckworth defeated incumbent Senator Mark Kirk easily. That was it for the Democrats. Marco Rubio, he was elected to a second term, defeating Congressman Patrick Murphy. Rubio, of course, at one point said he was not running for re-election. He changed his mind, kept the seat. Look at Indiana. Representative Tom Young beating former Senator Evan Bayh. When Evan Bayh announced he was getting in this race, Democrats thought, hey, this one's for us. He turned out to be a flawed candidate. That goes to the Republicans. Moving on, our next state, Missouri, very interesting as well here as well. Incumbent Senator Roy Blunt barely defeating the Democratic Secretary of State, Jason Cantor. This was interesting because Donald Trump clearly pulled Roy Blunt over the finish line. This is one where Donald Trump had coattails. In Nevada, this was a Democratic hold. Catherine Cortez Masto defeated Congressman Joe Heck. This is Harry Reid's seat. Harry Reid's the one Democrat in the country who had a good night last night. He won the state of Nevada for Hillary Clinton, and he really helped win this Senate seat for Cortez Masto. In New Hampshire, this race right now is too close to call. The incumbent Republican Kelly Ayotte with a narrow lead right now. They are still counting votes there with 95% counted, as they are in the presidential race. But Ayotte has a 1,500 vote margin. The next state we have here on this list, let's move the slate. North Carolina right now, Richard Burr defeated Deborah Ross. Again, Richard Burr would have been in trouble perhaps had Hillary Clinton done better in that state. Not the case. Pennsylvania, the same thing. Incumbent Republican Pat Toomey won a second term. He defeated Katie McGinty, 48.9% to 42%. And in Wisconsin, the incumbent Ron Johnson defeated the former Senator Russ Feingold. A lot of those states, you can see Donald Trump's victories made a big, big difference. Allison?
All right, John, thank you for all of that. So Donald Trump's stunning upset, making Hillary Clinton's blue wall crumble. How did he pull it off, and how did the pollsters get it so wrong? We look at all of that next.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Donald J. Trump, President-elect of the United States. Let's discuss this historic upset with historians. Douglas Brinkley, CNN presidential historian, and Julian Zelizer, a historian and professor at Princeton University. Gentlemen, this is uncharted territory. The man or woman, but usually the man, who forwards the agenda of stoking hate, of what people would call demagoguery, sometimes raises, but does not elevate all the way. He did this time. What does it mean?
I think he promoted fear. You know, we always talk about Franklin Roosevelt, we have nothing to fear but fear itself, but he made Americans feel very afraid about ISIS, very afraid about immigrants, very afraid about Muslims, very afraid about even your neighbors. I've always found that problematic. I see it with Joe McCarthy, and you did McCarthyism, but you had Eisenhower to kind of taper out McCarthyism. Here you have some of those qualities in Donald Trump. He's a nativist candidate. We've had anti-immigration candidates before. There was a know-nothing party in the 19th century, but now he's president. Can he not be that way? Can he be a uniter like he did? And I thought his quite eloquent victory speech tonight.
We know what would have been historic about Hillary Clinton's win. What's so historic about Donald Trump's?
Well, obviously, you have someone who comes with no experience in politics and is now the president of the United States.
And that's never happened before.
Well, we've had Dwight Eisenhower, for example, but he had a lot of military experience, and he had some role, and even Hoover also had a role in government, so that's different. You also have, as you just said, someone who played to the fringe elements of American society, to the anger, to the hatred, but made it the mainstream message of a party. And now he is the president of the United States. I'm more skeptical about the kind of transition that he's going to make. He now has united government. That's the third important part of what's just happened. We're not talking about that.
Well, but you are using the historical definition of united government, which is the Senate and House will have the same party designation, but they ain't united, Douglas. He's got to figure out how to get his own back into his tent. He ran as much against them as he did against Hillary Clinton.
And it's a divided population still. This is 2000 Bush versus Gore redone. This is John Kerry versus Bush, meaning it's still pretty tight in there. But I think it's going to be interesting to see who's the new Trump cabinet. I think Newt Gingrich has been a cultural survivor. In 1994, the contract with America.
You think he'll be in the cabinet?
I think he may end up.
Rudy Giuliani, Chris Christie?
Giuliani, Homeland Security. Gingrich would have a shot at Secretary of State or Chief of Staff.
How about Chris Christie, given that he has been wounded by the court case, but he's a loyalist to Donald Trump?
Trump likes loyalists. There might be a position for him. I don't know at this point.
Think he gets through confirmation?
I don't think through confirmation, so it might have to be as a White House advisor on domestic policy or on security.
I mean, I would say, though, even with the divisions in the GOP, it's important we don't overstate that from the start. A lot of his views have support in the House Republican caucus, for example, on immigration. This has been an issue. They now have a president to support them. And the Republicans lined up behind Donald Trump. I know there were outliers. I know there were critics. But he got the nomination. Most of them did not totally distance themselves from him. And my guess is the thrill and excitement of united government and the potential could motivate Republicans in Congress to put aside some of their differences.
Well, he made his immigration plan very simple, right? I mean, it was one word for a long time, wall. And most of his own party does not want a wall. Deportation would be an easier sell if he has the money to affect it. So then we saw something that, again, is going to require some historical analysis. He gets there by stoking people's fears and anger, period. He then last night says, no more fear and anger, let's unify. That was unusual. It's very usual to hear someone be conciliatory as president-elect of the United States. But when it is direct contradiction to your campaign message, how does that work?
Well, he contradicts himself a lot, right? Walt Whitman once said, the great American poet, "I am large, I contain multitudes, so what if I contradict myself?" It's kind of an American characteristic. We've talked about him being a Buffalo Bill or P.T. Barnum, but also we like improvisation in America, and Twitter is on the spot. All the things he did, there's kind of an American character in many ways, Donald Trump. So, look, he won. Hillary Clinton, it's not been talked about because we're all good sports. She didn't run a great campaign. She never got rid of the email problem. She had a kind of Walter Mondale syndrome or something to her. It was amazing. History will mark that we had the first woman to get the nomination of a major party. Big deal. But I don't think there are going to be great write-ups coming in that she ran a kind of campaign, even though she won all 3 debates. That's what's amazing. The debates seem less
She
important.
won 3 debates, according to whom?
According to a lot of people, though. I think
Right, but I'm saying maybe not the people,
got everything
maybe
wrong.
not the people who elected Trump.
Good point.
And so in terms of unity,
Yeah.
what does history teach us, even in other countries, about after all of the toxicity, can there be unity? What's the path to that?
I'm always skeptical. It doesn't last long. You can think of 9/11, for example, when we had this national crisis, and there was a moment of unity. But
Even
it broke-
international unity at that time.
But it broke down quickly, and the partisan divide is so deep that issues like airport security became points of partisan contention months after this horrific attack. And with elections, they don't heal. Many Democrats will wake up, they're waking up, they're angry, they're ready to try to win the White House in the next election. And Republicans are going to double down. I don't think they are going to calm down on the tension.
More than anything else, the Democrats are afraid. And that's something that Trump can use to create progress.
All right, gentlemen.
Barack Obama, I think, has an opportunity, the president, to kind of bond with Trump in some kind of way this Thursday to move the national
We know that it will be their
narrative
first
forward.
visit
It's
on
going to be
Thursday.
quite a visit.
It sure will. Gentlemen, thank you very much for all of the context. So how did Donald Trump crack that so-called Democratic blue wall? Let's discuss it with the architect of the blue wall.
At least the author.
We have the author, architect, builder. He is our senior analyst, senior editor for The Atlantic, Ron Brownstein. Ron, what are your thoughts this morning?
Well, you know, the blue wall are the 18 states that have voted Democratic in every election since 1992. It's the most states the party had ever won in 6 consecutive elections. But the 3 loosest bricks in the wall historically have been Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And right now, Donald Trump has dislodged them all, although Michigan may go, may go to Hillary Clinton before the night is over. And what's the consistency there? Those are states with a lot of working class white voters. And part of the Democratic challenge in this election was their success in presidential races since 1992 has depended in part on an act of political levitation. They have run slightly better among working class whites in the Midwest than they have anywhere else in the country, even as those voters have moved away from them. And what happened this time was they moved away from them much more sharply than in the past, and they weren't able to sustain that. Donald Trump won white voters without a college degree by a larger margin than Ronald Reagan did against Walter Mondale in 1984. And that is extraordinary. That was a 49-state landslide. The proportions, as your graphic showed, didn't really change that much. You know, it wasn't like there was a surge, at least in the exit polls. I mean, the census may have a different opinion when it tells us who voted. But there wasn't a big change in the composition of the electorate. What there was a big change in preference. And what I think people are going to be talking about perhaps the most in the next couple of days is that not only did Donald Trump win big among blue-collar white men, we kind of expected that, he won white women without a college education by 28 points. The gap between the way non-college white women and college white women voted was bigger than the gap between the way all men and women voted. It exceeded the gender gap. And so you end up with this situation where the geography followed the demography. At the moment, Donald Trump has 3 razor-thin 1-point wins in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin that are the difference. Because if she holds those 3 states, the fact is she won Virginia, Colorado, New Mexico, and Nevada, 4 diverse states that would have put her over the top if the blue wall had held.
So Clinton underperformed. You didn't have a huge surge in turnout. You didn't have a huge drop-off in turnout. You had Trump win a larger percentage of the turnout than expected, which dovetails with her underperforming. And then you have this X factor on top of it. What was the X factor for him?
Well, I think the X factor was the death of to me, it was the death of 1,000 cuts. It was that Donald Trump just did better in all of the small places everywhere. Look at every state map, and you see how few blue counties there are in Wisconsin, in Michigan, even in Minnesota, in Pennsylvania. There are very, very few places. Obama won a broader range of counties in 2012, and Donald Trump was able to either flip them or narrow the Democratic margins. Look at North Carolina. In North Carolina, she did what she wanted to do. You look at Wake and Mecklenburg. That's Raleigh and Charlotte, the two biggest counties. She won them by 100,000 more votes than President Obama won them in 2012. I mean, she pulled together that metropolitan coalition. There, the white-collar white voters kind of consolidated against Donald Trump, but he just overwhelmed her little by little in county by county. And you saw that in the travel schedule, right, Chris? Every week we saw President Obama or Hillary Clinton in Raleigh or Charlotte. We saw Donald Trump in another small place somewhere in rural North Carolina. And this, what I've called the coalition of restoration, of voters who are kind of uneasy with both the economic, cultural, and demographic changes in the country, unified to a greater extent than the competing coalition of transformation. Although it is worth noting that before the evening is over, she may be ahead in the popular vote. We may have an occasion where the Democratic Party will have won the popular vote in 6 of the past 7 presidential elections and will control nothing. Not the presidency, not the House, not the Senate, and not the Supreme Court. That would be an extraordinary kind of a statement about where the narrow divides, but the inefficiencies in the way the Democratic vote is distributed.
Ron, there's still uncertainty at this hour. Not all of the numbers are in from all the states, but let's look at the popular vote.
Yeah, look at this.
Here, look at how close this is. 58 million to, 700,000 basically to 58 million 500. So there's only 150,000 difference.
And when you think that California, Oregon, and Washington are most of what's left, and she's at like 60%, and basically in California, and I believe in the other 2 as well, maybe not Oregon, the odds are reasonably high that she's going to be ahead in the popular vote. And so that would, if that happens, you will have 2 elections since 2000 where we've had a divergence between the Electoral College and the popular vote. The popular vote loser each time a Republican will have won the White House if it happens. It hadn't happened in 100 years before then, and now it's happened twice. And again, it is this kind of anomalous situation where the Democrats have this growing coalition that's been able to win the popular vote at the presidency, but the collapse, the utter collapse, the inability to compete at all in white working class America has cost her narrow losses. By the way, she chose not to really defend Wisconsin or Michigan, didn't really go there very much, didn't spend a lot of money, $6 million, put a lot of money into Ohio, North Carolina, and Florida, lost all 3.
Wow. Ron, thank you for all of the context this morning and all along the way.
Yeah.
We appreciate it. All right, we have a new president-elect this morning, so let's get to our complete coverage.
This is CNN Breaking News.
We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. You are watching New Day, and we have some stunning news for you if you are just waking up. Donald Trump will head from Fifth Avenue to Pennsylvania Avenue. He is now President-elect of the United States. President Obama called Donald Trump to congratulate him. The two plan to meet this Thursday. Trump defeating Hillary Clinton. Trump talked about unifying a divided nation last night.
I've just received a call from Secretary Clinton. She congratulated us, it's about us, on our victory. And I congratulated her and her family on a very, very hard-fought campaign. I mean, she fought very hard.
Hillary Clinton is expected to speak later this morning. As you heard, she did call Donald Trump to concede. Trump right now, 289 electoral votes. We still have 3 states just too close to call. Republicans are going to keep control of the Senate and the House of Representatives. The markets, very different reaction. Volatility is the enemy of the market. This was expected to happen if Trump won, but not to this degree. However, we're following the futures, and they went very deep. They're turning around.
We have the best political team in the business covering it all for you. So let's begin with John Berman, who's going to break down all of the numbers. John.
All right.
Hey, yeah.
JB,
John, hold on a second.
JB, they're going to fix your mic, and we'll get him right back. You're looking at the map there. We're going to explain it. Do we have John's mic?
There's a lot of red on that map, as you can see. States that people were the blue wall that Hillary Clinton was expected to carry there up along the northern tier did not happen. You can see the yellow. Those are the states that are still too close for us to call.
Well, and that's the Rust Belt also. Minnesota, we haven't seen since Mondale. Mondale, all he won was Minnesota. Now it's too close to call. Maybe Trump got it. Michigan, let's get back to John Berman right now. Take us through those different colors and their significance.
All right, as you said, 289 electoral votes. That's for Donald Trump. Right now, the key, I should say, we still have 3 states yet to call. Let's take a look right now. Donald Trump ahead by 15,000 votes in Michigan. In Minnesota, I think Hillary Clinton is ever so slightly ahead, 41,000 votes there. And in New Hampshire, this one has been razor thin. Donald Trump with a 307 vote lead. Wow. All right. The headline, though, as you said, the so-called blue wall crumbling. Donald Trump winning states including Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. No Republican has won Pennsylvania since 1988. No Republican has won Wisconsin since 1984. Hillary Clinton didn't even go to Wisconsin after the convention. She thought she had it in the bag. Now, one other big surprise in this sort of sea of surprises overnight, Donald Trump had coattails in Congress. Republicans will keep control of the Senate. You can see here they have at least 51 seats in the Senate. They don't need Mike Pence to break any tie. They have a clear majority. And in the House of Representatives, once again, the Republicans do have the majority there as well, at least 235 seats. Wow, this has changed. Democrats pick up at least 6 seats. That number has actually gone down. Now, you could look at this and say Democrats picked up 6 seats. That's good for them. They hoped, as of a few weeks ago, they would get much, much more. That did not happen. Donald Trump swept Republicans into office, including some, Allison, that didn't support him. Guys?
Thanks so much for all of that, John.
All right, so Trump, as president-elect, addressed the nation for the first time, and I'll tell you, he said things that we've never heard him say before. It was just after 3 in the morning, but the moment may have changed the man, at least for a moment. He congratulated Hillary Clinton. He was conciliatory. He said she fought hard. He said the time for disunity or division is over. It's time to come together. Here's a sample.
I've just received a call from Secretary Clinton. She congratulated us, it's about us, on our victory. And I congratulated her and her family on a very, very hard-fought campaign. I mean, she fought very hard. Hillary has worked very long and very hard over a long period of time, and we owe her a major debt of gratitude for her service to our country. I mean that very sincerely. Now it's time for America to bind the wounds of division. Have to get together. To all Republicans and Democrats and independents across this nation, I say it is time for us to come together as one united people. It's time. I pledge to every citizen of our land that I will be president for all Americans, and this is so important to me. For those who have chosen not to support me in the past, of which there were a few people, I'm reaching out to you for your guidance and your help so that we can work together and unify our great country.
Okay, CNN's Sarah Murray is live at Trump Tower in New York with what's next for the president-elect. What's the scene there, Sarah?
Well, good morning. Look, Donald Trump promised a political revolution, and in the wee hours of this morning, he certainly delivered on it. Now it's early, so there's not a ton of activity. We saw Donald Trump's aides in a very celebratory mood last night. And part of the reason we know so little about what's going to happen next, in addition to the fact that obviously the public polls show Donald Trump trailing, is that Trump himself did not want to plan beyond Election Day. He wanted to focus on the task at hand, focus on winning this election. election before he delved into the details of what it would be like to transition to power, what it would be like to plan his administration. Now, we do know that the full transition plans were delivered to Trump Tower yesterday evening, so we're expected that they're going to begin looking at those basically first thing today. And we're also expecting that later this week we're going to see some kind of meeting between Donald Trump and President Barack Obama. Obviously, they've exchanged a lot of harsh words on the campaign trail, but, you know, there has always been a peaceful transition of power. We have a history of that. And so we're sort of expecting to see the two of them work together in these coming months as Donald Trump goes through his transition and prepares for his inauguration, Allison.
All right, Sarah, appreciate it. So in just a few hours, there's another big piece of moving forward that is required, and that is Hillary Clinton's concession speech. She did concede on the phone to Donald Trump in the early morning hours, but we are expecting to actually hear from her in person later this morning. CNN's Jeff Zeleny joins us with more. Jeff.
Good morning, Chris. Hillary Clinton is scheduled, as you said, to give her formal concession speech later this morning after that brief overnight phone call to Donald Trump. Now, thousands of her supporters were shell-shocked early this morning as they left the Javits Center here in Manhattan at what her campaign planned to be a victory party last night that turned into anything but. Now, she decided against giving a concession speech last night as the votes came in, hoping her blue wall across Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania would save her candidacy. When that didn't happen, it was after 2 o'clock in the morning, and aides said she wanted to give a more thoughtful speech. So her campaign chairman, John Podesta, came out to address supporters, saying she would wait until all the votes were counted. But it quickly became clear that wasn't enough. So she conceded in that brief phone call to Donald Trump. Her campaign simply did not see this coming. This is a repudiation of her and her biggest partner on the campaign trail, President Obama. But I am told her speech later this morning will be focused on trying to heal this country. Her advisor said it was not a time for finger-pointing. But you can bet that's exactly what will happen inside the Democratic Party going forward.
Oh, my gosh, Jeff, so much soul-searching this morning by so many people. Let's break down this historic moment. With our panel, we have David Gregory, Jackie Kucinich, John Avlon, and John Berman. David, for people who are just waking up this morning, who may have gone to sleep last night before all of this broke, what happened? How did we get here?
Surprise, surprise, surprise. I mean, this was a political earthquake. And I think, as we've said before, Donald Trump did last night and on Election Day something he's done throughout this political process. He confounded and stunned everyone. He had an understanding of the voters that the political class, Republican and Democrat, the media, and the establishment did not have, and connected along class lines to really give voice to those who felt left out from the economy and from our political system. He said it in his acceptance speech, for those who have been forgotten, you will be forgotten no more. And now he faces a big test. He's now got to deliver a lot of expectations. Talk about Hillary Clinton going to speak. He said his opponent should be put in jail, that he'd go after her, that he may not accept the election results. He didn't abide by the rule of law when Jim Comey said that there was nothing to investigate finally about the email server. There's a lot of fear among the opposition to Trump that now he's going to have to deal with.
Well, look, last night, full disclosure, David and I spent a large part of the evening together watching these returns, and we kept looking at the map and saying, well, doesn't she have to win something at some point? Doesn't something have to go her way? And so many of the races were so close that at this moment, CNN still hasn't called 3 different races. We'll put them up on the screen and we'll tell you why. You have Michigan, Minnesota, and New Hampshire, okay? In Michigan, it's a 0.3 differential right now. In Minnesota, it's a 1-point differential, and in New Hampshire, it's a 0.1 differential. They are so close that, again, we're not going to call them until we get more certitude. John Berman, does it matter? If all 3 of them were to break for Hillary Clinton, does the race change?
No. I mean, Donald Trump still has 289 electoral votes. That's enough to win. If they all break Trump's way, it gives him more than 300 electoral votes, and then you start to say, well, this looks a little bit like a mandate. This looks a little bit like the size of victory.
Even though the popular vote may be split or
that's
may
a very good point, because the popular vote may go toward Hillary Clinton right now. But in this country, we go by the Electoral College, and the Electoral College, you know, similarities between his win and Barack Obama's win, especially in 2012, will be great.
John, last night, Hillary Clinton did not come to the podium. John Podesta came. She is still processing, obviously, what happened and who could blame her. So many people are still processing and trying to figure out. So many Democrats are despondent this morning. The pundits and the pollsters did not prepare them for this. What went so wrong?
Well, I mean, that's the forensic that's going to need to be done, because it wasn't just the Clinton campaign's modeling. The Republican Party wasn't so confident going into this. And clearly assumptions were made that fell away. We always say the only poll that counts is on Election Day, and we always caveat by saying it's a cliche, but it's a cliche because it's true. Yesterday was the day that proved that point. The fact that right now it's a jump ball in Minnesota. Minnesota was never supposed to be in play using any historical standards.
Even Mondale won it.
Well, yeah, because he's from Minnesota. Wisconsin hadn't been won by a Republican since Reagan in '84. So you have this fundamental shift in the math. And then there's the question about the modeling. The fact that the Hispanic vote seems to be around where Mitt Romney was 4 years ago, despite Donald Trump's policies.
So it did not go up. So just to be clear on that, the Hispanic vote that Hillary Clinton was hinging much of what would be her success, she thought, it did not rise from.
Well, no, non-white vote in the United States did go up. More non-whites voted, including Hispanics. The problem is Hillary Clinton didn't win more.
Right. That's the point.
Some of them voted for Donald Trump.
Some of them voted for Donald Trump.
It's not the size of the pie, it's the size of the slices.
But a larger chunk of that demo voted for Donald Trump than anybody expected.
You go ahead.
And I was just going to say, one of the things that struck me about last night, to your point, that no one prepared people for this. I was at the Hillary rally last night, and long after you'd think people would have left. In Romney in 2012, everyone was kind of gone, and it was just sort of sad and imbibed. Last night, it was just people were huddled around televisions and still in that arena until the very end, waiting for some sign that this was not happening.
Well, it's part of his
that
challenge
unexpected.
now. Part of his challenge. David used the word first, I believe. Fear. People are afraid on the Democratic side. I'm not making a joke when I reference the Bronx Tale and say, is it better to be loved or be feared in politics, as on the streets of the Bronx? It's probably better to be feared. It's going to motivate action by the Democrats, but it also motivates a challenge for Donald Trump. How does he go from where he was in this entire campaign to where he was at 3 o'clock this morning, where he says, no more division. I'm here for everybody. That message did not get him to the White House.
Right.
How does he deliver for the people who put him there, who want to drain the swamp and see angry action taken against Muslims and others with this idea of working with Democrats and being one people?
And by the way, politics is nasty. It ain't beanbag. That's different than talking about building a wall, banning Muslims, talking the way he talked about women in this campaign. So there is real fear and loathing that cannot be bridged with him saying, I really want to be the president of everybody.
His followers this morning are not saying, yay, we can't wait to work together. They're saying, you're on the list.
And they have very high expectations for what he's supposed to be able to do. Now, one thing that was interesting was the note he sounded when he accepted. What's one of the first things he talked about? A big surge in infrastructure spending, which a lot of Democrats would agree with. Is that a sign of how he'll prioritize? We don't yet know.
And that's something, whoever was president, that was one area where there might be bipartisan cooperation. President Obama proposed it, a public-private infrastructure bank, and Republicans opposed it. But maybe there is a chance. He is going to need to show that the talk of national unity is more than just talk because of the way he campaigned. But there's also a responsibility on the Democratic side of the aisle. There's a lot of talk about how our country is strong, how we're resilient. We are. Our democracy is strong. Our country is resilient. And we're going to need to show that. And it's going to be difficult to heal the wounds of this campaign because of the rhetoric, because of the divisiveness of a lot of the policies that were put forward. He's going to need to lead, but other folks are going to need to take responsibility for trying to help heal and reinforce our civic institutions.
And that'll be a challenge for Democrats, because in the morning they may discuss infrastructure spending, but in the afternoon it's going to be repealing Obamacare. In the afternoon it's going to be putting a Supreme Court justice in there that's not Merrick Garland, who's been sitting around waiting to be confirmed or even have hearings for 8 months.
It's going to be possibly, how do you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants?
So he backed off from that.
Well, maybe yes, maybe no.
But I still think he's going to be held to account for it.
He will. And look, we all have a job to do to hold every president to account, including this new president-elect. What's the relationship going to be like with President Putin?
Putin congratulated him quickly. Said he's excited about this.
I'm sure Putin
Everything's been going Putin's way since Brexit. If you believe in a weaker NATO, if you believe in sort of a reaction against globalization, and these are the larger frame of our global debate isn't just domestic, of course. There are challenges to democracy, liberal capitalist democracy.
Right.
And
globalization.
And globalization.
Yeah.
And that's what this taps into.
And we knew all along, in a radical change year, he was radical change, she was the ultimate insider. Few believed that would actually prevail. Outcome is pretty much as simple as that.
It prevailed. Panel, thank you very much. Coming up on New Day, we want to let you know that Trump's campaign manager, Kellyanne Conway, is going to join us live with her reaction, and the campaign's reaction should be in the 8 o'clock hour. Stay tuned for that.
So there's so much going on. There's so many numbers and different points of analysis. Can we simplify it a little bit and look at, well, here's what it was. Here's where we are as a people now, and here's how we got here. I say yes. We're going to break down how we got here next.
We'll give it a shot.
This is CNN Breaking News.
The American people have spoken. Donald Trump will be the 45th president of the United States. Let's take a look at exactly who made this happen last night. Christine Romans, history in action. What did we see in the exits?
You know, there were some assumptions that were just shattered last night. The assumption was Donald Trump's base was white men and Hillary Clinton would do better with women and minorities, but there were some surprises when it comes to race and gender. Perhaps the biggest, Trump did better with blacks and Latinos than Mitt Romney did 4 years ago. Now, Clinton won both of those groups, but not by an Obama margin, not by enough. Nationwide, 12% of the electorate is African American. Clinton won 88% of that group, Trump with 8%. And while that's a huge margin for Clinton, it was 5 points less than President Obama's in 2012. Now, Trump narrowed the Democrats' edge with Latinos as well. 65% breaking for Clinton, 29% for Trump. President Obama did 8 percentage points better than that in 2012. Trump also did well with these groups in battleground states. Let's look at Florida. Almost 20% of the electorate there tell us they are Latino. Trump garnering 34% of that vote, 34% of that vote. Part of the reason why he won Florida, 63% of that group breaking for Clinton. But that wasn't enough. Moving to Michigan, again, Trump winning over groups that were thought to be solidly Clinton. Looking here at education and race, 33% say they are white college grads. That group broke for Trump. So did the 42% of whites who said they do not have a college degree. The only group by education that Clinton won overall in that state, people with an advanced degree. 61% for Clinton, 34% for Trump. Finally, looking at the age breakdown in Ohio, this was very close to what the electorate looked like nationwide. But in Ohio, Trump took every age group except those 18 to 29. That was a major inroad for Trump in Ohio, same as in Pennsylvania. Allison.
All right, thanks so much for setting all of that up. We want to bring back our panel. We have John Avlon, David Gregory, Jackie Kucinich, and John Berman. So those were some shocking revelations that we just heard there. Is it correct, just in case anybody missed it, Donald Trump did better with blacks and Latinos than anyone saw coming? John.
That seems to absolutely be the case. And it's fascinating because it begs the question, given his policies and his rhetoric, particularly around immigration and illegal immigration, his comments in his opening day speech, as it were, about many Mexicans being rapists and some of them being good people, I imagine. How did he perform better than Mitt Romney with the Hispanic community? That is a fascinating question because it seems to defy logic on the surface.
I think part of it is at this point, you look back and realize what a compelling candidate Barack Obama was in 2008 and 2012 for the minority community. And while Hillary Clinton did well with them, she could not rebuild the Obama coalition. And when she fell short on the Obama coalition and barely competed for white working class voters or white non-college voters there, that's where you run into big
So two observations. One, with President-elect Trump and what this will mean for the cultural norms, I do not know that the word dolce on a coffee cup is going to be okay anymore. That's one thing for you to think about, Avalon, too.
Wow.
We expected that the pie would be bigger or the pie would be smaller. What was not anticipated is that the pie would stay about the same size, but his slice of it would be much bigger than expected. But that was the reality.
Well, and particularly among working class white voters, men and women. That class divide among non-college educated whites was bigger than the gender gap in her direction.
She underperformed and he overperformed as a result.
I mean, it's extraordinary. And I don't understand the numbers among Hispanics in particular, because as I talked to some of the best, Latino pollsters in the country, what they talked about is it being very important, the sentiment toward immigrants, not just your position on immigration reform, but your general mindset toward immigrants, which would include immigrants coming from Syria or elsewhere in the Middle East, as well as those.
Isn't there a conservative strain of the Hispanic vote that maybe we overlooked?
Yes,
I mean. But the tone, I mean, when going back to, what Republicans were going to fix after 2012, they talked about talking to Hispanics and being a lot more inclusive with their language. This didn't happen here, and it didn't seem to matter.
Well, because they succeeded, and it's not they, it's he. Donald Trump, president-elect, succeeded in overperforming with a reducing part of the electorate.
Also kids, by the way, younger voters, millennial voters. Again, Hillary Clinton won them, but not by enough. Every part of the Obama coalition, she did well, but not well enough. She couldn't build it big enough.
Which answers the question, can Obama transfer the Obama coalition?
He has elected no one but himself. In 2008 and 2012. Failed at the midterms and now failed at this.
Well, and look, we have been in a cycle where Democrats begin with an advantage in general elections and Republicans have been doing very well in midterm elections. This seems to have been a wave election, maybe not by total electoral numbers, but in terms of the House and the Senate that is in place right now. Younger voters that Hillary Clinton won, not by the numbers sufficient, but also the third-party candidates did fairly well, particularly with younger voters. Now, it's far from clear that that was dispositive. As in Florida in 2000, when Ralph Nader won 98,000 votes and Bush won by 537. But that's an impact as well. But however it was, the modeling, the assumptions about Latino registration and turnout did not work, and he outperformed in other areas. She was not strong enough to win in Arizona, but she lost the Rust Belt.
Here's another interesting data point that Chris and I find very interesting. I don't know if we have it to pull up, but it's when did people decide? The exit polls showed that people decided, the people who voted for Trump and for Hillary, decided much earlier than we thought. 60% decided before September, before the Access Hollywood tape, before the Comey letters, the ping-ponging back and forth with Comey letters. They made their decisions a long time ago and stuck with them.
Look, we do talk about this in terms of by the time you get to the debates, which we think are big movers, that the electorate has settled in. And again, I think Hillary Clinton is such a known commodity in politics, so people were able to render a judgment about her and her being the ultimate insider.
But I'm going to take the under on this one because if 8% decided in the last week, which I think is what that number says also,
in the last few days,
that's enough to sway it, right? I mean, let's not mistake it. I mean, these margins in some of these states are very, very close, and if these people just decided last week, that can put it over the top. The 60% doesn't really surprise me because then you're dealing within the margins of party partisanship.
But the other factor is that a large part of the Obama coalition, of course, was the animating factor of being the first African-American president. And there was an assumption that that would translate to the possible first female president. And it does not seem to have done so, especially after the Access Hollywood tapes. That seemed pretty rational as well, that Republican women, independent women, their support would erode for Donald Trump. That doesn't seem
and
to
the
happen.
Historic nature of her candidacy.
Yes.
I think we have to have a conversation about gender in this country, and that overcoming racism seems to be more important than overcoming sexism in this country.
We do need to talk more about that, panel. Thank you very much. Global markets down sharply after Donald Trump's win. So how will the U.S. markets be impacted today? How's the rest of the world reacting? We discuss all of that next.
This is CNN Breaking News.
We do have some breaking news for you right now. Global markets are down sharply, reacting to the news of Donald Trump's victory. So Christine Romans joins us with more. What are you seeing, Christine?
Well, I'm seeing a big sell-off around the world. It's not as bad as it was a few hours ago, but clearly a big sell-off. If you look at Dow futures right now, we're still expecting what will be a sell-off at the opening bell. 415 points. Had been a lot more than that, but 415 points, more than 2%, that's significant pain in your 401k. When you look at what happened, as it became clear that Donald Trump was going to secure the presidency, rather, you saw just fall off a cliff. The Dow futures, they were down 600 points or so. And then this is right around the time of what many people think was kind of a calm and conciliatory speech that he gave, where he talked about healing the wounds that bind us, binding the wounds that divide us. That's what he said. And you saw the markets come back a little bit. Real tough night in Asia. 900 points on the Nikkei. There were emergency meetings of financial stability boards and the like in these governments around the world. Look at London, Paris, Frankfurt. They're all down. Not as bad as they could have been. This is a flight to safety. This is a scaredy cat move running right into gold. This is the Mexican peso. There's going to be a press conference later today with the Mexican Central Bank and the finance minister. Big concerns about what a Trump presidency would mean for the Mexican economy, building a wall, immigration issues, NAFTA, and the like. This is what we expected. We expected there'd be a sell-off. It's exactly as you've seen. Can't predict what will happen later today. But a lot of people had said Wall Street, global investors, they wanted Hillary Clinton. They didn't get it. Here you go.
Let's discuss. We have CNN senior legal analyst Jeffrey Toobin. We'll be talking to you about the Supreme Court. CNN global economic analyst Rana Foroohar and host of Quest Means Business, Richard Quest. So we're talking about business. Let's stick with it for a moment. We expected the markets to react negatively to the volatility, the unknown of Donald Trump. The next layer is, well, what do we hear from other leaders in terms of the curative power of this being accepted by our friends abroad? Dr. Quest, what do you see?
Oh, they haven't wasted much time. Okay, I've never read a more tepid set of congratulatory messages. The president of France basically says, I have congratulated Mr. Trump as is usual in this situation. This result leads to uncertainty. I urge vigilance because of statements made by Donald Trump. The foreign minister of Iran says, whoever is the president of the US needs to understand the realities of our region and have a realistic approach. Angela Merkel in Germany says that the relationship between Germany and US is on the basis of respect of people's dignity, regardless of race and religion. And on the basis of these values, I'll work with Donald Trump. The only person celebrating, perhaps, Theresa May, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Why? Because Donald Trump said Britain would go to the front of the queue, the front of the line, when it comes to negotiating a new trade agreement.
Why are you skipping Putin's celebratory statement? I have it right here. Russia is ready and wants to restore the fully fledged relations with the U.S. I repeat, we understand this will be difficult, but we are ready to play our part. He's open to a new era.
Could argue they already have played their part.
Yeah,
With the hacking. So, all right, so this is a little odd to have other countries in the world talking to the U.S. about being careful to respect rights and freedoms abroad. Usually that message is going the other way, but that's the reality. So you have the community with their response. What does that mean in terms of threading through economic impact?
Well, what I hear in all these messages is, pretty please, let's not start a trade war. Let's not have a global tariff war that ends up tipping the entire world and the U.S. into recession at a time when global growth is already pretty tepid. That, of course, was part of the election story here in the U.S. You know, a lot of economic anxiety, but also a sense that the economy is rigged. And that's something that people feel globally. I mean, that was a big part of Brexit. That's part of the rise of populism in Europe. That's part of nationalism in Asia. You're going to see those feelings of fear and loathing and that kind of protectionist sentiment rise.
How long are we going to feel that fear and loathing?
I mean, it could be weeks, it could be months. We need to know what kind of President Trump is going to be. I already have a long list of questions. What happens to Janet Yellen? Does the Fed raise interest rates? Iran sanctions. He's been very critical of Iran. Will he build the wall? How will he get rid of Obamacare? Taxes. Will he be able to cut your taxes? And if he does, oh my goodness, how are we going to explode the deficit? You know, there are a lot of real issues here. Campaign promises and statements, some of them have been contradictory. What kind of president will he be? Until Wall Street knows, until investors know, there will not be certainty for building factories, for hiring new people, for expanding, for global trade.
I think the one thing we will see certainty on, though, is I don't think we're going to see a rate hike this year. I don't think the Fed is going to raise rates because in this environment, it's just too fragile.
And it's important to remember that the U.S. is the fastest growing of all the developed nations. It is still the engine. We can still talk about China and how fast but it's slowed down, and the outlook for China is weak and getting worse.
Right.
The U.S. is still the motor engine that everybody else is looking to. Now, it's not going to fail or collapse, but will it sputter as these changes take effect? That's the concern.
All right, well, hold on one second. We'll keep talking about business, but I want to bring in Jeffrey Toobin and talk about another huge aspect of this election, which may have brought a lot of Republicans home for Donald Trump, the Supreme Court. What does this race mean?
Well, I think, you know, we owe President-elect Trump the courtesy of believing what he says. And I think he means that he is going to appoint conservatives to the Supreme Court. That means limitations on gay rights. That means an end to affirmative action. It means less rights for immigrants, easier deportations. This is what he ran on. It means a criminal prosecution of Hillary Clinton. And I think all these things are going to happen because this is the core of what
You think he's going to go after Hillary Clinton? I think that's a long shot.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Why would he do that?
Because did you listen to any of his rallies?
I listened to all of them.
What did they chant?
I listened to all of them. But did you listen to him this morning at 3 o'clock? Did he say the word rig? Did he say the word us versus them? Did he say wall? He was conciliatory and congratulatory to Clinton.
So that one speech is going to cancel out the entire campaign?
Well, you just said we got to take him at his word.
But which word?
But he didn't say which
the most recent one. He's a president now.
The most recent one.
He didn't repudiate. I mean, his supporters were made promises.
You make a good point.
And Chris, who was he going to appoint Attorney General? Rudolph Giuliani, who has been the leader of the group saying that Hillary Clinton is a criminal. Half of his speeches have been about the crimes of Hillary Clinton are worse than Watergate. What is he just supposed to pretend he never said that?
So, Jeffrey, you think that he will have 3 cracks at the Supreme Court?
Well, I don't know. I mean, look, the Democrats will try to hang on. I mean, he has one vacancy for sure because, I mean, one of the genius political moves of all time was Mitch McConnell saying to Barack Obama, we're not going to even take a vote on your nominee. So he kept that seat empty. That seat will obviously be filled by Trump. 83-year-old Ruth Bader Ginsburg, 80-year-old Anthony Kennedy, 78-year-old Stephen Breyer. You never know how long they're going to serve, and presumably Ginsburg and Breyer will try to last throughout Trump's term. But, 83 is 83. She's had a lot of health problems. Yeah. I mean, I just think, this is what he ran on, and this is what he's going to deliver on.
Yes. Panel, thank you for all of that. We want to look now at these Senate races. There's still a lot of uncertainty. Let's get to John Berman, who's helping us with all of the numbers. What do you see, John?
Well, Allison, thanks so much. There is certainty in this. Republicans have maintained control of both the House and Senate. Let's look at the map right now, or look at the chambers, I should say. The Republicans have 51 Senate seats at least. The Democrats 47. That guarantees a Republican majority. Let's take a quick rundown of some of the key races here. Illinois was the one bright spot for Democrats. Tammy Duckworth, unseated Senator Mark Kirk. That race wasn't even close, but that was the one flip all night long. In Florida, Marco Rubio won re-election there. Remember, at one point he said he wasn't even running, but after he lost the race for president, he jumped back into the Senate race. In Indiana, Republican Todd Young, congressman, beat former Senator Evan Bayh. At one point, Democrat thought when Bayh got in the race, he'd be a sure thing. Turned out to have some real problems as a candidate. Flip side for the Republicans in Missouri. Roy Blunt, an incumbent there, he was a troubled candidate, but he was swept into office on the Trump wave, defeating the Secretary of State, Jason Kander, a strong 35-year-old candidate who Democrats still think has a bright future there. In Nevada, Harry Reid's Senate seat remains in Democratic hands. Catherine Cortez Masto defeated Congressman Joe Heck there. Harry Reid did have a big night. He won Nevada for Hillary Clinton and was able to help maintain control of his Senate seat in that state. New Hampshire, this is still too close to call right now. The incumbent Kelly Ayotte, 1,500 votes ahead, but just like we can't call the presidential race there, so too the Senate race too close to call. In North Carolina, this was thought to be a Republican seat in jeopardy. Did not turn out to be the case. Richard Burr, the incumbent there, defeated Deborah Ross. Again, Donald Trump probably helped him a little bit in that state. And in Pennsylvania, Pat Toomey won re-election there, defeating Katie McGinty. This one was very close. Had Hillary Clinton performed better in that state, perhaps you would have seen a different result. Also, I should say, in Wisconsin, Ron Johnson, the incumbent there, beat former Senator Russ Feingold. Chris?
All right, JB, thank you. Got 2 big updates for you. Guess who just tweeted? President-elect Trump. What did he say? Right after this message. And we also heard from the Vatican.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Donald J. Trump will be the 45th president of the United States. The president-elect just sent his first tweet after his victory. Some had speculated, will he tweet as president? Yep. And here's what he said. Such a beautiful and important evening. The forgotten man and woman will never be forgotten again. We will all come together as never before. Stark contrast to the message that propelled him to the presidency of the United States. Let's bring in one of his earliest supporters in Congress, Congressman Chris Collins of New York. He was the first member to endorse Donald Trump. But the big headline Collins wins in Western New York. How do you feel? And congratulations.
Oh, Chris, I just feel great. And yes, I'm very honored to be going back to Congress for 2 more years. I have a great district and constituency, but last night was all about watching the results. And, you know, I've had this feeling for 8 months, as you know. And I will say that he did as well or better than I thought that he might have going into the night. I think we would have taken 270.
Yeah.
And so when he started to pick off, looked really strong, not only in Ohio but Florida, but then Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. I mean, it was an oh my God moment. And then to know that we locked down the Senate. I know it had to be a terrible night for Nancy Pelosi, Harry Reid, President Obama, to basically get wiped out. But I think it tells you the mood of the country, how this country is angry at the government. They are not satisfied with where their own lives sit, whether it's job opportunities or wages. So quite a night, and I want to thank Americans for trusting Donald Trump, and I can just assure them they will not be disappointed. They will be proud to call Mr. Trump their president as they get to know him as well as I do.
Let's talk about that, Congressman, because it's not just Nancy Pelosi and President Obama and Hillary Clinton who are obviously having a very soul-searching morning. There are so many Democrats that we've already heard from in just these past 8 hours who are saying, how could this happen? They feel despondent this morning. They feel panic-stricken. Donald Trump did not run on unity. So how does he work his way around now to the unity that you're talking about?
What I'll say is, you know, the Democrats have no one to blame but themselves. I mean, on the congressional floor, I've called it the arrogance and smugness. They just knew that Donald Trump couldn't win, or so they thought, and you know, they just had this arrogance about themselves, and it's amazing how that comes back. But really, what Donald Trump did, I mean, he won across the United States. He did not win the urban centers. He did not win the minority vote. It's that simple. I don't think he cares if he ever gets the Hollywood elitists. In fact, I suspect he doesn't want them to come on board. But he has pledged all along he's going to work to rebuild our cities, make them safer, get jobs back, deal with the education system. So he really lost the minorities.
Well, but there was also 50% of the popular vote that didn't vote for him.
Right now, he's down in the popular vote. We still have some crunching to do with numbers, you know, how inefficient the process is. But you've got at least half the country, so it's not just about the elites. He's got half the country that has to be part of this tapestry, and he started the right way this morning. In fact, better than you, Collins. You know, he started by saying he was conciliatory to Clinton. He was saying we'll be together like never before. But how does he sell that to his followers, the ones who are on social media right now saying, let's drain the swamp, and, you know, you're on the list and you're on the list? They don't want conciliation. They don't want unity. They want to see rights wronged. What do you say to those people?
No, this is going to be issue-based, you know, build the wall, do what we have to do to get our jobs back. But he is going to address the urban centers. That's where he lost, the urban centers. And in particular, I mean, we know the African Americans didn't support him hardly at all, the Hispanics. But when he takes positive steps in the cities relative to crime, jobs, and education, they're going to come to understand, probably even more so than if Hillary were elected, he cares deeply about our urban centers, which have been under attack. The crime is rampant. Just imagine what goes on in Chicago every day. So as he does address those as a priority, he will win back the backing of those individuals who just didn't trust that he cared about them. And I think some of the college-educated women that were put off by some comments, they're going to get to know the real Donald Trump. And while you know, you can't take back something you may have said 20 years ago. It's actions that speak louder than words, and they'll find out that Mr. Trump is, President Trump, respectful and considerate, and I think they will look beyond some of those comments that surfaced, and they will be proud to say he is their president.
So, Congressman, he's made a lot of promises on the campaign trail. What do you think will be first in terms of, will he build the wall? Will he talk about tackling, as you say, crime in Chicago? What about ISIS? What do you think his top priority will be?
Oh, all of our top priority is to repeal Obamacare in the first 100 days. We already have the outline of a replacement plan. We've had it for a long time. Now, Mr. Trump will need to weigh in, but we've already had the replacement plan on the shelf. The voters don't need to worry about their 25-year-old or younger staying on their policies or pre-existing conditions. We've dealt with those. But I believe, number one, repeal and replace Obamacare in the first 100 days. And, then the other things will be, you don't defeat ISIS in 90 days, but he's going to have to put together his team, his cabinet, his advisors. And again, it's going to take a united front with our allies and even those like China and Russia to defeat ISIS, other parts of the civilized world which is under attack. So I believe the wall will be coming. Congress had already moved years ago to build a large portion of that wall. Now we can put that in as a priority. And the other one's going to be the trade deals. We're not going to sit back and continue to have our jobs lost to Mexico and China. I think the president of Ford is going to have to rethink moving those small cars to Mexico.
The easy part, as ironic as this sounds, will be winning the election. Getting those things done will be a tall task, and we'll see how it goes. But let's deal with first things first. Congratulations, Congressman Collins.
Thank you.
Both on the presidency to Donald Trump and your own victory there in Western New York. Thanks for being on New Day.
Thank you very much, Chris.
Look forward to having you going forward.
Okay, thanks very much.
Let's talk about how Donald Trump pulled off this stunning upset and beat Hillary Clinton. Here to discuss is CNN political analyst David Gregory and CNN political commentator, journalist, and author of A Woman in Charge, The Life of Hillary Rodham Clinton, Carl Bernstein. Carl, what are your thoughts this morning?
This is tragic and dangerous. That what is going to happen in this country if Donald Trump follows through on what he said and the tenor of what he said and did in this campaign, there is an underlying racism that we can't get away from that is a big part of this story. And also questions about can a woman be president of the United States right now? But the underlying racism, that was the theme, the idea of nativism, the idea of walling ourselves off in this country. This is now going to become policy in some ways. We just heard the congressman talk about our inner cities in a way that defies facts. Crime is down in our cities. Yes, Chicago, there is a murder wave, no question, but the statistics are undeniable.
In New York, it's historically low.
All
low.
over the country,
Well,
also,
basically.
look, but Carl, America is also the leading manufacturing engine in the
Yes.
world, but perception is reality, especially in politics, and Donald Trump took beautiful advantage of that in this election. So what do we see now as perception versus reality, David? Because he comes out in the early morning hours, he doesn't say rigged, he doesn't say wall, he doesn't say Muslims. He doesn't say immigrants are all going to get out. He says what we hear from every other president when they're elected. So is perception now changing because of his reality?
I don't think so. And I think it would be an overreading of a grace note in that acceptance speech to have that displace what he campaigned on, which was divisive, which frightened his opponents, which was in many ways un-American, talking about jailing his political opponent. There was bipartisan agreement about that. And I think one of the things we haven't talked about a lot is the challenge, not just from his opposition from Democrats, but what about from Republicans? Republican leaders, Paul Ryan, John McCain, Mitch McConnell, they opposed his talk about a Muslim ban, about building a wall. So what kind of opposition are they going to mount as they work with him or against him and hold him accountable for some of these things that he campaigned on and that his core supporters will expect him to follow up on, including pursuing criminal charges and investigation of the Clinton Foundation or perhaps more on the email server, despite the fact that the FBI said, maybe he'll fire Jim Comey.
They also
maybe since he says it's all rigged.
They also did not oppose
They did not oppose him, but
totally.
the question is now...
They went along with it.
No, I understand that, Carl, but what I'm saying is absolutely. But do they exercise some accountability on him in their position of leadership, or does he say, look, I'm leading a movement, and I can... Because this has been building now.
But you're judging him as an ideologue. And that is not what Donald Trump is. The idea that he's going to make good on his promises assumes a conviction that I don't know where your confidence is in his conviction.
He's not an ideologue. And
I agree.
Many of the things that he's espoused in terms of substance are not ideological, don't fit with the right wing of the Republican Party. Rather, if there was any ideology expressed in this campaign, it was hate, disdain, and marginalization. That's what he has to overcome if we are going to have
But
some
he also
kind
said that
of
he
hope.
was going to do these things. You
That's
got to
right.
hold him accountable. Barack Obama said he was going to close Guantanamo Bay. He never got it done. It's not that he didn't want to. He couldn't get it done because of circumstances. So, I mean, there's accountability. He ran on these things.
Yes, and he won.
And
He doesn't have to be ideological
People
to
voted,
believe this.
people
they
voted for him. This is also about America. This
Yes.
is not just about Donald Trump. That, yes, there is a genuine point of identification that Trump and Bernie Sanders made, and they made it early, about people who are suffering in this country and in this economy, and it resonated, and Hillary Clinton was horribly late to come to recognition of this.
But Sanders didn't say, I will motivate your hatreds and I will write scores
and
for you.
that is the underlying message of the campaign, and it's a reason why brown and black and immigrant Americans are frightened.
Not enough to come out and vote
this morning. No, they did come out and vote, but not enough to defeat him.
But Bernie Sanders, like the President-elect Trump, in that tweet, talked about the forgotten man and woman out there who felt left behind by the economy, by big institutions, including government and the political process.
Carl, David, thank you very much. Great to have you here this morning.
All right, so it wasn't just about electing a president, but that sure as heck was the biggest part. But there was a lot going on last night. We've talked about the Senate and the House. Did you know how many different ballot measures there were last night? There were over like 150, many of them advanced by citizens, and many of them could change the way of life in a lot of the states. So let's get to that. Christine Romans, what did you see?
All right, guys, on the ballot last night, some key issues. Among them, recreational marijuana. California approving a measure to legalize recreational use of pot. Similar measures were approved in Massachusetts and Nevada. Arizona and Maine's races on this issue have not been decided yet. Florida voters overwhelmingly approving medical marijuana use, the first state in the South to do so. Arkansas and North Dakota also deciding whether to allow medical marijuana, while Montana voted on easing restrictions to an existing law. Gun measures also on the ballot in 4 states. Voters in Maine and Nevada deciding on universal background checks for gun sales, including private transactions. Washington state voters approving a measure giving judges the power to seize guns from people deemed to be a threat. And California passing a referendum to require background checks for buying ammunition. Arizona and Colorado voters approving measures phasing in a $12 hourly minimum wage by 2020, a similar measure on the ballot in Maine. In Washington state, voters approved a measure raising the minimum wage there to $13.50 by the year 2020. The federal minimum wage is $7.25 an hour. And California voters leaning toward a yes vote now on Prop 67 that keeps the ban on the use of plastic grocery bags statewide. Votes are still being counted on that one. Looks pretty close. Chris?
All right, Christine, thank you very much. We're going to have a lot more coverage of what was certainly an historic election. What do you say? Let's get to it.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome to you, viewers in the United States and around the world. This is New Day. Donald Trump will be the 45th president of the United States, the president-elect, pulling off a stunning upset over Hillary Clinton. 289 electoral votes at last count. 3 states still too close to call, but they won't change the outcome for Clinton. They could expand the mandate for Trump, the billionaire businessman, now facing the daunting task of uniting a very divided nation. Here are some of his first words as president-elect.
I've just received a call from Secretary Clinton. She congratulated us, it's about us, on our victory. And I congratulated her and her family on a very, very hard-fought campaign. I mean, she fought very hard.
All right, so as you heard, Hillary Clinton conceded the race to Donald Trump. She did not speak publicly last night, but she is expected to speak now within hours. President Obama called Donald Trump to congratulate him, and the two will meet at some point this week. Republicans will maintain control of the U.S. Senate and the House of Representatives. Markets around the world are in turmoil at this hour over Donald Trump's astonishing victory. We have the best political team in the business covering it all for you. So let's begin with John Berman to break down the numbers of how we got here. John.
All right, good morning, Allison. As of roughly 7 a.m. this morning, we have a new president-elect. That is Donald J. Trump. As of now, he's got 289 electoral votes at least. Hillary Clinton with 218. There are still a few states that we have yet to call. Look at this. Michigan, Minnesota, New Hampshire, and Michigan. You know, Donald Trump 15,000 votes ahead, 42,000 votes for Hillary Clinton in Minnesota. And if we can look at New Hampshire, this is a big wow. New Hampshire, just 307 votes separate the two. We're not going to call these races anytime soon. We're going to wait for the secretaries of state of these states to tell us what happened because they don't change the outcome here. Donald Trump is the president-elect. Hillary Clinton with only 218 electoral votes. The big story, the blue wall, her blue wall crumbled. Donald Trump picked up wins in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. No Republican has won in Pennsylvania since 1988. No Republicans won in Wisconsin since Ronald Reagan. Hillary Clinton, she didn't even go there. After the convention, they thought they had it in the bag. One of the other big surprises in this slew of surprises overnight, Donald Trump had coattails for members of Congress. Republicans will keep control of the Senate. They have at least 51 seats. Mike Pence doesn't need to break any ties. They have the majority. And in the House of Representatives, Republicans also, they are still in charge. Democrats pick up 6 seats. You look at that and say, hey, they had a good night. No way. Democrats were hoping they would get double-digit gains, maybe as much as 20 or more. That did not happen. Donald Trump helped sweep some Republicans into power, including at least some who did not support him. Again, we're going to get more numbers throughout the morning. We will give them to you as they come in. Allison?
All right. Thanks so much, John.
All right. Donald Trump addressing the nation for the first time as president-elect. It was just before 3 o'clock in the morning. He started off positive, and he stayed there. He was conciliatory towards Hillary Clinton. He didn't mention putting her on trial, as he did all through the election. And he said it is time for unity and that it's only history when he does a great job. Here.
I've just received a call from Secretary Clinton. She congratulated us, it's about us, on our victory. And I congratulated her and her family on a very, very hard-fought campaign. I mean, she fought very hard. Hillary has worked very long and very hard over a long period of time, and we owe her a major debt of gratitude for her service to our country. I mean that very sincerely. Now it's time for America to bind the wounds of division. Have to get together. To all Republicans and Democrats and independents across this nation, I say it is time for us to come together as one united people. It's time. I pledge to every citizen of our land that I will be president for all Americans, and this is so important to me. For those who have chosen not to support me in the past, of which there were a few people, I'm reaching out to you for your guidance and your help so that we can work together and unify our great country.
All right, we want to go now to CNN's Sarah Murray. She is live at Trump Tower, as she has been for hours. It's in New York, of course, to tell us what the scene is and what is next for President-elect Trump.
Well, good morning. Look, Donald Trump promised a political revolution, and it took him till the very wee hours of this morning to deliver on it, but he certainly did. And now is the moment for the Trump team to really kind of regroup. It does appear, though, that Donald Trump is getting an early start to his day, or at least his Twitter account's been fired up. I want to show you what he's tweeting so far this morning. Such a beautiful and important evening. The forgotten man and woman will never be forgotten again. We will all come together as never before. And of course, Donald Trump is going to have a pretty long to-do list today. Now that he is the president-elect, he has to turn to his transition planning, turn to building a cabinet. And we're told that Donald Trump really didn't engage in these conversations very much leading up to this. He really wanted to focus on the campaign, on the task at hand, and he kind of didn't want to jinx himself by planning ahead. Obviously, the time for that is coming to a close, and there may be no bigger sign of that than the potential of a Donald Trump, President Barack Obama meeting coming up this week. Obviously, we've seen this in the past, sort of the peaceful transition of power. We're expecting that to happen yet again, but these are two men who have exchanged very barbed words on the campaign trail. President Obama made it clear when he was campaigning for Hillary Clinton that he didn't just dislike Donald Trump, he was fearful of him leading the country. So obviously the meeting between the two of them, whenever that is finally set, will be very interesting to watch. Back to you guys.
Well, especially interesting, Sarah, because we're used to seeing the two sides come together, but not after a race like this. This was not ordinary. This was deep. This was about hate, and it was real. Now, on the other side of this coin was Hillary Clinton. She conceded in a phone call. She did not address the American people last night, but we understand she will soon. CNN's Jeff Zeleny has more on that. What do we know?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hillary Clinton is scheduled to give her formal concession speech later this morning, a speech she did not expect to be giving. Her campaign and the entire political establishment simply did not see this coming. Now, thousands of her supporters were shell-shocked early this morning as they left the Javits Center here in Manhattan at what her campaign planned to be a victory party last night that turned into anything but. She decided against giving that concession speech last night as the votes came in, hoping her blue wall across Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania would save her candidacy. When that didn't happen, it was after 2 o'clock in the morning, and aides said she wanted to give a more thoughtful speech. So her campaign chairman, John Podesta, addressed supporters overnight, saying she would wait until all the votes were counted. But it quickly became clear that wasn't enough, so she conceded in that brief phone call to Donald Trump. But her campaign, all Democrats, Republicans, the media didn't see it coming. This is a repudiation of her and her biggest partner on the campaign trail, President Obama. And she was unabashedly running for his third term. I am told her speech this morning will be focused on trying to heal the nation. Her advisors said it's not time for finger pointing, but there are so many questions this morning on her side of the aisle. Did she not campaign enough? Why didn't she visit Wisconsin? Did that private email server sink her candidacy? Or was this simply a change election from the very beginning that her advisors miscalculated?
Jeff, it will be so interesting to hear from her and hopefully healing for all of the Democrats who are sort of very disoriented.
Some division, I think, as well as some healing maybe before that healing.
Yes, good point. Jeff, thanks so much. So global markets are down sharply on the news of Donald Trump's victory. How will U.S. markets open today? CNN business correspondent Allison Kosik is live at the New York Stock Exchange with more. What do you predict, Allison?
Good morning, Allison. I would say when markets open in a couple hours, I would say buckle up. We are seeing Dow futures down as much as 370 points. Believe it or not, that is an improvement because overnight, as those returns came in, we saw the Dow down almost 800 points. But at this moment, as I said, down about 370 points. The NASDAQ and the S&P 500 down about 2 to 2.6%. Globally, as you said, yes, global markets are feeling the impact of this win for Donald Trump. We are even seeing the Mexican peso, which really became a barometer during Trump's candidacy. It's down sharply against the dollar. That's because there is big concern about Trump's trade policies and his protectionist sentiment during his campaign. So what's got Wall Street all spooked? Well, first of all, this came as a big shock. Investors as a whole didn't expect it. And secondly, investors don't like unpredictability, and that's what Donald Trump represents. So you've got the uncertainty in the mix. It's not something Wall Street really welcomes. But one thing to keep in mind, usually after the day after a presidential election, the markets usually fall. Case in point, when President Obama was elected in 2008, the markets fell 5%. Allison and Chris?
All right. Thank you very much, Allison. I'm looking down at my BlackBerry because we believe we just got a statement from the White House on Trump's victory. And yes, here it is, and I will read it to you. This is a statement from the press secretary at the White House. From the White House resident, the president phoned Donald Trump to congratulate him on his victory early this morning. The president also called Secretary Clinton and expressed admiration for the strong campaign she waged throughout the country. The president will make a statement on Wednesday at the White House to discuss the results and what steps we can take as a country country to come together after this hard-fought election season. The president invited the president-elect to meet with him at the White House on Thursday, November 10th, to update him on the transition planning his team has been working on for nearly a year. Ensuring a smooth transition of power is one of the top priorities the president identified at the beginning of the year, and a meeting with the president-elect is the next step.
All right, let's talk about all of this. Donald Trump's historic win. We want to bring in the Republican Party's chief strategist and communications director, Sean Spicer. Sean, great to have you here. Congratulations.
Thank you. Good morning.
At what point last night did your jaw hit the ground?
I honestly can't remember.
What was your night like?
Because you were drinking all night and are in a
Probably
haze.
It probably hit multiple times. You saw states like North Carolina, Ohio come through, and piece by piece, we knew that there was a wave happening.
So when North Carolina went his way and Florida went his way, you thought something's happening here.
Yeah, it was state by state, and just watching the reaction on people's faces and knowing that there's more to come, watching some of the Senate races and House races that had predicted that we wouldn't keep, and knowing that there was something happening in this country.
So now, here is the situation / the predicament. Okay, ordinarily, in a victory speech, an acceptance speech, that man or woman comes out, really only man in the case of presidency, and says, hey, thank you, thanks to you, thanks to them, and here's what we're going to do. You remember what I campaigned on? Not this morning. And that was refreshing to many people, especially those on the outside of this election, which was Trump came out, he was conciliatory, he was generous, he was humble, and he didn't mention rigged, he didn't mention wall, he didn't mention Muslims, he didn't mention what's going to happen. But here's the predicament of it. Now, we're in a position of having to hold him to account for what he promised to do in the election, which were none of those things. The wall, the Muslims, keeping him out, all those different things, prosecuting Clinton, who he was complimentary to. Are those things not going to happen now?
We're 3 hours after.
But it matters, especially with how we got here.
I'm not saying it doesn't matter. I'm just saying let us savor the victory a little bit. He's going to put a plan together. We've got 3 months before the inauguration. He's going to lay out a plan. He's going to get his team in place. But there's a lot of pieces that have to happen. So today, he's going to start having those meetings, talking about the people that are going to be part of a Trump presidency, talking about how to move those policies forward. But I think give us 24, 48 hours to enjoy the victory, not only at the top of the ticket, but all the way down. And then put those people and pieces together that allow this agenda of change to move forward.
Sean, you've been on our show a lot, and you have been an energetic, vocal supporter of what you said was going to be the really sophisticated ground game that the RNC was going to bring. You did that. But today you seem rather shell-shocked and subdued.
Or a little tired.
Yeah, he hasn't slept in like 30 hours.
But in other words, you're surprised.
Look, you spend 4 years working for something, sleepless nights. Not just me, but I mean, you look at Donald Trump, rally after rally, and he didn't leave anything on the field. Both him and Governor Pence, you know, they went up to the 11th hour. And there's a lot of staff and there's a lot of volunteers that knocked on doors, that made phone calls because they believed in bringing change to Washington, D.C. and making people's lives better. And I think that when you realize that you did it, you know, you want to have a little bit of you want to take some time and have a breath. But this is an amazing victory, not just for the people who made it happen, but hopefully for every American that's out there that has felt as though that they've had a government that hasn't listened to them, or they've felt that the policies aren't helping them move forward. So hopefully this isn't just a victory for everyone that made phone calls and knocked on doors and voted for Donald Trump, but frankly for every American that hopes that we can be a better country and move forward.
Right, but and again, this isn't born of cynicism. This is born of being constructive, because now it's the work of every different aspect of society to figure out how you move forward from here. This isn't the usual election because of that last part of what you just said, which is everybody needs to come together. Right. That's not how Donald Trump won. He won by saying, we are divided. We're divided for bad reason. It is rigged. People are out to get you and hurt you, and I will stop them. So now you have people in this country who are afraid of this result, and it's his job and your job by extension to give them comfort.
And I hope that over the next 3 months that we show them that this is going to be an administration that Donald Trump and Mike Pence want to work for every American, make this country better, instill policies that lift up the American workers, the American business people, the American family, and the American individual, and make this country better for everybody. And I hope, look, you look at the exit polls, it was across demographics. I think people were ready for change. And I think you've got to earn that change. You've got to earn that trust, rather. And I frankly hope that over the next 4 years that trust is earned, and that we have policies and solutions that everyone in America can feel proud of.
How much credit do you take for the ground game versus that it was just a change election and there was momentum?
Look, Donald Trump was the man, the message, and the movement. And then I think Reince Priebus and the RNC invested $175 million in a data operation, another 100 in the ground. And I think that you've got to combine those two things and say, we know who to go after to talk about that message. We can bring them over the top with the ground game. But it's a combination of those two. And when you see the election that occurred last night, not just at the top of the ticket, but again, maintaining the Senate, maintaining the House, picking up seats, flipping the Kentucky Speaker, the Kentucky House that hasn't happened in 100 years.
How
and defeating
important
the
is
Speaker.
all of that in creating peace within the party going forward? Like, how much of it was taken
Winning
care of?
solves a lot of
right?
problems, Chris.
Right? Last night, like the ability for Trump to turn around and say, look, we weren't together, but now we are, and a lot of you won because of me. It's
right.
over.
And I think when you look at that win, 289 electoral votes.
Maybe more.
Right.
So
maintaining the House, maintaining the Senate, flipping a lot down ballot, real down ballot, city councils and state legislative races. I think that winning solves a lot of problems. And I think, again, it's not just that, but governing. And hopefully that we can enact policies and solutions that make everyone proud to be an American, that make them want to be a Republican, hopefully.
Sean Spicer, great to see you. Thanks so much. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
Congratulations. Enjoy your moment.
Will do.
Get some rest.
All right. Coming up on New Day, Trump's campaign manager, Kellyanne Conway, is going to join us live in the next hour to discuss how this happened and what happens next.
Okay, and the White House is reacting to Donald Trump's win. So let's get right to Athena Jones. She is live there, and she is telling us about when President Obama will meet with President-elect Trump. Athena.
Hi, Allison. That's right. The president is planning to meet with President-elect Trump tomorrow, on Thursday, November 10th, at the White House. We heard from the president putting out a statement, the White House press secretary putting out this statement just a few minutes ago, saying that that President Obama called Donald Trump to congratulate him on his victory. He also called Secretary Clinton and expressed his admiration for the strong campaign she waged throughout the country. We will see President Obama later today to talk about the election results and talk about the steps that need to be taken for the country to come together. And more from the statement. It says the president invited the president-elect to meet with him at the White House on Thursday, November 10th, to update him on the transition planning his team has been working on for nearly a year. Ensuring a smooth transition of power is one of the top priorities the president identified at the beginning of the year, and a meeting with the president-elect is the next step. Now, of course, President-elect Trump is not the person that people here at the White House wanted to see President Obama meeting with. We know the Obamas threw their all into trying to get Clinton elected, but as it stands, it's going to be President-elect Donald Trump that is going to be coming here on Thursday to meet with President Obama. Back to you guys.
All right, Athena, thank you very much. So, one of the big questions this morning is, how did this happen? Well, you're going to look at the voting blocks. You're going to see that this wasn't about the size of the pie. It was the size of the slices of that pie that each candidate got. We'll break it down next.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Donald J. Trump will be the 45th president of the United States. Let's look at some of the deciding factors that led him to victory. Christine Romans joins us with the exit polls. It wasn't about the size of the pie, my friend. It was the size of the slices of the pie.
It's true. It's true.
Thank you.
Think about the last couple of months, though, and all the news of the last couple of months. A majority of voters made up their minds by the end of the summer. Think of that. 60% say they decided before September. And that early vote favored Hillary Clinton. But among those who decided after September, Trump had the edge. He won by 10 percentage points against Clinton there. That late momentum for Trump, despite a pretty high unfavorable view of him. 60% of voters have an unfavorable opinion. 38% have a favorable view of Trump. We asked voters, does Donald Trump have the temperament to serve effectively as president? Just 35% said yes. 63% said no. But get this, that didn't matter to some of these voters. Of those voters that said Trump does not have the temperament to be president, 20% still voted for him. This is the reality people are waking up to this morning, regardless of who they voted for. We asked voters at the polls how they would feel about Trump being elected. 13% excited, 27% optimistic, 57% are scared or concerned. But again, we see that just doesn't matter to some. Of those who say they are concerned about a Trump presidency, 34%, Allison, still voted for him.
Okay, Christine, thanks so much for giving us all of that to discuss. We want to bring in our panel. We have Jackie Kucinich, David Gregory, Matt Lewis, and John Berman. David, for people who are just waking up, how do you get your head around what happened last night?
Well, it was a stunning victory in line with everything that Trump has done this entire campaign season. He understood the American voters who voted for him better than the media, better than the political class, Democrat and Republican, and better than the establishment.
So he didn't just get lucky. He understood something.
Clearly, he understood something we did not, because we all got it wrong, and he got it right. And a lot of that was spin and bluster for himself, but it was informed by a gut sense of how to connect this energy that was bipartisan energy. There was a rebellion on the left. There was a rebellion on the right. He became the change agent. I think this came down to something very fundamental. This was a sour electorate, frustrated, anxious, scared, and they wanted radical change versus what Hillary Clinton represented, which was the ultimate insider establishment figure. And he won. He won that bet.
But now what do? Matt Lewis, promises were made. This campaign was a function of very specific, intolerant talk from Trump. Now he comes out and says we're all going to be together like never before. Those two things don't go together. Someone's going to be disappointed. How do you lead?
Well, look, I've always thought that there was a lot of range with Donald Trump. I thought he could be this authoritarian strongman and be horrible for the country. I think he could be Theodore Roosevelt. I know that sounds a little bit grandiose, but there's a lot of range.
What does that mean if he were to be Theodore Roosevelt? What would that look like?
He's a bully in the bully pulpit.
Yeah, and that could be good or bad, but the other thing is that he is not an ideologue, which means in a way he might be more open to compromise. You could get things done like infrastructure, possibly even some form of immigration reform. I know that's a controversial thing to say.
He was not elected to build a bridge. He was not elected to tweak a system. They want him to build a wall. Yeah. They want him to drain the swamp. They want him to lock up Hillary Clinton.
Well, I think you
have to deliver on those.
You can build a wall and then maybe have some sort of, we won't call it amnesty, but immigration reform after you build the wall. I think you can do things that are popular and bipartisan like infrastructure. And I think that you let bygones be bygones. We don't target our political opponents. It's not a banana republic. And I think, here's the thing, I think a lot of voters who supported Trump knew that he was sort of braggadocious. And look, if he's promising to do 10 things or a level 10, maybe he'll actually do a level 5. That's what they were calculating.
And he has achievables. Don't forget, he has achievables. He can repeal Obamacare or change it drastically, and that will satisfy a huge percentage of the Republican base. He can do things on trade that will satisfy a huge percentage of his base. But let me just add one thing to the mix of the difficulties here. He's losing in the popular vote right now. All of a sudden, in the last hour, Hillary Clinton has overtaken him in the popular vote, and I think that's still the case. And this should grow over the course of the next several hours.
Why?
More California, Washington, Oregon are still going to come in. She could win the popular vote, by 1%. And that's going to mean, by the way, the polls weren't altogether wrong.
Well, there's the mandate problem. I think this is arguably a very bad thing for America, is to have this muddiness.
Well, and it says something about how Democrats may approach this. Don't forget, Mitch McConnell and the Republicans made a decision. They said, I know what let's do. Let's block everything that Obama
on day
does.
One.
On day one.
They had them
and that was a strategy, and there were purity tests for that. And Democrats have a decision about how much healing they want to do. And Hillary Clinton is going to speak about this. President Obama is going to speak about this when he meets with the president-elect on Thursday. So they have a decision to make.
And so what will that look like? Democrats are not known as the party of intransigence. They like progress generally, but everything has been turned on its head.
But, remember when George W. Bush was coming in, they popped off all the W's.
That is a very optimistic view of the Democrats. They have
that's how they
blocked
see
plenty
themselves.
when they were in the position they're in right now.
They passed George W. Bush's tax cut. Look, I think Democrats have a reputation for not necessarily having as much steel in their spine when it comes to the bare-knuckle brawls. That's three cliches at once in Washington, D.C., as sometimes the Republicans.
I disagree. You know who's different in that regard? It was Nancy Pelosi when she was Speaker. She put it all on the line. She lost. at the end of the day. She lost the House as a result of part of passing Obamacare, also cap and trade that year. But that said, they don't really have any skin in the game except to be obstructionists at this point.
They also have no
Senate.
people. They have no
That's
stars.
what I mean.
Okay, so is it going to be Barack Obama? I wonder if the President of the United States now plays a larger role in the post-presidency than he might have otherwise, because at least for the next year.
That's another thing I would point out is that one of the things that I think the untold story here is that Barack Obama is a rock star. But what we didn't know was, because he would win elections, turn out millennials, African Americans, Hispanics at big numbers in presidential years. Then you have the midterms where Republicans would win. And I think the theory was, well, but the universe is changing. And so when Hillary Clinton comes along, Obama can sort of transfer that base to him. It doesn't. Without Obama, it doesn't
they got to work. Look, there'll be plenty of time for recriminations, and we know they're coming in the Democratic Party. But there was an early red flag, Bernie Sanders, the rebellion on the left, which mirrored a lot of what Donald Trump and all the energy of his supporters represented. She put down that rebellion, but it didn't mean that the party didn't get a real warning sign about what kind of candidate she'd be.
And you're already starting to hear Bernie Sanders fans say, look what they did. If the DNC had played by the rules and Bernie would have gotten a fair shot, we might be in a different place.
And is that right?
Already starting to hear that.
Right? Would Bernie Sanders
Are they kidding themselves that Bernie Sanders could have beaten Donald Trump? Does anybody at this table think that we would be in a different situation?
It might have been different. I mean, Trump is a weird candidate. Nobody thought he would win. Yeah. So we don't think Bernie would win. But
we can't predict anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go with that.
Right. All right.
We don't know anything.
Fair enough.
It's a fair point. It hurts.
It hurts, all of us, but we got to own it.
All right, we have to tell you.
The process worked, and that's good.
The process did work. This is democracy. We do have to tell you some other breaking news. The global markets are down sharply on the news of Trump's victory. So how are leaders around the world reacting this hour? We will tell you that next.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Once the election is over, things start to happen very quickly. We're getting reaction from leaders around the world giving their take on Donald Trump's stunning win. CNN senior international correspondent Clarissa Ward live in Moscow with a global take of the new leader of the free world. Putin weighed in early and positively.
That's right, Chris. I mean, we've seen global markets tumbling at the news that Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States, with one exception, and that is Russia. Russia's markets are holding steady. They're doing well. President Putin has already reached out and sent a message congratulating Donald Trump, saying that he hopes that there will be an opportunity now to improve the U.S.-Russian relationship, which, it's no secret, have been incredibly tense over the past few years. I think on the surface of things, politically, what you're hearing is sort of a typical restrained but polite congratulations. But when you talk to people privately, Chris, you're getting a very different sense of things. One Russian senator told me jokingly, today is actually my birthday, but this is the best gift I could ever get. And certainly when you're out there on the streets in Moscow talking to people, they will tell you the same thing. And that's not so much a product of the fact that they love Donald Trump as much as it is that they really dislike Hillary Clinton. People here in Russia see her as dangerous, anti-Russian, aggressive, a warmonger, and they're optimistic that things could be better with President Trump.
Wow, such an interesting perspective, Clarissa. Thank you very much for that news. So let's bring in our panel. We have CNN senior legal analyst Jeffrey Toobin. We have CNN global economic analyst Rana Foroohar. We have host of Quest Means Business, Richard Quest. And we have CNN chief international correspondent Christian Amanpour, who just interviewed the NATO Secretary General. Christian, let's start with you. What did he have to say?
Well, just to build on what Clarissa just said, yes, the Russians definitely wanted not to have Hillary Clinton as president, but not just because they hated her, but because the Russians, it is analyzed, and the view is that the Russians want to mess with the very heart of America's global brand, which is democracy, free and fair elections, this whole notion of how they were hacking in, according to all the American intelligence agencies, how they were trying to disrupt, not necessarily on one side or the other, but to but to make America's democracy appear illegitimate. Now they have the candidate who they wanted to win. They are making nice noises and nice sounds. But Russia will be a major challenge for the next U.S. president, as it is for the current U.S. and Western alliance. And I did pose that to Jens Stoltenberg, the Secretary General of NATO, because, of course, Donald Trump made huge headlines when, in one of his first ever international interviews, he said that NATO was obsolete and that allies would have to enter a transactional pay-to-play relationship. But he's flip-flopped since, and this is what Jens Stoltenberg told me.
Donald Trump has clearly stated that he's a big fan of NATO, and that has been the case for all American presidents. So I will discuss with President-elect Trump the way forward regarding how NATO shall continue to respond to a new and more challenging security environment, to a more dangerous world.
All right, so let's discuss with the panel what the impact of this is. And a little bit of, we had Sean Spicer on from the RNC, Richard Quest, and he said, give us a moment. Let us enjoy. Let us savor. You know what? Fair point, however, not a realistic point when it comes to the presidency.
Oh, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Donald Trump.
So what happened? They took out the whole last bit about...
Trump's policies and problems begin today, particularly, for example, conflict of interest. Remember his latest, when he was opening his hotel in Washington just a couple of weeks ago? Now, what does he do about tourism
Well, he steps
policy?
away from the business. The kids run it.
No. No. It's one thing to have a blind trust with the portfolio of stocks and shares that can be changed by your blind trustees. But when your blind trust is a company with your name on and real buildings and your brand name, how does he not know what's happening in the Trump organization when they're sitting at Camp David?
And if your children are involved?
They're running it by what he said. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just simply saying that there are real structural conflict of interest problems that start today.
And transparency. I mean, he's going to be under so much more pressure now to just release what are the financial deals overseas. We never really got that in full prior to the election.
being elected president.
Wait a second. Can I just say something?
Yeah.
Sure, Jeffrey Toobin, go ahead.
What pressure is he under? He just won.
That's what I was going to say, by the way. Sounds good when you say it.
We're never going to release. He's never going to release those tax returns.
Yeah,
I mean, we're never going to see them. I mean, this is a guy who just won. This is what worked for him.
Yeah.
So why should he feel pressure to do anything? This is a guy who made campaign promises, and like most politicians, he's going to keep those campaign promises. He's going to have mass deportations. He's going to have an investigation and prosecution of Hillary Clinton. This is what he ran on, and this is why he won.
And he's going to have to deal, though, with the economic consequences of all this, which is very different than stumping, having a lot of populist rhetoric and talking about 4% growth. He's now going to have to deal with the fact that if he implements these policies, if he has tax cuts that are unfunded and run up the deficit, if he sets off a trade war, we're going to end up in recession. And you better believe he's going to be under pressure then.
And he's going to have, if there are legitimate conflict of interest questions that arise, there will be investigations.
And who will do those investigations? There are no Democrats in charge of any committees in Congress. There is going to be Rudolph Giuliani as Attorney General.
Maybe. We don't know that, Jeff.
This is, or someone similarly allied to Donald Trump. It'll probably be Rudy Giuliani. Maybe it'll be Chris Christie. I mean, but the Democrats have no power to investigate him. So, I mean, the idea that he is somehow going to be on the defensive, he is going to be on the offensive with a compliant Congress, and he can do what he wants.
Yeah. And he has rewritten the rules. I mean, the rules are now Donald Trump's rules. Christian, when you talked to the NATO Secretary General, which word was he taking Donald Trump at?
Well, look, let's face it. Every single world leader has rolled up and done what they do after every single U.S. election, and they've congratulated the result of a free and fair democratic election in the United States. However, many of them have talked about concerns for the future. President Hollande said that this was uncertain future now because of the comments that Donald Trump had made during the election. What's rather troubling is that some of the most eager and jubilant congratulations come come from the leaders of the far-right nationalist movements in Europe. Geert Wilders, who jumped up and down tweeting that now it's time for Netherlands to take back their country. For the Dutch, read, keep others out. And we've had Nigel Farage jumping up and down saying, this is fantastic, I hand over the mantle. This is what he tweeted to Donald Trump. Two big revolutions in 2016. And then you've had the German Vice Chancellor, who has put a word of sort of caution out, and I'll read you what he said, that Trump is the pioneer of a new authoritarian and chauvinist international movement. He's also a warning for us. So that encapsulates the fear about what's going on out there. And all the way to China, very afraid, as you no doubt are going to discuss, about trade barriers, tariffs, and things like that. Japan, South Korea, he's threatened to pull the protection on that as well.
Right. Jeffrey, one quick point. Don't forget about us. We're the ones who started asking the questions about his taxes and about his conflicts. The media doesn't go away.
How'd that work out?
Well, listen, I mean, you can't reject the process. You know what I mean?
Well,
you ask the questions, you test the candidates, and the people vote, and the decision is made. That's how it works. And now that he's in power, you check power. You speak truth to power. You ask about his taxes. You talk about his conflicts. And you keep doing it. And then the people decide what's important and what isn't.
And don't forget the state attorneys general and a whole variety of other regulatory authorities that can start looking into it. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, and I'm not saying it's going to succeed. But what I am saying is there are very real conflict questions, and they begin today, even in the transition.
Panel, thank you very much. What should we expect from the new president-elect, as well as Congress? We'll speak with two senators about last night's historic, stunning outcomes.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Despite predictions, models, polls, the Republican Party kicked butt all night long. They kept control of the Senate, the House, and they took the presidency. One of the seats that was thought to be at risk was Senator Ron Johnson's, but he went on to win the seat. He beat Russ Feingold. He joins us now. Congratulations, Senator. Feingold had been senator. Your seat to keep. Congratulations again. How do you describe what happened in your state last night? It was a surprise. Not so much your seat, a little bit, but how it went in the presidency.
Well, you know, certainly in the last couple of weeks, you just kind of saw a sea change here. A lot of enthusiasm. People were looking for real change. I think they realized that career politicians like Russ Feingold and Hillary Clinton, they helped create this mess. They helped build the swamp. I don't think anybody believed they'd actually fix it. So I think it's going to be refreshing to have a business person in the White House, somebody I can work with, somebody who understands how hard business is, how much harder the federal government makes it to grow a business, to create the kind of opportunity and prosperity that certainly Wisconsinites and every American wants. So I'm really looking forward to the next 6 years.
If only it were as simple as let's do better than the status quo. But this morning you have literally half or more than half of the country, because Clinton is ahead in the popular vote right now, who are, in different measures, afraid that they'll be excluded, that they'll be targeted, that Donald Trump ran on a message that you're very familiar with and struggled with yourself, which was one of division and anger. What do you say to those people?
Well, first of all, just take a look at certainly how I've conducted myself as a U.S. Senator. I'm looking for areas of agreement. You know, things like my JOSEPH project, where we use a wonderful man, Pastor Jerome Smith, identifying people and getting people to succeed in inner city Milwaukee, connecting them with life-transforming jobs. So, no, you know, Donald Trump is going to be the president of every American, just like I'm the senator of every Wisconsinite. And what you're going to find out of a business person is someone who is used to accomplishing things, getting results, not being divisive, but actually looking for areas of agreement. That's actually how you accomplish things in business. So it's going to be a completely different perspective than what we get out of career politicians. I think Americans will be amazed at how quickly we can turn this economy around.
Except that that's not what he said, Senator. You know, I mean, he is President-elect Donald Trump, and he did say that there are meaningful divisions in this society that he hopes to expose and make more obvious to people, you know, whether it's the wall or how he feels about Muslims. Those things matter, too. He got elected on the basis of those. He does have to deliver in an ironic way, no? I
listened to him last night. He said he wanted to be the president of every. And again, I think business people just bring a totally different perspective to this thing. You know, the business people entering the political realm, this is like an alternate universe to us. You know, we're just not used to the kind of demagoguery, the demonization. We always look and trying to accentuate the positive. We try and find areas of agreement because that's how you actually accomplish things in business.
Right, but that's not how he campaigned, Senator. That's not how he campaigned.
Now he's going to be president. Now he's going to govern. He's going to have Republican majorities in the House and the Senate, folks that also are serious. Certainly I'm serious about solving these problems, and it starts with economic growth. And who better than a business person in the White House understanding the economy, how we need to reduce the regulatory burden, have a competitive tax system, utilize our energy resources, keep energy prices low so we can compete. It'll be a completely different perspective. I really do think that it's just not going to be that hard to get the economy moving again with that business person perspective.
Well, it's not just moving again, right? He says 4% growth is what he wants to see out of the economy, and we haven't seen that in a very, very long time. All right, so let me grant you, especially in this afterglow of the election, right? We're just hours into these victories, that some of these more obnoxious things that were said during the campaign aren't put at the top of the list. Okay. You have practical concerns where President-elect Trump has very stark disagreement with Speaker of the House Paul Ryan, whether it's trade or building a wall. What do you do there?
Well, again, somebody who's been in business, you sit down with your negotiating partner and you lay out all the areas of agreement. You don't accomplish things by arguing and dividing. And so as a business person, my assumption is, and listen, I've talked to Donald Trump. I've talked to his son, just traveled with Eric Trump. He knows both people very well. He thinks Speaker Ryan and Donald Trump will get along just fine. And certainly I'll do everything I can to bridge that gap as well. So again, Donald Trump ran because he's concerned about America. So am I. So is Speaker Ryan. Paul Ryan has the Better Way agenda. It's a really good place to start. Donald Trump, I thought, did a good job last night saying he's going to be president of every American. Let's accentuate the positive. I mean, boy, you guys are starting out pretty negative today. Let's accentuate the positive, understanding that we all share the same goal. We all want a safe, prosperous, secure America. If you start there, you know, keep it positive, guys. You know, I think we can really accomplish a lot.
Senator Johnson, I couldn't agree with you more about keeping the positive. But for you to put it on the media for just repeating what Donald Trump said and you ducked for your entire campaign is a little hard to swallow. But I will put it this way. We all want to see better days ahead. Let's hope they happen, and soon. Senator, congratulations on your win last night.
Have a good day.
Allison.
Joining us now, independent senator from Maine, Angus King. He is a member of the Intelligence and Armed Services Committee. He endorsed Hillary Clinton. Senator, good morning.
Good morning, Allison. How are you?
I'm doing okay, Senator. How are you, and where were you last night at the moment where you realized that things were not going your way?
You know, I think one of the first moments that I realized that the election was going to go to Mr. Trump was very early on, when your guys were doing the exit polling and they said that by 68%, change was the highest priority for the voters. And I think that was a key moment. And I want to just momentarily compliment John King and the software team. I thought his analysis last night was the most useful, informative, comparing to 2012 and now in all these counties where the votes are. That was a virtuoso performance. No relation to John King, but he did a great job last night.
Well, I will accept your compliment on his behalf. We were all obviously very proud of CNN's coverage last night. But do you think it was that simple? Was this only about change? Is that it? Could any Democrat have won? Or do you think that there was something different and special that Donald Trump did?
Well, I think, this is a worldwide movement. You have to put it in perspective. The more nationalistic, isolationist, if you will, movements around the world, Brexit, I mean, this was really very similar to Brexit. I think people were voting for change, even though they didn't fully know what kind of change they were going to get. They just wanted something different. And I think Secretary Clinton, in this political world, sometimes qualifications can be a disadvantage. And she just looked, she was running as a kind of quasi-incumbent. And it was a combination of a lot of things coming together. The other thing is, we got to realize how close this was. I did a quick calculation this morning. I figure if 150,000 votes or so had changed in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, you would have had an entirely different outcome. She's already leading in the popular vote. You know, a couple of 100,000 votes out of 117 million, that's 1/10 of 1%. If nothing else, this election is going to be an all-time argument for everybody get out and vote.
Well, Senator, now what? I mean, now that the Republicans hold the Senate and the House and the White House, how do you as an independent and your Democratic colleagues, how do you get anything done?
Well, I think, you know, the first obligation, he's going to be the president. And I think you do call balls and strikes. My philosophy always has been is I call them as I see them. And if he comes forth with a policy that I think is going to benefit the country, for example, better negotiated trade deals, that's going to be a good thing. On the other hand, if he comes up with a discriminatory policy towards some segment of our population, you know, I'm not going to support. We do have a system of checks and balances. Yep. I think the other thing that's very important, Allison, is the president has enormous unilateral authority in foreign policy, and I really hope he gets quickly up to speed. He should talk to General Dunford, the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Harry Harris, head of PACOM, really impressive military people, because the checks and balances don't work all that well when it comes to foreign policy. So that's an awesome responsibility that I hope he'll dive into and not take lightly. The president's words can change things very quickly.
Well, Senator, we've had a couple of his surrogates on this morning, and they say that his first order of business will be to repeal and replace Obamacare. How do you feel about that?
Well, you know, I've often heard this repeal and replace, but I've never heard the replace part. And I've heard something about selling insurance across state lines. That already happens. We have large insurance companies that are selling health insurance across state lines. I think it would be a tragedy, and I certainly won't in any way cooperate or work with an effort to take health insurance away from 20 million Americans. Go back to the days when if you had a pre-existing condition, you could never get health care, all of those kinds of things. So I think, you know, everybody has been saying, I've been saying for 4 years, it needs to be fixed, it needs to be adjusted. But repeal, I've never thought was the answer. I think that would be a tragedy, wrong policy, and I will certainly oppose it.
All right, we shall see what happens in these next 100 days and beyond. Senator Angus King, thanks so much for being on New Day.
Thank you, Allison.
We, of course, have much more coverage of this historic election, including a live interview with Donald Trump's campaign manager. So let's get right to it.
This is CNN Breaking News.
We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. You are watching New Day, and what a morning it is here. The American people have spoken, and Donald Trump will be the 45th president of the United States. Trump seizing on voter frustrations to defeat Hillary Clinton in a stunning upset victory. The president-elect came out a few hours ago and talked about how he will unify the country.
Working together, we will begin the urgent task of rebuilding our nation and renewing the American dream. I've spent my entire life in business looking at the untapped potential in projects and in people all over the world. That is now what I want to do for our country.
Hillary Clinton conceding the race on the phone. She hasn't addressed the American people yet. We are expecting that to happen soon. We do now know that President Obama called Trump to congratulate him. The two men plan to meet on Thursday. Republicans had a big night, even beyond the presidency. They keep the Senate, they keep the House. Markets around the world were expected to react negatively to Trump. They did so in heavy fashion. There's been a little bit of a pullback on that. We're monitoring the markets to see how they open here in the U.S. this morning.
We have the best political team in the business covering it all for you. So let's begin with John Berman, who is here to break down all of the numbers. How did this go, John?
All right, Allison, a little bit after 8 a.m. on the East Coast, Donald Trump has 289 electoral votes, more than enough. He is now the president-elect. He will be the 45th president of the United States. We're still waiting on 3 states to be called right now. In Michigan, Donald Trump leads by about 15,000 votes. In Minnesota, Hillary Clinton, she has a slight lead of about 42,000 votes. And then New Hampshire, just take a look at New Hampshire. For those who are up all night watching this, right now Donald Trump is 856 votes ahead. That's actually grown since the last time we checked, gone from about 300 to 800. We are not going to call these races anytime soon until we hear from those state officials. It's just too close to make those determinations, and they won't change the outcome. Donald Trump has won this race. As of now, Hillary Clinton 218 electoral votes. The key overnight, her blue wall crumbling. Donald Trump picked up wins in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. No Republican has won Pennsylvania since 1988. No Republican has won Wisconsin since Ronald Reagan. Hillary Clinton did not even visit Wisconsin after the convention. Democrats thought they had it in the bag. They didn't. Now, one of the big surprises overnight, Donald Trump, it turns out, he had coattails. The Republicans will keep control of both chambers of Congress. The Senate, they're going to have at least 51 seats. They don't need Mike Pence to break a tie. They have at least 51, and that number could grow. And in the House of Representatives, Republicans once again will be in charge. Right now, we project the Democrats will pick up about 6 seats, but that is way below the number that they had hoped for, particularly a few weeks ago when they thought they may get 20, 25 seats. Republicans still at least 235 votes in that chamber. A lot of Republicans, or at least some Republicans, swept into office despite the fact that they didn't even support Donald Trump. Allison?
Okay, John, thanks so much for all of that. Well, the White House releasing a statement in just the past hour about these stunning election results, and it reads in part, the president invited the president-elect to meet him at the White House on Thursday, November 10th, to update him on the transition planning his team has been working on for nearly a year. Ensuring a smooth transition of power is one of the top priorities the president identified at the beginning of the year, and a meeting with the president-elect is the next step. CNN's Sarah Murray is live at Trump Tower in New York with more. What's the scene there, Sarah?
Well, good morning. Look, Donald Trump delivered on his political revolution, but he wakes up this morning with a very long to-do list. He now has a transition to go through. He has to pick a cabinet. He has to essentially prepare for a Donald Trump administration. And this is something sources say Donald Trump has not been spending a lot of time on in the lead up until Election Day. He really wanted to focus on the task at hand. He wanted to win the election. Meanwhile, the transition team, separate from the campaign, was just sort of heads down, grinding it out, pulling together what they would need for Donald Trump to sort of hit the ground running. That included a first 100-day plan. It also included 22 different departments submitting plans to Senator Jeff Sessions, Governor Chris Christie, to sort of look over what they would want to do with these agencies, regulations Donald Trump could roll back on day one unilaterally. But they also submitted lists for each potential cabinet position. So top 3 picks, all of these people who had been vetted by the transition team, potential people Donald Trump could put in a cabinet. We are going to hear a lot of these names bandied about in the coming days. So that is why I just want to throw the note of caution out there that Donald Trump is just now going to begin to sort through these things. He's going to begin to narrow down people who would want in these top slots. But even his aides are cautioning it's still very early, and it won't be until later this morning that his aides get together here at Trump Tower and sort of figure out where they go next.
Well, we know where one person is going next. Sarah Murray, thank you very much. We just heard breaking news into CNN that Hillary Clinton is going to speak at 9:30 a.m. Eastern after conceding the race to Donald Trump by phone in the early morning hours. CNN senior Washington correspondent Jeff Zeleny has the details. Jeff.
Hey, Chris, good morning. We are hearing that this speech will come at 9:30 this morning at the New Yorker Hotel here in Midtown Manhattan. This is not a speech she expected to be giving. She, of course, thought she would be winning this morning. All those conventions were totally wrong by her campaign, by others. I am told by her aides that this will be a speech to talk about the healing the divisions in the country and the need for Americans to support their new president. But last night, you can see these pictures here. Thousands of her supporters were shell-shocked in the wee hours of the morning as they left the Javits Center right here in Manhattan at what her campaign thought would be a victory party that turned into anything but. Now, as we know now, she did not give a concession speech last night, still hoping that her blue wall across Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania would save her candidacy. That didn't happen. So after 2 a.m., her aide said she wanted to give a more thoughtful speech. That is the speech they said is coming this morning here. But so many questions inside her campaign about what went wrong. Her advisors tell me this morning now is not the time for finger pointing here. But you can bet those questions will be asked. A, did she not campaign enough? B, did they not see this message of this movement of change coming? Was President Obama not helpful on the campaign trail? Was there anything they could have done? Her advisors say those questions will be saved for a later date. But Chris and Allison, the Democratic Party now is the divided party here. And that is something that it's out of power in Washington. That is the next conversation moving forward. So we'll hear from her at 9:30.
A lot of division, a lot of different roads that need to find their way forward. We'll stay on it. Jeff, thank you very much. Joining us now is Donald Trump's campaign manager, Kellyanne Conway. Congratulations, my friend. It's good for you to be with us this morning, and I immediately am going to pick you for information. Tell us about the calls that you got from Hillary Clinton and from President Obama, and the call to you from Huma Abedin. Tell us about all these experiences.
Okay, well, thank you, Chris. It's a great day for us here in Trump Tower. So we were already headed over to the Hilton to do what we had been doing all night long, which is watch the returns, wait for all the states to be called, and eventually the next president-elect of the United States to be announced. And as we were preparing to do that backstage, my phone rang. It said Huma Abedin. I was happy to talk to it. I had a nice exchange with Huma, who I respect very much. And she said Secretary Clinton would like to talk to Mr. Trump. So I handed him the phone, and they had maybe a 1-minute conversation, very gracious, very warm. I heard Mr. Trump's side of it. He commended her for being smart and tough and running a very hard-fought campaign. And I'm told Secretary Clinton congratulated Donald Trump on his victory and conceded to him.
Kellyanne, tell us about your night before that. What was the moment where jaws were dropping? Was it after Donald Trump won North Carolina? Was it Florida? What was the moment where you realized things were really breaking your way?
So it's been feeling this way for a couple of weeks now, and I think last night, empirically, it's when the silly exit polls faded out of view, and when the actual election results started to be announced, because those really reflect what people did. And I think when we saw we were able to protect our core four, as I've been calling it, Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, and Iowa, then we knew we were onto something, because we had a lot of people in our counties giving us information about returns. We were able to compare Mitt Romney's returns to last night's, what we were hearing. And we knew we went into yesterday. We knew we went into Election Day behind in the early vote. This is not unusual for Republicans. But in a place like Florida, we had cut the early vote deficit that Governor Romney had against President Obama in half. In North Carolina, we were happy with our early vote, even though we were losing it. We were happy with where it was relative to Governor Romney's in 2012. And so we knew if we had strong day of turnout, we could protect those core four. Then it was a matter of flipping a blue state or two. And this is something that we've had in our sights for months, really taking the case right to Pennsylvania. It's just always felt right for Donald Trump. Donald Trump, Mike Pence have spent a lot of time with the Trump family. Melania Trump was there last week. So it's a state where we felt the Trump message would do very well. We also felt that Hillary Clinton promising to put coal miners out of work or steel workers, that wasn't going to go well in a place like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, the same thing. So it just all started to come together.
So I loved your tweet last night that stop saying all the pollsters didn't see it, because obviously Kellyanne is a pollster and she obviously saw it. New Hampshire, Michigan, and Minnesota still too tight to call. Won't change the race from Clinton's perspective, but would deliver a hefty mandate to Donald Trump if each breaks his way. How important are they?
Well, they're important, and they're places where we were in the waning days, sometimes under a hail of criticism, Chris. Why are you going to Minnesota? Well, maybe we saw that Minnesota was tight. Internally, we saw Minnesota was -3 for us and thought, let's go there. Because if you work for Donald Trump, it's never a choice between this state and that state. It's just a matter of adding more stops to the calendar, since he's so willing to be campaigning practically 24/7. It's the complete mystery to all of us, president or no president, when this man sleeps. We still don't know. So if he's willing to do 6 stops a day, if Governor Pence is willing to do 5 or 6 stops a day, it's easy to add when you see something blossoming in the internal polling. The other thing is, we saw, and I've talked about it on CNN, again, criticized for doing so, but we saw 2 things that ended up being true. One is the undercover Trump voter, these people who want to take the country in a new and different direction, have an unfavorable opinion of Hillary Clinton, but don't look the part of a Republican presidential voter. Maybe they voted for President Obama twice. Maybe they voted for President Bill Clinton twice. Maybe they vote for Democrats in the off year. But it's the combination of the message and the messenger this year and their reluctance to go for more of the same and go for Hillary Clinton that really made them available to us. The second thing that we saw was that Hillary Clinton just had a very difficult, and it turns out impossible, time to bust through her ceiling of 45, 46, 48% in some of these states that President Obama carried twice with more than 50%. So seeing her, that deficit for her, gave us an opportunity to at least try to get to parity with her. We ended up putting Mr. Trump and Governor Pence and our ad money in those states where we saw that happening.
So, Kellyanne, let's talk about Secretary Clinton, and let's talk about some of Donald Trump's campaign promises. One of them was to appoint a special prosecutor to investigate Hillary Clinton. Is that going to happen?
We didn't discuss that last night, and he did not discuss that with Hillary Clinton on the phone.
But I mean, for voters who want to know whether or not there'll still be division or whether there'll be unity, that was one that was a real rallying cry for some of his supporters and a battle cry for him. And I think that this morning, Democrats obviously are waking up somewhat despondent, and they want to know what to expect. Do you expect that those sorts of investigations from Donald Trump will continue?
Well, on your point of we need unity, that was precisely the theme of Trump's victory speech last night, Allison. True. He went way out to make sure everybody heard him loudly and clearly that he will be the president for all Americans, and that includes many that did not vote for him and did not expect him to be their president. He also went a little bit farther. He said we need to heal and bind the wounds of a nation. Obviously, he's spoken to President Obama. Obviously, he's spoken to Secretary Clinton. They are two leaders that we would like to lean upon to help us do that. We certainly hope we can do that. And we certainly hope that a number of the Democrats today feel the same way, and even the non-voters, people who don't really bother with the system. So this is for all Americans.
Well, what do you do with the disconnect, though, Kellyanne? What do you do with, well, of course you want to conciliate. Of course you want to bring people together. That is the responsible thing for the president-elect to do, and I agree with you. He did it well. But there is such a stark contrast between the message he campaigned on, which was certainly one of division to many people's perspective, maybe more than half the country at latest count of the popular vote. How much will we hear from the president-elect clarifying what he will and will not do that matches up with what he promised during the campaign?
Well, respectfully, I disagree that he ran on division. He ran on many things. He had a lot of policy proposals that people were hearing and liking. I mean, if you look at the last couple of weeks, the divisive negative campaign belonged to Hillary Clinton. I have to tell you, as Donald Trump's campaign manager, I was mystified, really excited and heartened, but mystified as to why she would go all negative instead of maybe explaining what her answer to Obamacare might be and the Affordable Care Act. So it was a huge risk on their part, I thought, and it didn't pay off. But on Mr. Trump and what he would do, he's going to work with everyone. And you say how can you bridge the rift? I think, Chris, that we ought to realize that where we may disagree politically and ideologically, people have far more in common in this country than they may realize when they're in the heat of the political battle. And we need to come together as Americans. We need to recognize that there's essential goodness in Americans. We have a certain wisdom and discernment. And I saw that all across the country and traveling with Mr. Trump. People they love this country and they love each other and they really do want the best. And I think people just looking askance at each other because they have a different political point of view is very unfortunate. And I really hope, because I've heard a lot of it on CNN for the last year and a half, I really hope, some people will just tamp it down. Lay down the verbal firearms, tamp it down, and give this guy a chance. Give him a chance as your president-elect, like we all did with President Obama and we all did with President Bill Clinton, et cetera. Give him a chance and be there for him. Come together as a nation.
But are you saying that the divisive rhetoric was on cable news and not at some of Mr. Trump's rallies? I mean,
No, I didn't say that.
So let's be honest.
No, I didn't say that.
I mean,
I'm just
Mr.
saying,
Trump
no, I didn't say
did
that.
have some divisive language. We all have it. We have the tapes that we could re-rack. And so everybody loves the idea of moving forward and coming together as a country, of course. And what I hear you saying, unless you correct me if I'm wrong, is that he will not press ahead with any sort of investigation or prosecution of Hillary Clinton because that would not be in keeping with unity.
I have not discussed that with him, Allison, especially since he became the next president of the United States. But let me repeat that there's divisiveness all the way around. And I think just throwing at us constantly the isms And, you know, I mean, if you can just go back and reflect for a moment on the avalanche, I mean, the unprecedented deluge of negative criticism that we've received here at the Trump campaign and has been laid upon his shoulders, it truly is unprecedented. And you know what? It backfired by and large because people ended up saying, stop telling me what's important to me. Stop telling me what to think and whom to vote for and who's disqualified. I mean, look at what the Clinton campaign did for weeks, for months. They were trying to tell people, this is what's important to you. Temperament, or this comment that many years ago, or that comment yesterday. This is the next thing that's important to you. And meanwhile, people are saying, you know what's important to me? Whatever's important to me. I honestly think to the whole political elite media class, all of us, really all of us privileged people who have a platform, Allison and Chris, I think the big lesson of yesterday is stop listening so much to each other and start listening to the people. They have fabulous stories to tell. They're good-hearted. And I think we've got a lot more in common in this country than we don't. And you see President-elect Trump making that promise.
Well, listen, those are the right words to hear on this day. And I can assure you that this country, because you got over half the country voted for Hillary Clinton, they're all eager to hear it and to see them put into action moving forward. Let me ask you a question. You're still in the afterglow. You deserve to enjoy it. This was hard fought. The transition's going to take time. Do you see the urgency being domestic or foreign right out of the box? Because you do have these complicated military situations abroad, and you do have complicated political situations at home. But is one of them going to be a more urgent priority early on?
I think it has to be all of the above, Chris. We have a lot of problems to still tackle. Well, but look, good leaders surround themselves with people who can help them to do that. That's just always the case with our presidents. And you're right, it's difficult to know where to start because many things seem like a hot mess here and abroad. But you know, Mr. Trump has been very clear about what his priorities are, and they do include both a domestic and a foreign agenda. But I think I would just have to say on his behalf all of the above, because as President and Commander-in-Chief, you just can't pick and choose and sequence what you're going to work on when there's so many urgencies. But we've got a lot of folks hurting in this country. And we have a lot of folks who feel like they've been left behind. They don't have a voice, feel like they're struggling to decide whether to meet those new hikes in Obamacare premiums, food or rent. And then you've got people around the globe that are very concerned about the advance of terrorism, about the changes in their country, maybe economically. And so we need a president, I think he said very clearly last night, he said, I'd like to tell the world community, I will always put America first, but I also will deal with you fairly. And in other words, we'll be a partner around the globe. And he means that. And we need a president who looks upon everything that way.
What do you expect from the meeting with President Obama on Thursday? Is there any message that Donald Trump will give to him?
I'll let those two world leaders decide that, Allison. I think that they will talk about the things they can maybe work on together in the future and how to build on what successes President Obama has and, frankly, how to tackle the infinite to-do list that he will leave behind. I mean, that has to be a priority. I mean, I would note that yesterday's election brought together Republicans in the House, the Senate, and the presidency for all the talk about how Donald Trump is going to drag down the House and Senate. I mean, good God, how many people sat on your network and said with a straight face he was going to cost the Republicans everything not nailed to the ground and then said they won everything? That tells you something about where America wants to go, though. He's being given a mandate. And that mandate is going to be somewhat different than what we've had. It is a repudiation of some of the things we've had. But President Obama, for his successes, there are things I'm sure they can discuss. And I know President Obama and President-elect Trump very much.
We lost our satellite. Our thanks to Kellyanne Conway for coming on New Day.
A very hard-fought battle, and just hours into it, and it's amazing how much is on the plate already.
Well, meanwhile, global markets are down on the news of Donald Trump's victory. So how will the U.S. markets open today? CNN business correspondent Allison Cossack is live at the New York Stock Exchange, keeping an eye on it all. Allison.
Good morning, Allison. Less than 90 minutes to go before the opening bell. And believe it or not, a 250-point drop on the Dow is an improvement from what we saw happen overnight as we were watching those returns come in. Globally, we're also seeing a recovery in the trading going on there right now. Global markets down less than about 1% across the board as countries try to figure out what a Trump presidency means for them. The Mexican peso, we're keeping an eye on that because that really became a barometer for Donald Trump during his candidacy. That continues to fall sharply against the dollar, and that's because there's a big concern about what Trump's trade policies are going to be and his protectionist sentiment during the campaign. One thing to leave you with, though, one thing to keep in mind, what usually happens the day after Election Day, you do usually see stocks fall. Case in point, when President Obama was elected in 2008, we did see the S&P 500 fall 5% the day after. Chris and Allison.
All right, Allison, thank you very much. The markets go up and down. Volatility was expected. It was sharp, but we'll keep an eye on it. So in his first speech as president-elect, Donald Trump talked very differently than he has the rest of this campaign. He talked about binding the wounds and being together. We're going to speak with a Trump supporter, Wisconsin's re-elected Congressman Sean Duffy. What will that mean? Next.
This is CNN Breaking News.
If this election had a theme, it was division. So the question now for the winner, President-elect Trump, is how do you heal? Let's bring in Wisconsin Congressman Sean Duffy. He's a Donald Trump supporter. He also won his bid for re-election last night. Congratulations, my friend. Good luck in your new term.
Hey, thank you, Chris. It's great to be on with you this morning.
So you whooped up on your opponent last night. Donald Trump has a big and maybe even a more big mandate at the end of all the counting. We still don't have Minnesota, Michigan, and New Hampshire tallied completely. The popular vote just about divided. Clinton even a little bit ahead now. So you got a divided situation. You have to figure out how to come together. A little trickier with Donald Trump because his campaign was so heavy on exacerbating divisions. How do we move together going forward?
Well, I think more than division, it's about setting out a stark difference between what's been happening over the last 8 years, Chris. He was talking about truly, fixing health care. How do we secure our border? Issues that I think a lot of Americans tapped into and agreed with. But moving forward, what I saw when I came in 2010 is if you think you can just have one party rule in Washington or in state government, it never works. You have to bring the other side in and you have to work together on common purpose. And if you look at the way this is going to be structured in Congress, yeah, Republicans are going to keep control of the House and the Senate. But in the Senate, the way the rules work is you need 60 senators to pass most bills. And so whether it's going to be, 7 or 8 senators, 9 senators that are Democrat are going to have to buy into what Republicans are trying to move through the House, the Senate, and to Mr. Trump's desk. And that means you have to work together to get common purpose, common buy-in if you're going to move the country forward. And if you go my way or the highway, you will see Republicans have a historic loss across America in 2 years from now. We need to fight for the ideas that we ran on, but also bring Democrats along with us and include some of their ideas in the packages that we put together.
Well, I get you in terms of the how you do business and the need for progress and constructive work down in D.C. I think that's all good. What I need your help on is something we talked about a lot during the election. I would often come to you with what Trump was saying and the anxiety it was calling, and you would constantly wave me off and say, look, man, I don't agree with everything that Trump says, but this is the campaign and it's an ugly time. Let's see what happens when it's over. So what is your message to those who are afraid this morning? Again, you got over half the country in the popular vote went against Trump. What do you say to them who feel they're on the outside, they're excluded, they're on the list, they're in the swamp? What do you say to them?
Well, first of all, it was a tough race, and mean things were said on both sides of the aisle. And had the race gone the other way, half of the people would have disagreed with Mrs. Clinton. And so, as we look forward, we know these races are rough and tumble, and mean and hard things are said. It always happens. But then once you win, you have to get about the business of governing, and governing means bringing other folks in to move the country forward. And I think Mr. Trump understands that and will do it. And hearing Kellyanne on your show just in the last segment, I think one of his top advisors understands that very well. But that doesn't mean, Chris, that you don't fight for the things that you ran on. I mean, I do think, as Mr. Trump said, to have a country, you do have to have a border. Sure. That doesn't mean you have to check in your compassion and your heart. You still have a heart, but you want to secure it. We want to crush ISIS, take the fight to them instead of bringing the fight over here. All ideas that I think half of America has said we agree with. And I think the biggest message here is President Obama tried to sell America on a bigger government. Some might argue a more collectivist government. And I think wholeheartedly in this cycle, America said, that's not the right path forward for us. We think we get more opportunity, better wages, more upward mobility if you have a more American-style free enterprise system. And I think that's the big message coming out of tonight. Let's reduce the size and the influence in our lives of our government, and let's look back to the American people with still a government in our life, but more limited, but letting families and people and small businesses run their lives the way they see fit without this nanny state looking over their shoulder trying to manage their lives for them. True. And I think that's the real message that comes from Donald Trump.
True, but look, what has people anxious isn't the, wow, which tax plan are we going to go with? You know, how is this going to work economically in terms of our jobs engine? What was dividing the country was more of this cultural play. You know, Kellyanne, who, as you know, we've known a long time here, she was saying, boy, you guys sure are being negative about this. It's not on us. The election was very negative. So now it's just a practical question. Do you really appoint a special prosecutor to go after Hillary Clinton? Or do you deal with what you're talking about? What do you think the priority should be?
Well, listen, I think the priority should be what the main themes of the campaign were.
That was one of them. They chanted, lock her up at all the rallies like the last month. Do you deliver on that, or do you do what you're saying?
Well, I think the sentence and the conviction came last night in the vote, and people said, you know what, we don't want corruption in Washington. We've seen it in the Clinton Foundation. We've seen it in the Clinton State Department. We don't want that. And I think that was probably one of the largest drawbacks to Hillary Clinton's campaign is the scandalous behavior before she ran. And so, yeah, I mean, I think the American voters have done more to her than Donald Trump will. But again, I don't think the American voter, Chris, they don't want us to focus on that kind of stuff. They want to focus on working for them. And again, moving the country forward with ideas that are actually going to grow the economy. You know this, you and I have talked about this. Americans feel like they've been left behind, so many of them. In my part of the world that had a historic vote for a Republican president, first time since 1984, people are saying, where's the government working for me? Or stop bringing me down, get out of my way and let me live my life. That was historic in Wisconsin. First time since 1980 that a Republican senator won in a presidential year. So I think if we don't get about the business of the people and that's disregarded and that focus is sent somewhere else, you'll see the people rise up and push back.
Well, you got a big mandate yourself, over 60% of the vote. Congratulations to you. And as you know, these ideas for how to make life better for people in America always have a home here on New Day. You're welcome all the time. Congratulations, Congressman.
Hey, thank you, Chris.
All right. Allison.
If you are just waking up to the stunning news that Donald Trump won the presidential election, you are not alone in being surprised. Up next, Ana Navarro. You don't want to miss this.
This is CNN Breaking News.
We do have breaking news of the biggest variety. If you are just waking up, Donald J. Trump is now president-elect of the United States. Hillary Clinton is set to speak at 9:30 Eastern, and of course CNN will bring that to you live. We can only imagine what is going on inside Clinton's inner circle this morning, but on the whole, Democrats' heads are spinning, it is safe to say. And so are some Republicans who called themselves Never Trump voters. Let's bring in one of them, CNN political commentator Ana Navarro.
With my shirt.
TGIO, thank God it's over. Is it over or is it just beginning?
Well, one nightmare is over, another is about to begin. But look, we are all Americans. At this point, he is President-elect Trump. I don't like Donald Trump. I respect the office of the presidency. All of us who, for the last weeks, have been saying this is not a rigged system. This is a system we must respect. Well, that holds true today, regardless of what the result is.
Yes, sometimes with democracy, you don't win.
He won fair and square. We've had 240 years of democratic, peaceful succession in this country, and we're going to have 4 more years. And I frankly think that as much as I dislike him, he's now my president-elect. He is our president-elect. This country's success is all of our success. So at that point, I wish him success.
How about what he said coming out of the box as president-elect? Wasn't that a message that you would find comforting?
I found very little comforting last night.
He was conciliatory towards Clinton.
Yeah, no, look,
he said flattering things about her. He said, I want you all to know I'm for all of you. It's time to bind the wounds. It seemed to be a nod that all that stuff I said during the campaign, let's leave it there. That's how some are taking it.
Let's hope so. Let's hope that he was playing a character for campaign purposes. He's an entertainer. Let's hope that that's what he was doing, and that the Trump that becomes president, I think, feels the weight of the position, the responsibility and duty of the position, and realizes that governing a divided country is very, very difficult. It would have been the same thing for Hillary Clinton. Regardless of who would have won, we would have woken up today with 45% of America completely disenfranchised and feeling in despair. And that's what's happening right now. Whomever is the next president, with the help of Congress, with the help of the American people, needs to figure out a way forward to bring us together. And I hope and pray that the Donald Trump we saw in the campaign is not the Donald Trump we see as president of the United States. And I think that all of us who disliked when, you know, some people wanted Barack Obama to fail from day one, well, we can't do that to President-elect Trump. We've got to hope for his success. We've got to hope for our country's success.
And what does this say about the country? When you wake up and you see all the red on that map behind you today, you're a Republican. What does this say about your party and its future and the country?
Look, I think John Edwards was a little bit ahead of his time. I think it is 2 Americas. If you walk around today, if you talk to people, it really does feel like 2 Americas. It feels like, and I'll tell you what it feels like. It feels like a white America, and it feels like a non-white America. So don't go far, my friend, because I'm holding you up as my white token friend, okay?
Although now that would seem to be what's in, because you have a very stark divergence in what happened in this election. The irony is, you say John Edwards. Mario Cuomo in 1984, against Ronald Reagan's message of a shining city on the hill, argued it's actually a tale of 2 cities. The parties have swapped that message. It is your party now that owns the middle class. The question is, can Donald Trump deliver on that mandate? What are your thoughts?
I don't know. I know that he can't do it alone. I think that if he continues extending an olive branch and being conciliatory, I think we've got to give him the benefit of the doubt. I think he deserves a little honeymoon period, even if it's, you know, between now and the inauguration. We've got to see what type of people he appoints to be around him. Hopefully folks with gravitas. God, I hope Kellyanne Conway is around, because she's the Trump whisperer. She can manage him, his persona. I think that what Hillary Clinton says today is going to be very important. What tone does she adopt? And I would tell you the Republican Party has tremendous problems, but so do the Democrats. So do the Democrats.
Yes, they do.
I would say, you know, we all own what happened last night.
Sure.
You know, Democrats probably nominated the only person who could lose to Donald Trump, and she did. And I think she ran a pretty good campaign, but at the end of the day, it comes down to the candidate. And there were things that the Clintons did in the last 8 years that I think raised a lot of questions for a lot of Americans, and they turned that into a benefit of the doubt vote for the outsider.
All right, let's bring in the rest of our panel. We want to bring in CNN political commentator and senior contributor to the Daily Caller, Matt Lewis, CNN political analyst and Washington bureau chief for the Daily Beast, Jackie Kucinich, CNN anchor of Early Start, and at this hour, John Berman. So, Matt, at the beginning of this morning, I said that you yesterday predicted that Donald Trump would win North Carolina and Florida, but you predicted Hillary Clinton would still pull out the presidential win. What are your thoughts this morning?
First of all, I think that you know, look, we can talk about the FBI Comey story.
And do you think that had a big effect?
I certainly helped Donald Trump closed much stronger than he ran any other part of his campaign. He was on message, he was on script, and of course the wind was at his back and Hillary was on defense. You could talk about the Obamacare premiums. You could talk about the Russian WikiLeaks story. I think the real story, though, is that this is an international trend. And I think Donald Trump, maybe the reason what he was seeing is that America lags Europe. And whatever Europe does, we eventually do. And if you look at Berlusconi or Le Pen, maybe he sort of played that model out. And so I think that this isn't about anything that Hillary might have done differently if she had just gone to Wisconsin. I think that this is a large trend that Donald Trump just caught at the right time.
You don't think Hillary's trustworthiness issue, not what she should have done or could have done in the campaign, but what the Clinton Foundation, the blurry lines between the philanthropic, political, and business worlds of the Clintons, Huma Abedin with four
the proof is in the underperformance. But I want to get your take. We're technically never Trumpers. Now you're moving forward, right? As we all need to.
Call him out when he needs to be called out, but support the president when he's right.
And that's the proposition that I want to ask you about, because what we're hearing this morning is, guys, don't be negative. Don't be negative. It's not that simple because of the nature of what this campaign was. This wasn't a man who campaigned on, I can fix the deficit, and here are my 4 ways why, and I know everybody says it's crazy, but I'm a businessman. That's not what it was. This was about root cause issues of who we are and who we're not, and it was ugly and it was divisive. Isn't it legitimate to question now, well, which Trump are we getting? Are we getting the one who says we're all going to be together, and that stuff was just the campaign, or is it, I'm appointing a special prosecutor, and I'm putting Hillary Clinton in jail? Isn't that a legitimate question?
It is a legitimate question, but the bottom line is we can't answer it this morning. We absolutely can't answer it. What we've got to base the answer on is the last
the campaign could.
Months.
He said he could say, I have different priorities.
We're going to see it. We're going to see it through performance. We're going to see it through appointments. We're going to see it through the people around him. We're going to see it through the speeches he makes, the places he goes between now and January 20th, and maybe we'll have a better answer then.
I'm with Anna. It's a tale of two Trumps. Is this the Donald Trump who wanted to ban all Muslims coming into America, or is this the Donald Trump that sounded much more conciliatory last night? I hope, like you said, that he was sort of fronting a little bit to win the election, and he will actually govern more in a more statesmanlike manner.
But unknowable. Go ahead.
Although I do wonder if some of the people around him might change. I mean, Steve Bannon and the Breitbart news site has run some pretty terrial, divisive things.
But why would it change after this success?
Well, it makes sense, but I'm saying now it's governing. It's different. He won. But now we're talking about governing, and if we can't bring people together, if you have someone who's put out things that are anti-Semitic on their website.
The interesting confirmation process.
There is a theory. I mean,
but it won't be. I mean, the Republicans have control of Congress. The Republicans are in complete, utter control, and Donald Trump helped build or maintain at least the majorities in the House. I don't think there's any reason to believe the confirmation process will be anything other than smooth sailing.
I do. Well,
Who's
first of all, because it requires...
Stand up to him? Who's going to stand up to him in Congress?
Lindsey Graham, John McCain, Rob Portman, people who didn't need him to win. And look, I think Donald Trump, he is the deal maker. He needs to bring in these Republican leaders who maybe did not support him, and they need to figure out an agenda together. Paul Ryan made it very obvious that he didn't like Donald Trump, that Donald Trump does not stand for the same Republican values he embraced. Now we're in for a reality check, right?
But when
Republican House, Republican Senate.
When he signs the Obamacare bill that they pass in the first week, they're going to like him a whole lot. And when
that's true
too. When he nominates the next Supreme Court justice, that's not Merrick Garland.
That's true too.
They're gonna like him.
Well, I tell you, if he sticks to that list of supposed Supreme Court nominees that he published, I think they will. But I will also tell you that if he shows up with a proposal to build a wall the first 100 days, they're not going to like it at all. The Paul Ryan I know, the John McCain, the Lindsey Graham, the Rob Portman I know is not going to like it.
Paul Ryan still wants to be speaker, and if he starts standing up to Donald Trump on the wall, he's going to have a revolt
and the wall's
in his
easy.
conference.
The wall's, so you build a digital wall, or you make a little bit of a wall here, and then everyone says they win. The harder thing for Paul Ryan is when Donald Trump passes an infrastructure bill and doesn't say how to pay for it. When Donald Trump doesn't pay as much attention to the deficit as Paul Ryan has jealously guarded, said for the last, 12 years of his career that he cares so much about. That's not a priority.
There's also a theory that, and this might sound like wishful thinking and a bit quixotic, but you go to someone like Thomas Becket, right?
Sure.
This is a guy who was a drinking buddy, a pretty irresponsible guy with the king, and then he becomes the Archbishop of Canterbury, and now he adopts the persona that you would expect from an archbishop. And he actually defends religious liberty, ends up becoming a martyr. Maybe that's asking a bit much for Trump, but sometimes people rise to the occasion and adopt the role that they're supposed to adopt.
On that note, that silver lining note that everybody is hoping for this morning, we'll leave it there. Panel, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Global markets are in turmoil, though, after Donald Trump's big win. How will the U.S. markets open this morning? We'll discuss that next.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Donald Trump will be the 45th president of the United States. Global markets sharply lower on this news. The U.S. stock market set to open in 37 minutes, and it looks as though investors will sell stocks. CNN business correspondent Allison Kosick is at the New York Stock Exchange. Good morning, Allison.
Good morning, Christine. So we are expected to see the Dow drop about 200, maybe even up to 300 points when that opening bell rings in about 40 minutes. But believe it or not, that's an improvement from what futures did overnight, because as those election returns came in, we saw the Dow futures dropping as much as 800 points, so we're not anywhere near that. We're also seeing an improvement in global markets as well. They are trading off their lows. So what has got Wall Street so spooked? Well, first of all, the shock of it all, the shock of Donald Trump becoming the president-elect. What also shocks Wall Street or worries Wall Street is the unpredictability of Donald Trump. Wall Street doesn't like surprises. It wants to know what's going to happen, and with Trump, he kind of just threw out the playbook on just about everything where Wall Street is concerned, so Wall Street doesn't know what to expect. But one thing to keep in mind, historically, the day after elections, we usually do see a sell-off. Case in point, the day after President Obama was elected in 2008, we did see the S&P 500 sell off about 5%. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Allison. Let's discuss. Let's bring back Christine Roman, CNN Global Economic Analyst Rana Foroohar, and host of Quest Means Business, Richard Quest. So, Rana, the markets, we expected a dip. It happened every time Trump made a move in the polls. Why? Uncertainty. Who will he be? Who will he not be? What will his agenda be? We see volatility now as a result. How deep? How long?
I think you're going to see a sell-off, but I think it's going to be short and sharp. And then I think after that, the markets are probably going to rebound to a certain extent. That's typically what happens, by the way, after any presidential election. Markets don't like uncertainty, as we know. I think what's going to happen now, though, is anytime you get a bit of bad news, soft growth figures in China, a bad jobs report, something problematic happening politically in Europe, you're going to see markets react more strongly than they might have pre-election, because we don't know what Trump's economic policies are going to be yet. Is he going to be a demagogue, or is he going to be a pragmatic businessman? We don't know. We're going to have to watch who he appoints. We're going to have to watch his rhetoric over the next few weeks.
Richard, you also see some complications for Donald Trump himself because he has some conflicts of interest business-wise.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he owns hotels. He owns buildings. His name's on buildings. Now, nothing wrong with that. But how do you take those business interests, put them in a blind trust, and pretend I'm not seeing them? My tourism policy, no, it's not. My real estate policies, no, it's in a blind trust. I don't know about these properties that have got
Richard.
That's my point.
That's the point.
That's my point.
You think you can't be seen, but the blind trust isn't really blind.
I get it.
The old days of a portfolio where you put it all in. And I mean, remember, now, if I'm not incorrect, I believe when Jimmy Carter came into office, he put all his farming stuff and everything into a blind trust. And when he and Rosalind left the White House, they were just about bankrupt. The money, they were in a really bad way.
So, but who's going to oversee it? Now, here's the question. He's got GOP control of Congress, right? I mean, who's going to be the oversight of what he should do? You know, where are the rules? He's the President of the United States. Who's going to hold him accountable?
First of all, there's no strict rule as regards to the President of the United States with regards to blind trust. It's been custom and practice. It's not like there's a rule that says you've got to do this. He's expected, and I have no doubt he will follow the highest standards that are expected of somebody of that august office.
You don't think that he'll just keep his businesses going because he's broken the rules on so many things in the campaign?
He has released his taxes. I mean, it's traditional to release your taxes to American
I think we
people.
have to give him the benefit of the doubt. The man has just... No.
I'm sorry.
The man has just won the election. The man has just won the election.
Yeah.
We have to give him the benefit of the doubt.
He has won the chance to get the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. He won the election. That means he deserves to be given a chance to succeed or fail based on what he does from here. That's easy. with this conflict stuff compared to how he has to distinguish his message during the campaign from his actions.
I completely agree. I think that's a great point. And I think that really a lot of what happens in the markets and a lot of what happens in the economy is going to hinge on, is he going to take a democratic, with a small d, approach to government and communication? Is he going to be pragmatic and really live up to our expectations of the leader of the free world?
But American workers, I mean, he got elected because American workers feel like they're not getting a fair shake. So what is he going to do for American
what if he goes
workers?
to Paul Ryan, and look, Donald Trump, having known him for a very long time, the guy knows how to make a deal. He wants to make a deal. He's never wanted to make a deal more than he does right now. He could go to Paul Ryan and say, what do you want that's easy? What can we get done? Why don't you give me a list of regulations and taxes that are on businesses right now
that would be good for Wall Street,
you
by the
want
way.
to
Those
go
are the things.
away.
Yeah.
And he says, I'm proposing this. Ryan pushes it through. Quick, easy victory. That helps the economy.
But
and
he's
you move
got
from there.
this number, 4%. He said
his campaign promise.
I'm giggling again.
It's more than a campaign promise. He repeated it again and again.
It was a promise he repeated a lot. Now he is governing, and any growth is good growth, pleasing his base. Okay?
But how do you
will
get,
be the easiest job he
get
has.
growth when world trade is slowing down?
Yeah.
Europe's a basket case, and China's got economic problems.
He has an equal shot of a recession quickly as 4% growth.
Absolutely.
Equal, if not bigger chance.
No. He's got a greater chance of a recession than 4% growth.
I'd agree.
Yeah.
Particularly
I
when
agree
he's almost at war with the Fed chairwoman.
Well, that's the other big question. What happens
Janet
to the Fed?
Yellen.
Does the Fed raise interest rates in December now?
Why
or
would they in this environment? Why?
Why wouldn't they, or why would they? There's a lot of uncertainty now about what the landscape's going to look like.
They'd be mad too.
I think that they absolutely won't. The question is Janet Yellen going to step down? I mean, Trump has publicly disavowed her. He said, look,
that
she's
was
political.
then, this is now. And I know that sounds naive, but again, the man deserves a chance. He also deserves a chance to distinguish what he said during that campaign from how he'll be different, and hopefully he does it through actions.
He doesn't have the he deserves a chance, but he doesn't have the right to run away from firm policies that he put forward that the American electorate.
Define a policy.
Well, 4% growth, immigration, build the wall.
This is going to depend a lot on who his team is. We're going to want to see who his team is, because there are people in his team, some who are very sharp on American trade policy as it is, and others who are less concerned about trade policy and more concerned about other pro-growth policies and tax cuts. So there's even some warring inside his team. It'll be interesting to see who's the Treasury Secretary, who is the cabinet's going to be key here.
Panel, thank you very much for discussing all of these possibilities with us, and thanks to you for spending this momentous morning with us. Stay with CNN. We will hear from Hillary Clinton at 10:30 a.m. Eastern. She will be speaking for the first time after conceding the election to Donald Trump, and we will bring that to you live.
One of the most exciting moments in our democracy is to see what a new president does in these early moments after this victory. It was an historic day, and it continues with coverage from the newsroom with Carol Costello. Carol.
That it does. You guys have a great day. Newsroom starts now. And good morning, and thank you so much for joining me. I'm Carol Costello in Washington, D.C. Hillary Clinton, 90 minutes from now, delivering her concession speech after one of the most historic upsets in modern history. We'll carry that speech live, of course. That speech coming just hours after Donald Trump delivered his own as the nation's next president. His win, in a word, stunning, blowing well past the 270 electoral votes needed, crushing Hillary Clinton. Her supporters stunned and heartbroken after one of the most polarizing presidential races in our lifetime. President Obama congratulating Trump and due to speak publicly later today. A victorious Trump changing tone and calling for a divided nation to unite behind his presidency.
Now it's time for America to bind the wounds of division. Have to get together. To all Republicans and Democrats and independents across this nation, I say it is time for us to come together as one united people.
Trump will become the first Republican president in 11 years to have such a huge advantage. The GOP will control both the House and the Senate. Trump says he will deliver on his campaign promises, stoking great optimism among his supporters and fears among those who did not see this win coming. We are covering the campaigns, the fallout, the rattled nerves hanging over this hour's opening bell on Wall Street. But let's begin with CNN's Jeff Zeleny. Morning, Jeff. That's Phil Mattingly. We're starting with you, Phil. Okay, take it away.
Yeah, why not?
Hey, Carol, I'm sorry about that. We are here in Midtown Manhattan where Hillary Clinton will be speaking, as you said, in 90 minutes' time. Carol, this is not a speech that she had planned to give, of course, but she will be in a ballroom with some supporters and staffers giving what is described to me as a thank you message, but also a message of healing and a message looking forward. And she will indeed call on Democrats and her supporters to support this president. Of course, last night, her thousands of supporters waited in the Javits Center, really not far from here, only blocks from here, waiting for her to come out. She did not. And John Podesta finally came out about 2 o'clock in the morning. Carol, I was in that room, and the looks on her supporters' faces was one of disbelief. That is now starting to settle in among Democrats really across the country, and certainly in Washington and her campaign. They are trying to determine what went wrong. They simply, got it wrong in terms of the numbers, in terms of the modeling of turnout, other things. One advisor tells me this is not the moment for finger pointing, but Carol, I can tell you there will be a lot of that, a lot of questions, what she could have done. As you said, this is a stunning upset for her. She was on the brink of history. She, in fact, thought that she would win. Her campaign had planned to start announcing a transition. That is an entirely different speech today, Carol. Donald Trump is doing that just across town here in Midtown Manhattan, and she will be giving a speech, and then she will be stepping away from public view. Carol?
All right, Jeff Zeleny reporting live for us this morning. Thank you. Now let's turn our attention to the Trump camp. CNN's Sarah Murray is here with that. Good morning.
Good morning, Carol. Well, this was a surprise even to Donald Trump's own advisors, and he promised a political revolution. He certainly delivered on that in the early hours of this morning, and he wakes up today with a very long to-do list. Donald Trump was pretty hands-off when it came to his transition team's planning. He wanted to focus at the task at hand, which was winning the presidential election. He didn't want to jinx himself by planning too far ahead, and so his transition team sort of got the ball rolling in many ways without him. There were 22 different departments. They sort of came up with different plans for different agencies. They came up with lists for potential political appointees. The transition team vetted those, and that plan was delivered to Trump Tower last night. So today, in the coming days, Donald Trump will begin to look through those plans. He'll begin to look through potential people to build his own cabinet. But I have to tell you, aides are still a little bit in disbelief this morning. They're going to be gathering mid-morning at Trump Tower to sort of plan the next steps. And I think we should just take a moment and look back at last night and see what Donald Trump had to say when he realized that he had won the presidency.
I've just received a call from Secretary Clinton. She congratulated us, it's about us, on our victory. And I congratulated her and her family on a very, very hard-fought campaign. I mean, she fought very hard. Hillary has worked very long and very hard over a long period of time, and we owe her a major debt of gratitude for her service to our country. I mean that very sincerely. Now it's time for America to bind the wounds of division, have to get together. To all Republicans and Democrats and independents across this nation, I say it is time for us to come together as one united people. It's time. I pledge to every citizen of our land that I will be president for all Americans, and this is so important to me. For those who have chosen not to support me in the past, of which there were a few people, I'm reaching out to you for your guidance and your help so that we can work together and unify our great country.
Now, there's plenty of interest, of course, about what a Donald Trump administration would look like and how Donald Trump will govern as president. But his campaign aides are saying, whoa, those questions are going to have to wait for a little while. At least let us sort of savor this victory, wrap our minds around it, at least in the early hours of today, and figure out what comes next. Carol?
All right, Sarah Murray reporting live for us from New York. Thank you. We'll hear today, too, from President Obama. He'll be speaking from the White House, and CNN's Athena Jones has more on that. Good morning.
Good morning, Carol. That's right. We'll hear from the president after we hear from Secretary Clinton. We're still waiting on the word of exact timing of when the president will speak, but we know he'll come out. He'll talk about the election results. He'll also talk about what needs to be done to unify the country after this bitter-fought election. We know the president spoke with Donald Trump earlier this morning, congratulating him. He also spoke with Secretary Clinton, expressing his admiration for her strong campaign. Let me read to you from the White House statement put out just a couple of hours ago. The president invited the president-elect to meet with him at the White House on Thursday, November 10th, to update him on the transition planning his team has been working on for nearly a year. That statement goes on to say that ensuring a smooth transition is one of the top priorities that President Obama has identified. But remember, Carol, this is a president who spent months saying that Donald Trump wasn't going to win. He and his wife, the First Lady Michelle Obama, did more than 24 campaign stops, nearly 50 interviews between TV and radio and social media, all making the case that Donald Trump was temperamentally unfit to be president and uniquely unqualified. This is a man, Donald Trump, who, before he was the incoming commander-in-chief, he was the birther-in-chief, leading this movement of folks who were questioning the president's citizenship and his legitimacy. He's promised to undo much of President Obama's legacy, so it's certainly going to be an interesting meeting. Carol?
Yes, it is. Athena Jones reporting live from the White House this morning. Donald Trump managed to pull off one of the most stunning upsets in political history. Still, Hillary Clinton is winning in the popular vote. CNN Politics executive editor Mark Preston has been digesting the numbers for us this morning. He's here to show us more. Hi, Mark.
Hey, good morning, Carol. Well, this is where we began the night last night. As you can see right there, Hillary Clinton, we thought, had about 268 electoral votes going into the first poll closings at 6 o'clock. Donald Trump only 204. And as you said, he had a very, very, very narrow path to victory. So where did we end up? Well, he got right through that path, clearly. Right now, he stands at 289 electoral votes. So how did he do that? Well, first of all, he won this battleground state right here, Florida. He won the battleground state of North Carolina. He won the battleground state of Ohio. And in addition to that, he put a fracture in the blue wall right up in here in Pennsylvania and then up here in Wisconsin. And as you can see right now, we are still waiting to see what happens here and what happens here in Minnesota and in Michigan. No, Carol, at this point, they're still counting votes. We're trying to figure out who will win those states. But you know what? As you talk about the popular vote, let's see where we stand right now. If you see that right there, Hillary Clinton has a little bit of a lead right now, but she could increase it because right now, if you look at the state of California, they only have about 2/3 of their vote actually counted at this point. So we would expect her to pick up some there. And then, of course, up here, she's going to pick up any here? Probably not very much at all up in Minnesota. And then, of course, over in Michigan right now, they're still counting votes. They still got about 5% out that they are trying to figure out. And then the last state, of course, is up here in New Hampshire. Could she pick up any here? And they're just about done counting as well. So for Hillary Clinton, for her to increase her lead in the popular vote, it would have to be here, Carol, in the state of Florida, the very blue state of Florida, Carol.
Okay, so it is possible that Hillary Clinton could win the popular vote, but not the electoral vote.
Absolutely. No question about that. It's happened in the past, and this might be one of the elections, Carol.
All right, Mark Preston, thanks to you. Global stocks, well, they're plummeting around the world on news of a Trump win. And, you know, the opening bell on Wall Street, it dings in just about 20 minutes. The Dow futures tumbling right now on the news of this election outcome. CNN business correspondent Alison Kosik has more. Good morning.
Good morning, Carol. So we are watching futures dip quite a bit. We are expecting the Dow to fall about 200 points when the opening bell rings in less than 30 minutes. But believe it or not, that's an improvement from what we saw overnight when we saw futures drop as much as 800 points on the Dow. That's as those returns were coming in about President-elect Trump gaining ground. So clearly there is a recovery that we can expect, but not at the opening bell. So why are investors spooked? Well, first of all, it came as a shock that Trump won this election, and secondly, investors are spooked by the unpredictability factor of Donald Trump and his anti-trade policies that he's already talked about on the campaign trail. There is a lot of concern as to how those will affect the U.S. economy, how those will affect the broader economy. But as far as investors go, as today begins, the way investors are thinking is Trump at this point upended the landscape where there's just a lot of question marks going forward. One analyst saying expect a lot more monster swings between today and Inauguration Day as we wait to hear more from Trump as to where he stands on policies. But I want to leave you with one thought, that it doesn't matter who would have won the election. History shows us that there often is a sell-off the day after a presidential election. In fact, when President Obama won the election in 2008, we did see the S&P 500 fall 5% the next day. Carol?
All right, Allison Kozak reporting live for us. We'll check back with you when the opening bell rings at about 9:30 Eastern time. So we have a lot to discuss this morning, right? Maeve Reston is here. CNN national political reporter David Chalian joins me. He's our CNN political director. David Gergen is here, former presidential advisor to Nixon, Ford, Reagan, and Clinton. And Ryan Lizza is here. He's a Washington correspondent for The New Yorker. Welcome to all of you. I want to talk about the popular vote first off, David Chalian. So Hillary Clinton, it's possible she could win the popular vote, but not the electoral vote. But that doesn't matter. She's already conceded there will be no challenges.
Right. Well, that's how we elect presidents, is by the Electoral College, not by the popular vote. That's the way we've been doing it for a couple centuries. So and this will be, I think, the fourth time in history, if indeed it emerges that way, that the popular vote winner and the Electoral College vote winner are different. It was rather recent history. This happened with Al Gore in 2000.
Yeah, but we all know what happened then, right? But that's different from...
Tell me what happened then. He won the popular vote and George Bush won the Electoral College.
Right.
So, and George Bush served as president. So I think...
But we had to wait a while for that to happen.
Right. There was a 36-day recount. But I think, Carol, that while that may be an interesting data point, obviously Hillary Clinton quickly realized last night that it wasn't something that was going to prevent her from beginning the work of trying to heal the country. That's why she placed that concession phone call to Donald Trump, so that when he went out to address his supporters, he could reference that phone call, said that it happened, even though she had chosen not to speak last night.
Yeah, so is it strange, David Gergen, that Hillary Clinton chose not to speak last night and won't speak until later this morning?
Well, I think it caused some comment, but I think it's fairly trivial, actually. I think it would have been better had she come out last night. She could have done the same thing John Podesta did, and that is come in, give a brief statement. Listen, you've all been waiting here a long time. I'm sorry to have kept you. Votes are still being counted. Let's talk again in the morning. I think that would have been a better way to do it. But yeah, I think she should get some slack on this. You know, I'm sure it was a devastating blow to her to start with. It was also extremely late at night. And this morning's going to be fine.
So I want to pose this question to you because you've been around a long time. You served under 4 presidents. Put this election into context for us. How historic this really is for our country.
Well, I think there are two things about it that make it, that really give us pause this morning. The first, of course, was just the fact that there was an upset that so few saw coming. I think just a handful. The polls were wrong, the media was wrong, the general sense of the country was wrong. And I don't think we've seen an upset like this since Harry Truman, and he was a sitting president, and it was much easier to command the bully pulpit in those days for a president. But beyond that, the really important question is the country taking a turn. Are we moving toward becoming a different kind of country or a different kind of sense of who we are? And I think a lot of Americans woke up this morning thinking, I don't recognize the country that I'm in. This is not the country I thought I grew up in. These are not the values I thought. There's going to be jubilation on one side, but as you know, among people who thought Hillary was going to win, not that they loved Hillary, but it gave people a sense of stability about what kind of country they had. And there are a lot of women today, and there are a lot of minorities today who feel like that he fanned the flames of racism and sexism, and they're very, very upset about that, and they feel very threatened and marginalized.
Right, because as we all know, Ryan, it's hard to take words back. I mean, you can't forget everything that Donald Trump has said in the run-up to that historic day yesterday, right? So how does he calm the fears of those minorities that are frankly scared this morning?
That's right. If you are an undocumented immigrant in this country, Donald Trump has promised to deport you, even if you were a child who was brought here by a parent. If you are thinking about coming to this country as a Muslim, Donald Trump has said that he's not going to allow you in the country. And I think the popular vote does matter. I think that it matters that that one of the candidates is likely to get more votes than the other. That matters for the mandate that President-elect Trump will claim. And I think it's really important to note that Donald Trump is going to be a very powerful president. The executive branch of the government over the last 16 years has increased its powers exponentially. After 9/11, George W. Bush erected a national security state beyond which any president had. Barack Obama only did small things to rein that in. As Obama's legislative agenda ground to a halt in the last 8 years, the executive branch, with executive orders and other uses, you know, the pen that Barack Obama used, the White House expanded its authority. None of that has been reined in. So Donald Trump is going to inherit an extremely powerful White House. He's going to have a Republican Senate and a Republican House, and he's going to have a 5-4 majority on the Supreme Court soon when he appoints his first Supreme Court. So I think it's important to note that we have a candidate who is the foreign leader that he admires the most is Vladimir Putin. This is someone who's talked about his admiration for the Chinese crackdown in Tiananmen Square. Someone who was talked about punishing his enemies, and he's going to inherit the most powerful White House in American history.
Speaking of that, because I want to read, there's two competing statements from two very different people this morning. One from Mitt Romney, right, who is very against Donald Trump's presidency. He tweeted out this morning, "Best wishes for a duly elected president. May his victory speech be his guide, and preserving the republic his aim." Omarosa, one of his top surrogates, said last night that Donald Trump has an enemies list. And this is what she said in an interview from last night. Quote, "It's so great our enemies are making themselves clear so that when we get into the White House, we know where we stand." Lindsey Graham, because he didn't vote for Mr. Trump. "If Lindsey Graham felt his interest was with that candidate, God bless him. But let me just tell you, Mr. Trump has a long memory, and we're keeping a list." So
there you
right?
have it, right? Those are fighting words. And I think what will be so interesting to watch here is we know from the campaign trail that Donald Trump has a long memory and an enemies list, and from his history, does he now, as he steps into this different role, does he take on a different kind of persona? Does he put some of these, personal grievances behind him? I think there's a lot of, because of what Ryan was saying, there's a lot of pressure on him now with a Republican House, with a Republican Senate, to really get things done and unite a very fractured country. He is not the right messenger for that, but we did hear a slightly different tone from him last night. Certainly was maybe the beginning of a different tone, and this gets to the question that so many voters were worried about: who is he going to surround himself with in the White House? Who will he listen to? Because that's always been the big fear with Donald Trump, is that he doesn't listen to anyone. So I think it will be so interesting to watch just over this next month what kind of cues he takes and who he takes advice from, and whether he does.
So let's say he appoints Rudy Giuliani, for example, as his attorney general. Rudy Giuliani was, he was sort of like, when the crowds were chanting, "Lock her up," he was rah-rahing them. So that's really not off the table. Kellyanne Conway was asked about that many times, whether Donald Trump would move to somehow indict Hillary Clinton. And she said, "Oh, that wasn't discussed." It's not, but it's still on the table. It's still out there.
Well, and to Maeve's point, I think we need to just watch now about how Donald Trump and those around him transition from a campaign to preparing to govern. And we have to just, do they leave sort of the red meat rhetoric of the campaign trail behind, or does that come as part of it? History is anything but a guide this entire election cycle, but there's always heated rhetoric to fire up the troops in the campaign, and then there's a different phase moving towards governing. I do think, though, one of the things that Donald Trump said last night, I'm paraphrasing him, but he said in his speech that he really is going to give voice to the voiceless, that there were a lot of people who had not been heard and now going to be heard. And I think the real test for him now is he just referring to his supporters who helped him achieve this monumental victory, truly astonishing victory, or was that the more broadening language and broadening out to also the Clinton supporters who feel that they are voiceless and that he is going to be their voice as well? I think that is what we all need to be looking for in the days ahead.
Because you do have to wonder, is he really going to build the wall? Is he really going to make Mexico pay for it? Is he really going to renegotiate our trade deals? Is he really going to make a real enemy of China?
And repeal Obamacare.
Right. On day one, right?
Yeah.
And replace it with what? We still don't know.
We don't know, but I think Ryan's point is well taken, and that is he does have, because he has the Senate and he has the House, and he has the expanded power of the executive that has come through, both Bush Jr. and Obama expanded the powers of the executive. He's got a lot of precedent to fall back on now if he wants to act in that way. I sort of think that as much as we're watching him, there has to be a continuing conversation and engagement. He has to know where the boundaries are in terms of the rest of the political system. He's got to be in conversation with Republican senators, for example, about where he's going, because this is their party too, and they're a co-equal branch. I don't think that. I think it would be a mistake to say, okay, he's got it, let's just stand back here and watch. Oh, my God, look at what he's going to do now. Do you really think he's going to do that over there? Rather, it is, this was a close election. And there are sort of standards of decency. And there are people out there who are really scared of you. We have not had a president in my lifetime who has scared as many people as we now see.
Because he's a change agent, because he's an outsider.
I think it's important to take him at his word. This idea that, it was just political rhetoric to get elected, that's the wrong approach. As journalists, we should listen to what he said when he said he wants to deport every undocumented citizen in this country, when he says he wants to ban Muslims. Believe him. He has proved everyone wrong in this election. He's not someone that's going to enter the White House with a lack of confidence.
Okay, we'll just have to see. I have to leave it there. Thanks to all of you. I appreciate your being here. Maeve Reston, David Chalian, David Gergen, and Ryan Lizza. Still to come in the newsroom, Trump's win sending shockwaves through global markets. Now Wall Street's bracing for a major hit. We're minutes away from the opening bell. As Donald Trump takes office in January, the GOP will control Congress. Despite concerns, down-ballot Republicans would take a hit on Election Day. They won virtually all battleground races needed to keep the Senate majority, right now holding 51 seats to the Democrats' 47. CNN's Manu Raju is following this for us this morning. Hi, Manu.
Yeah, the fact that the Republicans only lost one seat was a huge surprise. We don't know the results yet of the New Hampshire Senate race between Kelly Ayotte, the Republican senator, and Governor Maggie Hassan. But if the GOP pulls that out, they could be looking at a 53-47 Senate, meaning Donald Trump would only need 7 votes to break a filibuster. Now, the one Republican who lost last night was Illinois Senator Mark Kirk, losing to Congresswoman Tammy Duckworth. Kirk was a major underdog all cycle long, but there were other major GOP victories in Indiana. The former Senator Evan Bayh lost his effort to win back his old Senate seat to Republican Congressman Todd Young, and in a sign that Donald Trump had some coattails, he managed to have both Roy Blunt in Missouri and Richard Burr in North Carolina. Burr, in particular, had run what many Republicans viewed as a lackluster campaign, but he beat his Democratic opponent by nearly 6 points. And on the House side, Republicans stemming their losses to single digits when it looked like they could lose anywhere from 15 to 20 seats, so Paul Ryan could have a workable majority in the House. We'll hear from him later this hour about what he'd like to do. Carol.
All right, Manu Raju reporting live for us this morning. Thanks so much. And good morning. I'm Carol Costello, live in Washington. Thank you so much for joining me. To the opening bell on Wall Street, investors bracing for one wild day. Global markets taking a major hit after the Trump win, and U.S. stocks plummeted. So what can we expect from the markets today and the world economy in the weeks and months ahead? Let's talk about that. I'm joined by Allison Kosick. She's on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Also with me, global economic analyst Rana Foroohar. Let's start with you, Allison. Good morning.
I would say buckle up as we get ready to hear the opening bell and see how stocks do. Overnight, We did see Dow futures plunge as much as 800 points at the open, though. It is indicating a recovery of sorts, if you want to call it that. We are expecting to see the Dow fall anywhere from 200 to 250 points. Part of the reason is because Trump's win certainly came as a huge surprise for investors. Wall Street doesn't necessarily like surprise. And secondly, Wall Street doesn't really understand what Donald Trump stands for. I'm talking about policy-wise. He's unpredictable. His anti-trade stance worries many investors about how that's going to affect the U.S. economy, how that's going to affect countries globally. As investors wake up to sort of a new landscape, this is a new landscape where Donald Trump has kind of thrown out the playbook that Wall Street has kind of played by, and now there's really no sort of path forward as to what exactly will happen. Case in point, there's been a lot of talk on the floor today as to whether the Fed will go ahead and raise interest rates as expected in December. One thing to keep in mind as we see the Dow begin the day in the red, obviously not as bad as we thought. Funny enough, we do see the Dow now in positive territory. That volatility is something we can expect to run throughout the day. The one thing to keep in mind, though, historically, the day after presidential elections, we usually do see the S&P 500 fall, as we did, case in point, when President Obama won 2008. We did see the S&P 500 fall 5%. Carol?
All right. So Rana, is this a temporary thing?
You know, I think that it's going to be up and down. I think there's a few different things going on. The markets have gotten populism, not just in the U.S., but in Europe and in other places, wrong almost always. The markets didn't predict Brexit. They haven't predicted Trump. So the fact that you saw this big dip right after the victory was really not unexpected. And the fact that after he gave a reasonably pragmatic, even-handed acceptance speech, that you're seeing a little bit of a recovery is also to be expected. But I think what's going to happen is you are going to see increased volatility around any piece of bad news. If numbers come in, growth numbers from China that are soft, if there's a bad jobs report, if there's trouble in Europe, you're going to see investors everywhere react more strongly to that because Donald Trump is a volatile character, he's an unpredictable character, and he's introduced a new element of unpredictability into the global markets right now.
Okay, so let's get down to brass tacks. So, Rana, the people who elected Mr. Trump feel they have been left behind in this improving economy. What will he do for them on day one?
Well, that's the big question. I mean, if he wanted to be smart, he would try and push through an infrastructure project because, frankly, we saw in the Rust Belt states that the economy, the fact that people do feel left behind was a big issue for voters. But even when you go further up the food chain, you don't have to be a working class person to feel economic anxiety. There is a sense, anti-establishment sense, not just in the U.S., but everywhere, that capitalism status quo isn't working. Globalism isn't working for a lot of people. So putting people to work is going to be crucial. Getting an infrastructure program through, getting some tax reform would be great. But again, it's going to depend on who he appoints. Can he get smart advisors in? So far, we just don't know much about who has really been advising him, how well, and what he believes. Is he going to be a demagogue? Is he going to be a pragmatic businessman?
Okay, what we do know, he says he's going to repeal Obamacare. You know, Republicans control both houses of Congress, right? So it's likely Obamacare will be repealed. And then what happens?
Well, in a long-term way, I think the fact that we're moving away from Obamacare isn't actually a great thing for the economy. Obamacare has lots of problems, for sure, but getting more people covered with health insurance is a good thing for the economy because about a third of the people that cycle in and out of poverty in this country do so because of a health care emergency. So I would like to hear what Trump's plans are around health care. I would like to hear something solid before we talk about repealing Obamacare. But more importantly, I would like to hear what he is going to do to fund the tax cuts he's proposing, what kind of infrastructure project he thinks he can get through, real issues around trade policy. Already you have a lot of emerging market leaders very worried about a potential trade war, which could have really devastating effects on the U.S. economy, and we've got to avoid that.
So let's talk about renegotiating these trade deals like NAFTA. Is that a simple thing?
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, if you just think about how complicated it is to negotiate a trade deal, let alone getting out of one, you then have to deal with what will the repercussions be from other countries. I think one thing that's going to be very interesting is what happens if Obama tries to, in a lame duck session, push forward the Trans-Pacific Partnership, trade TPP partnership. Is Trump then going to use that as an opportunity to have a lot of populist rhetoric around trade that then provokes other countries to come in with tariff and trade barriers? Is that the beginning of a snowball cycle? These are the kinds of things he really needs to avoid. He's got to show that face that he showed a little bit in the acceptance speech and really work with some serious economic policy advisors, hopefully from both sides of the aisle, although I'm not holding my breath.
So the Fed interest rate, and I want to direct this question to Allison Kasich. Janet Yellen, doesn't appear that she's going to raise it. Donald Trump has says he wants that interest rate raised. What do you think will happen?
Well, that's interesting that you asked that. I wish I had a crystal ball. That's what everybody here on the floor wants to know as well. The idea when you raise the interest rates, the thinking is, the economy is ready for it. But the thing is, with a President-elect Trump, no one really knows what to expect policy-wise with him. Now, the Fed is not supposed to be political, but many believe that in her decisions that Janet Yellen has been political in her decisions only because she was erring on the side of caution for the economy. So there's a lot of speculation as to whether or not there's going to be that interest rate hike. Many people already believe that needs to happen, that the economy is ready for it, that it's time to try to normalize those interest rates. But it's really anyone's guess what the Fed is going to do in a few weeks in December. Carol?
All right, Allison Kasich, Rana Foroohar, thanks so much. Still to cover the newsroom after months of dividing, Trump's next big challenge, uniting. Trump's win, nothing short of decisive, stunning, and historic. Now the real work starts, and Mr. Trump knows it.
Now it's time for America to bind the wounds of division. To all Republicans and Democrats and independents across this nation, I say it is time for us to come together as one united people.
While Trump supporters are celebrating, many who back Clinton are completely devastated. This is what it looked like in Oakland, California. Protesters marching through the streets. They were maligning Mr. Trump's presidency, coming presidency. Trash cans were set on fire. One person there even treated at the hospital after being hit by a car. So how does Donald Trump begin to heal the divide in this country? With me now to talk about that, CNN political commentator and Donald Trump supporter Paris Dennard, Amanda Carpenter, former communications director for Senator Ted Cruz, and Jeff Weaver. He's the former campaign manager for Bernie Sanders. Welcome to all of you.
Thank you, Carol.
So, Paris, I will start with you.
Yeah.
So, as Mr. Trump looks at what's happened in Oakland, California overnight, what does he say? What does he say to heal? What does he say to stop that? Because you'd have to think there's more of that to come.
Well, I would hope, Carol, that there's no more of that to come. I would hope that even if Secretary Clinton would have been the victor, that we wouldn't see things like that on the ground. But what I will say is that the one thing about America is that there's always a peaceful transfer of power. So Mr. Trump has the authority, and I believe he has the decisive victory and the mandate to now lead the nation and talk about how he wants to make America great again, not just for people that supported him, but for people that are protesting and are upset in the community that we saw in Oakland. And I think his positive message of economic empowerment and job creation is going to help do that, but he's going to set the tone, and I think he did an excellent job in doing that last night.
Amanda?
Now's the time for Republicans to help. Without a doubt, Donald Trump won fair and square last night. It was a huge victory for Republicans, even though they may not like how the gift was wrapped. It's time to accept it, because now we have to start unifying the country, and other Republicans need to help get on board and help communicate to the communities that Donald Trump may have offended along the way and provide a better, more hopeful message. There's no Donald Trump pivot coming. Let's just end this now. He is the person he always was, and it is incumbent. There's a great responsibility for Republican leaders in Congress to step in the gap and provide a hopeful message that assures people that the Constitution is our guide, that provides justice and fairness to all, not just an elected man.
So Hillary Clinton, she appears to be doing her part. She conceded last night. She called Mr. Trump. Right. She's going to give a speech later this morning. We just got word she's going to thank her supporters, and she's going to say it's time to move on. Will Bernie Sanders be a part of the healing process as we go along?
Well, I think Bernie Sanders has, and as we saw during the primary, he has been a voice for values that are shared by the majority of the American people, social and economic justice, dealing with wealth and income inequality in this country. And I think what you'll see from Bernie Sanders is what you've always seen from him, which is principled opposition to policies that he believes are going to be harmful to working people, like cutting taxes
Will the
for
Democrats become
corporations.
obstructionists? Kind of like the Republicans were accused of doing with President Obama?
I think the big losers last night were the Republican and Democratic establishments, and I think there needs to be some real soul searching in the Democratic Party about its future going forward. We obviously suffered a very devastating loss last night. I think there's a lack of understanding by people in Washington about what's going on out in the real world. I think things that certainly I saw during the primary campaign. Until Democrats do that, I think they're going to have a difficult time.
Do you think Bernie Sanders could have won?
I absolutely think he could have won. Yes, I do.
I mean, that's the big story here, right? Isn't Hillary Clinton such a deeply flawed candidate that Donald Trump, even with all his shortcomings when it comes to temperament and character, still won by such a convincing margin? The Democratic far team has been decimated. The legacy of Barack Obama is destruction of the Democratic Party, and it has a lot to do with his policies. You can't, all these Democrats tried to say Obamacare isn't a big deal. Let me tell you, my family is on Obamacare. We have increases coming from $789 a month right now to $1,200 next year. That pain is real, and Republicans have a huge opportunity to fix these issues for the middle class they cannot squander.
I want to pause this conversation for just a second because Jeff Zeleny is on the phone. He has more information about what Hillary Clinton is going to say in just about an hour's time. Jeff, what do you have for us?
Hey, Carol, we are outside the New Yorker Hotel in Midtown Manhattan, and I can tell you there is a steady stream of campaign staffers and advisors, supporters and donors going into the hotel now. The campaign manager sent out a message this morning to all staff and a lot of supporters who were at that victory party last night to come to the speech this morning that Secretary Clinton is scheduled to give around 10:30. One aide told me that they wanted a supportive room. They wanted her to walk into a room filled with applause. So it is a sense of, I guess, a very smaller version of what her event would have been last night had she given her concession speech overnight at the Javits Center. But, Carol, I can tell you there are long faces on many of the campaign staffers. Many are in disbelief. One told me this is brutal, just brutal. So, Carol, this is not something that they expected. Yes, Secretary Clinton was working on a speech, win or lose, but all candidates say that, and she was, of course, focusing more on the speech that she thought she would be giving for victory, but that is not the case. She will be giving a speech today, a concession speech that I'm told she will urge Democrats and call on Democrats to support this president and work toward healing these divisions in the country from a very brutal, divisive campaign, Carol.
All right, Jeff Zeleny, many thanks. In Paris, I think it's important that Hillary Clinton do that because I'm going to show our viewers some of the exit polling that we got from voters last night. So when asked about their feelings if Trump wins, 13% said excited, 27% said optimistic, 20% said concerned, 36% said scared. So when we add those two numbers together, 56% of voters say they were concerned or scared of a Trump presidency. So that's just a tall order. And the American people are expecting big things from him. And, you know, all the things that he said previous to the big night last night, they still resonate in a lot of people's minds. So what should he say?
Yeah, and to your point, I think Secretary Clinton does need to stand up, and because I think she was part of creating this narrative against him, calling him a racist, a sexist, a bigot, and all of those things. So I think it's incumbent upon her to heal the Democrat wounds, and I think Bernie Sanders is going to do a great job in doing that to get millennials.
It's incumbent on Hillary Clinton to do that?
It's incumbent upon Hillary Clinton to stand up and lead and to do what they would have expected of Mr. Trump to do, which is unite.
So Jeff is shaking his head over here.
Yeah, but they don't want to hear that because look, and let me just say this.
Gracious. Can I beg you for unity in this country? I beg everyone supporting Donald Trump to be gracious and give Democrats time and space.
No, let me beg Republicans to be gracious to Mr. Trump and accept the fact that he had a decisive victory and that you look at the exit polls, 8% African.
And is that attitude why Republicans in Congress must hold him accountable as they would Hillary Clinton?
8% African American vote, 28% when it comes to the Latino vote. Now,
those are not very impressive numbers.
They're not impressive numbers, but when we had people on this network saying he would get 0 to 2% or no percent in the African American vote, and they said that he would do horribly and do worse than Mitt Romney did, he did better on both accounts. And so this is the point. He won because people resonated and the American people connected with him and his message.
What if Hillary Clinton wins the popular vote? Because she's ahead right now.
Right.
So I'm just saying, for the American psyche, that enters into their psyche and it does matter, right? So Again, is it really up to Hillary Clinton to heal the wounds, or is it something that Donald Trump should say?
It is up to Secretary Clinton to go and right the wrongs that she did throughout this whole entire campaign.
That's not leadership. Leadership is not expecting the people you beat to come groveling to you. Leadership is extending an olive branch and asking you to come together in the first 100 days so that Donald Trump actually has a mandate and doesn't squander it with pettiness and arrogance.
Well, the reason people are scared in the exit polls is because of things that Donald Trump said during the campaign.
And
no one questions his legitimacy as president. He's been elected. I mean, it was the Trump campaign that was obviously questioning legitimacy of this election. Nobody on the Clinton side or the Democratic side was questioning legitimacy of this election. So he's been elected. That's clear, right? And everybody will support the president because that's what we do in America. But that does not mean that we're going to go along in an unprincipled way with all of the program that Donald Trump has laid out, whether it's tax cuts for corporations, deporting mass numbers of people, banning Muslims from coming into the country. The Democrats are not going to go along with that. Certainly, you know.
So how could the Democrats stop that? Because the Republicans control both houses of Congress now.
No. Well, you know, I think there'll be a bunch of Republicans who will be opposed to it as well. I think, you know, you're going to have to create coalitions on the Hill that are going to have to be bipartisan to try to stop some of this more dangerous initiatives.
Well, I hope that Trump uses his precious first 100 days to do things that'll bring the Republican Party, the Democrats together, do a tax reform bill, do things that there's agreement on to show that you can get something done. But if it cannot be about personality anymore. I don't expect Donald Trump to change. Nobody should. The insults probably won't stop. But I really hope Republicans in Congress can show him a better way. Paul Ryan should be in the driver's seat. He has an agenda ready to go. I hope Donald Trump to lean on him and not try to scalp him.
That's why Speaker Ryan said, I'm supporting Donald Trump for president because he's the only candidate that can help me advance my opportunity agenda. That's why the Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, said that he was supporting Mr. Trump because he knew, especially when it comes to the Supreme Court nominations, that he would appoint conservative judges. And so the Congress is going to work with Mr. Trump because they knew that he was the one that was going to be able to get this done.
All right, I have to leave it there. Thanks so much. So I think this conversation has demonstrated we have a long way to go. Paris Denard, Amanda Carpenter, Jeff Weaver, thanks to all of you. Still to come in the newsroom, shockwaves as the world reacts of the news of President-elect Donald Trump. We'll take you live to Mexico and then to Russia. The whole world was watching last night and this morning, a string of global leaders congratulating Donald Trump after his stunning win. People around the world holding viewing parties, some of them visibly upset, and some of the deepest concerns being felt in Mexico right now. So let's head to Mexico City right now. Ed Lavandera is there. Good morning.
Good morning, Carol. As you might imagine, the news of Donald Trump being elected President of the United States has sent shockwaves through this country. Here in Mexico, where we have talked over the last few days, where Hillary Clinton had an overwhelming amount of support, a lot of anger and distrust of Donald Trump. You've seen this already emerging this morning as banking and finance officials here in the country moved very quickly this morning to try to calm nerves and settle down expectations, saying that the Mexican economy would be able to wither that because in the overnight hours, the value of the Mexican peso has dropped significantly once again with this news of Donald Trump being elected president. So the president of Mexico, Enrique Peña Nieto, sending out a statement of conciliation, saying he's willing to work with President-elect Donald Trump. But a former president, one that has been very involved in many ways in the U.S. presidential election over the last few months, former President Vicente Fox, speaking much more candidly, saying he was shocked by this news and that he finds that Donald Trump is ignorant about economic issues, and once again repeating that famous line that got him in a little bit of trouble several months ago, where he said that Mexico would not, quote, pay for that effing wall. Vicente Fox repeating that line once again here today already. So many people, in fact, one of the headlines here this morning, Carol, in the newspaper says "a temblar," it's time to shake, like it's like an earthquake. So this is a news that has really sent shockwaves through the Mexican community here, and many people are still trying to process and figure out what it's going to mean for them in the future. As Donald Trump has talked about building the wall, tearing up the NAFTA trade agreement, many people worried about what it will mean for the Mexican economy here in the months ahead. Carol?
All right, Ed Lavandera reporting live from Mexico City. Thank you. The Russian President Vladimir Putin, one of the first world leaders to congratulate Mr. Trump. CNN's Matthew Chance live in Moscow. Hi, Matthew.
Hey, Carol, that's right. It's a potentially a pivotal moment in the relationship, which has often been fraught between the United States and Russia. That relationship has really been bumping along some of its lowest points since the end of the Cold War over a range of issues like Syria, where Russia and the United States are effectively on opposite sides of the conflict, like Ukraine, like sanctions, like the recent allegations of Russia interfering through hack attacks in the US election. You know, when news filtered through to the Russian parliament, the State Duma here, that Trump had emerged victorious, the whole kind of gallery broke out into applause. And so many Russians see Trump as someone who can really draw a line under the tensions of the past and create a new start in this relationship. And you mentioned that Putin was one of the first leaders to congratulate Trump. That's true. And he made it clear what kind of relationship, or how open he is to a new kind of relationship between the two countries.
We have heard his electoral slogans when he was still a candidate. He spoke about resuming and restoring relations with Russia. We understand the way to that will be difficult, taking into account the current state of degradation of relations between Russia and the United States. As I have repeatedly said, this is not our fault that Russia-US relations are in this state. Russia is ready and wants to restore the full-fledged relations with the United States.
Well, restoring that fully fledged relationship